not the panel. Yeah, that is a panel too, that the plenary too, that never happened yesterday, looking at digital innovation in healthcare education and skills development in support of in-country and diaspora healthcare professionals and practitioners. This is all about health policies and programs of the government of Kenya. So I would wish maybe just to, if the rapporteur is around, we can actually just begin with the rapporteur. But in a moment, we should be now beginning the program. So I want just to also yield the floor to Sir Errol to just give us a bit of a brief here and there. And I wanted to also remind you about the facilities. Just as you walked in, they're not really far away from where we are. Just turn to your right, and then your left, then your right, and then another corner there, taking your left, you'll find the facilities just there. You can't miss them. So the signage is very conspicuous. You can't miss that. So allow me to just give the floor to Sir Errol to just give you a brief and about yesterday and moving forward. And I look forward to a very engaging, very interactive session today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Sir Errol.
Round of applause for Dibal. He was on the ball yesterday, and he's on the ball today. Thank you very much for being here. We had a location shift yesterday, which affected our timing, but I'm glad to see that everyone has arrived on time. I can see the health section here. Craig, Mayank, welcome. Thank you very much. And Moringa is here. And the other groups are here, so we're ready to start, actually. There will be a slight adjustment at the outset. Bwana Dibal, if you'll take note, we have Honorable Sam Mwale, who is here. And once the rapporteur has spoken, I think we give him his space to make his delivery because of the time constraint which he's facing. And thereafter, we can now start with the health section. Health, are we okay? Craig, are we okay? Ready to go? Mayank, where's the madam? She's not here. You're not gender balanced, it seems. Huh? Yeah, but you're forgiven for the time being because it's early days yet. So let me give the opportunity to my colleague, Sabina, to come and address you on yesterday's deliberations. As we come, please give a round of applause to Honorable Sam Mwale as he enters the floor here. Thank you very much. He is a very special guest. He is the architect and the one who crafted the Vision 2030 document, which has put us on the road, the highway to development. Yeah, took us out of the village, took us out of parochial development, and said, this barabara is where we're going. This is the highway. So come on, let's give him a round of applause. I'd like to welcome him to the podium to kickstart today's deliberation. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the Diaspora Homecoming Conference. I'm glad to see that we've all risen up and early, and my apologies for having been slightly delayed. But I hope that I'll still be able to catch on time and also be able to excite us with what we are supposed to talk about. So I'll first start by saying that in a way I'm part 3 of what you heard from Ambassador Kyle McCarter and Professor Lucas Njenga. I'm part of the Usahihi team, in addition to being the KEPSA US representative, but today I'm talking about the role of diaspora in a very sort of different way from how we tend to see it. And this is the role of diaspora as development partners. We are very, very used to the idea that a development partner is a country, it's a multinational finance institution, or it's even some big NGO, but we have never really thought of the idea that the diaspora have the capacity to be development partners of the country that they come from. And where does this come from? As we reflect on some of the very, very significant impacts, and probably Dr. Lucas talked about it yesterday, the diaspora can have on the economic development of their country, a number of countries stand out, and in particular China and Israel, whose initial development came from diaspora. It came from diaspora business people, it came from diaspora investment companies, it came from diaspora bringing their knowledge, skills, and expertise. It came from diaspora linking young and newish Chinese enterprises into the global value chains. Without that diaspora, I don't think the huge and powerful China that we now see today would be there. And that diaspora came from Singapore, it came from Taiwan, and some of it also came from the United States and other places where the Chinese were excellent business people, because before China was a communist country and you couldn't really have businesses. So most of the diaspora in the rest of the countries, and including our own continent, are seen as a source of remittances, And those remittances, yes, they help the forex reserves of the country, they help in terms of domestic consumption, but they are not often seen as a catalyst for the economic transformation of their country. And that's what we are hoping we can begin to inculcate. And part of this is to see us in a hybrid role. We'll continue, yes, to support our families wherever they are. We'll continue to bring in whatever billions of dollars that we bring in, which help the country's forest reserve. But what we are asking the governments, whether it's Kenya or other African governments, is before they look at the multinationals and before they look at the Westerners and Chinese and all the foreigners, to ask themselves, why don't we actually see our diaspora as investors in their own countries? They understand the markets they live in. They understand the opportunities that are presented there. They have the networks, they have the skills, they have the expertise, they have that technology. Why do we only want their dollars that they're bringing to their mother or to their family and not tap into these networks that they have? And so my thinking is that from this conference, we begin to talk about a global inclusion of diaspora, seeing them as a global catalytic element of each country. We see them as people who bring innovation. Many of them are living in the first world. They have first world knowledge, they have first world skills, expertise, and solutions. A lot of them may be in a position to transfer some of this technology and skills to our people back here at home. Some of them run businesses, some of them are in businesses, some of them are executives in businesses, some of them are top-level researchers, some of them run big institutions, some of them are professors and lecturers. They are some of the people at the frontiers of knowledge. Let's find a way to use those individuals. These diaspora individuals, these diaspora businesses, these diaspora institutions can create a transformative and a catalytic and transformative effect in our countries if we see them in that light. And what they would be doing is that they'll be inculcating a different culture, a different mindset, a different way of looking at things that allows our country, whether it's Kenya or other East African countries or other African countries, to start seeing their place, where they are globally, and how they can plug into these value chains. More importantly, because I've met some of them, particularly in North America, they are in charge of very significant resources. Some of them are senior investment advisors or officers of funds, but they cannot come here because they have not found a way to bring those funds in a viable manner, which allows them to be invested here and be able to exit at the end of that. And part of what I want to also propose is that our governments start to think of how do you create the policy environment, how do you create the institutions, how do you create the opportunities for exit? Because a lot of people are wary of investing in our continent and in our countries because, yes, they can see the investment opportunity, yes, they can see how it makes good business sense, but they can't see the exit readily. And so because they can't see the exit readily, they probably invest less than they would have exited if there was a good way to exit. And they probably then, if they have a choice between, say, Kenya and Turkey or Philippines or Thailand or somewhere else where there's an exit, then they'll go there and leave us with something that could have actually have come here. And we miss that opportunity. So part of, I hope, that can come out of this conference is for us to ask our governments to start to think that we are investors. We are facilitators of investment. We are capable of raising resources to bring to our countries, but we need the regulatory and institutional environment that allows those investments to exit and to return back to the people that put the money. So we are not just sources of remittance, we are sources of investment. And I'll keep repeating that because I want that message to sink, that we are more than a source of remittance, that we are potential, latent investors that are just not being made use of, or are just not being seen because we have a stereotypical view of who a diasporan is. But that diaspora demography has changed. It's got multiple types of diasporans, and we have to take full advantage of what those diasporans have. Also, they come with conditions because they live in those countries. If we live in countries where there's a very strong culture of law and order, then we have to have the same here. The law of contract has to work. Judiciary has to be efficient. We must have a type of legal and regulatory environment that gives confidence to someone putting their money in Kenya or any other African country that it can come out. We must have sound and predictable macro policies, economic. We must have sound institutions. They can't change every day. You can't have tax policies that change 5 times in a year. You must have sound governance, clean governance, that actually projects are done without having to bribe and so on, and also build a culture of trust and integrity in our own, now, in the home businesses, that if a Kenyan says, I will do this, they'll actually do it. And if they have a contract, they'll honor it. And if they do fail to honor it, they'll not go hiding and drag the whole thing for 10 years in the courts, hoping that somebody is going to go off. Okay, so those are some of the things that also here at home, the mindset has to change and realize you cannot attract investment if you're a dodgy character. And if the business and political and legal environment is seen as dodgy, then we will only remain a source of remittance rather than become a source of of investment. And then the final part, because I was told I think I only have 10 or 15 minutes, is okay, I'd prepared for that, but I'll exceed a bit. The final part is the projects have to be there. Okay, so again, people can't invest in air. So if we are going to mobilize resources, there must be the opportunity here. Is it infrastructure? Is it opportunities in outsourcing? Is it manufacturing? Is it services? That's what we were doing with Vision 2030, hoping to create that environment, hoping to create that sort of opportunity space where people could actually come and invest. Of course, things have kind of changed a bit, but we had hoped that would attract people. And then what we also need is to start to see the future. Don't live in the now. Okay. For instance, if a country like Bangladesh can export $25 billion a year of apparel, why is Kenya only doing $300 million? I was fortunate enough to be in a meeting that was convened by the outgoing US ambassador here, who I think was one of the best I've ever seen. That's just a personal view. So we had this meeting at Harvard Club, in the Harvard Club of New York, and brought some of the leading, all the biggest apparel brands. And this was last year, 2023, and they have been looking for an opportunity, and this is a multi-billion-dollar opportunity to start to have the apparel that is, and textiles that are imported into the US relocate from some locations. And one of the places they're looking at was Kenya. But they said the window is very short because people make 10, 15-year decisions, and they had reached that point. So if we don't provide that environment by next year, 2025, 2026, they'll have made those decisions anyway, and they will have moved. Now, you're wondering, so where does the diaspora fit in? A lot of businesses, and a lot of you are probably business people, work on the basis of trust. You work with people that you know. So if then the diasporans who are there are part of the known entities, then they become part of the trust and affinity element in allowing these people to consider to come and build these factories here. And when I was asked to put up a propose a strategy for KEPSA, that's exactly what I did. And it's been working. And I think this year we're now at 400 million and still going up. But I would like to see $2 billion rather than 300 million or $400 million of apparel going to the United States and other places, because each $100 million creates like 50,000 jobs. Our young people are jobless, okay? Why not give them an opportunity to plug into the global value chain? And because we are coming in a bit late, we're not going to have the sort of conditions that people worry about that are in Bangladesh. We'll have better labor laws, we'll have better safety laws, and still be able to meet the demanding standards of the Gen X and millennials who want to wear textiles and apparel that is made in proper conditions. They're very careful about what they buy. And if we can then create that sort of environment here, they would be able to do that. So I'm just illustrating the bigger picture and opportunity. But now to come back to Sahi, and I wasn't here when Professor and Ambassador Makata spoke yesterday, but this is a huge opportunity that could easily become a use case or an experiment for the global inclusion of the diaspora, not just in Kenya, but on the continent. Because when it is done, you will have a $3.5 billion infrastructure that is not on the country's balance sheet, that is not part of the debt that country is owed, that has possible multiplier effects of other people saying, oh, then we can do a port as well, or we can do an airport using the same model. And now you start to have development of infrastructure without necessarily the country, without the government borrowing, because we know what happens when the government borrows. Every time the government borrows, they pay it from our pocket. That money does not come from the air. That's our money. So if somebody else, an investor, the diaspora, an international investor, is willing to put in that money and make their profit from there and hand over the asset to you 30 years later, it doesn't cost the taxpayer. That's the message we're trying to send, that these are some of the ways in which, first of all, we reduce our sovereign debt while still building the necessary infrastructure that the country needs, while still making sure that we have turned our diaspora into an investment source. And diaspora is wider than Kenyans, it's wider than Africans. There's a 1.7 trillion diaspora. Dr. Malcolm Beach is here. He represents that 1.7 billion diaspora in the United States alone. And they too are looking for opportunities. There's a whole group of professionals, National Association of Security Professionals, which brings together all the diasporan, American diasporan leaders in the securities business. And some of them run huge funds, teachers' pensions, and so on and so forth. They're all looking for opportunities. Some even have an African, they've even a percentage, allocated to Africa, like 1% of several hundred billion is a lot of money. But they can't even find a place to put that 1% because we've not created that opportunity. So diaspora is bigger than us. Diaspora includes Dr. Malcolm Beach and 48 million African Americans. Diaspora includes the Africans in Britain. It includes Caribbeans. It includes those in South America. It includes anybody. It includes Elon Musk. He calls himself he calls himself African American. Yeah, and there's a joke sometimes in some circles that America has given. Africa has given America a president and the world's richest man, Barack Obama and Elon Musk. Yeah. So the diaspora is bigger than, it's not about color. It's people who come from Africa. Some are white, some are Arab, some are brown. Okay, Rishi Sunak, the outgoing Prime Minister of UK. His family came from Ghana. Yes. Yeah, just one. I'm told some of them still live here. Yes. Okay, and Tanzania. Okay, Kash Patel, who may become the FBI director, his family is from Uganda. Yes. Okay, so that's part of the diaspora, and he's a very inner circle Trump man. So you have Elon Musk, you have Kash Patel. I don't know who else is originally from Africa. Okay, so think widely. Create the opportunity, and the reason why we are promoting Sahihi is that people like to see that this has actually happened. Because most of us are followers. Okay, we want to know that, okay, somebody did it, and because they did it, now I can follow. Okay? So when we succeed at Sahihi, other people now have the confidence to follow, because in the process of succeeding, we'll have dealt with the institutional issues, we'll have dealt with the regulatory issues, we'll have created hopefully the networks that work, we've connected people to the global value chains and so on and so forth. So the followers will actually find some kind of path that's been plowed that at least they can follow through. And then finally, I just wanted to say that, and this is about this country that we love so much. We've always done things differently. We came out from Second World War and went to fight Mau Mau. Nobody had ever done that. If you look at the Algerian, the Malaysians, the Greek Cypriots, all those people say they were inspired by Kenyan freedom fighters because nobody had ever fought the colonialists, okay? And you'll always find that those countries have a special relationship with Kenya. Cyprus, Malaysia, Algeria, Angola, Mozambique, the countries that went through a serious freedom struggle have a very strong relationship with us. So we're a first mover on that. Nobody ever thought that you could grow tea or coffee or do dairy cows or hybrid maize with small holders. It never happened anywhere in the world. We did it. President Jomo Kenyatta locked up his team for 2 weeks in Harambee House. They were only supplied with meals, and they're told they're not going home until they come out with a plan. This was in 1966. They came out with a plan. It happened. Okay? We invented Harambee, communal fundraising. We invented land buying companies, SACCOs, savings and credit cooperatives, which are now spread to the rest of Africa. The first, our NHIF, which has not done so well and now has been replaced, and NSSF, were models that Singapore and Malaysia used. Even in politics, other countries fight, collapse, us we fight, we dialogue, and then we pass a new constitution, peacetime. Other countries pass constitutions after a war, okay? Then we did mobile money, M-Pesa, and now there's Usahihi. So I want to close at that. That we've always innovated. Thank you very much.
Lord Makofi, round of applause, round of applause. Thank you very much. These are our vision carriers. They have taken us out of the Kijiji, from district focus for rural development to where we are today, on the highways to become a very, very modern economy. So thank you, Honorable Samwale. We honor you. Let's give him a beat of the Buffalo Soldier. Do we have that there? Yes, yes, yes. Come on, let's give him a little bit of the buff to honor our heroes. Thank you. So as we do that, Sabina, can you prepare yourself to take the podium and give us just a quick brief of yesterday's meeting, then we can commence with the health. Okay? Thank you. Good. I hope you're all keeping well. It's good to see you back here. The smiles, the youthful energy of the morning is still with all of us. Yeah, I know in the afternoon we might feel a little bit fatigued, but right now we're inspired, and we have had a very inspiring opening speech. So we want to keep the tempo going. Today is a very, very actionable day. We have the transaction or the deal room led by Dr. Malcolm Beach with Professor Lucas and the team in tow. So it's not simply a talk shop. It's a shop where we're going to do deals. We're going to transact on investment projects. I know quite a number of entrepreneurs are here with their business plan and their programs, and we want to assist you to find the money you need to upscale your enterprises. So that's one of the innovative aspects of KDA, which was started last year, and I know we want to continue that into the future, and not only as an annual event, but probably every 2-3 months we'll have a forum whereby we invite investors and entrepreneurs to put some of these programs into practice. In response to what you're saying, Honorable Mwale, we have not developed the value chains in agriculture to support the apparel industries. Uganda grows cotton. All the other countries grow cotton, but Kenya, we find it more expedient to import. So we import the cotton. So we're not actually getting the full value of the apparel industry, and perhaps that's the major reason why our GDP contribution is at 300 million, whilst Bangladesh and elsewhere are running in the 20-25 billion. So it's a takeaway for our policymakers. It's a takeaway for those involved in food and agricultural policies and practices. I think the institutional setting has been eroded over the years. AFC, which was working closely with the farmers, and the banks, which were directed to give 22% of their advance as credit to the farming community. Those policies now have diminished, and we are now groping with ideas which do not speak to the value chains in agriculture that can help this country develop. And agriculture is a mainstay of our development. So based on the vision of crafted by Honorable Mwale and his colleagues, we still have a lot of opportunities in the sector of agriculture, agro-industries to grow this country. And someone like myself who spent a lot of time in Brazil, I've seen countries that can grow from agricultural production. And Brazil is a living example. I think the time I was going to Brazil, it was the 7th largest economy in the world, and it was largely based on agriculture. So let me leave it at that. Food for thought. Sabina, are we ready? Thank you. You look like you're a bit shy coming out today. Yeah. Thank you. Give it the Buffalo Soldier. Honorable Mwale, thank you very much. You are our Buffalo Soldier.
It was a Buffalo Soldier.
Start off with a word of prayer.
Am I allowed to pray? Okay.
Yeah.
He's very correct. I am shy today. Believe me, in person I'm not, but I am. So before we start, can we please start with a word of prayer? I will just pray as a Christian, but in unison with every person who's probably got a different faith. Is that all right? All right, so let's bow our heads in prayer. Father, thank you for the gift of life. Thank you that you're a God that can be trusted. Thank you that you are a God whose word can be believed. Today, as we gather here today, we are relying on your word. When you say that where two or more are gathered, there you shall be. And so, as we stand here today with this incredible group of people, we believe that this is your making, and at the end of the day, each and every single person that will contribute, whether intellectually or even physically or virtually, we believe that ultimately you will get the glory. We thank you, we love you, and we are grateful for this opportunity. I pray this, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, good morning. I will breathe when I get a little bit nervous, so just, go along with me. Okay. So my name is Sabina Achieng, and I am a rapporteur for this session, but I'm also an international development specialist. And before I start, I would like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts on behalf of my team. Thank you for making time to join us today. Thank you for believing in this cause, but most importantly, for taking your time to come and ensure that the skills and the expertise that you've got can be used to increase our footprint as the diaspora. This conversation around remittances has been culminated in a theme for this year. Our theme for this year, obviously, is knowledge and skills for resilience, growth and development in the fifth industrial era. For those of you who've probably joined us in prior years, this is an 11-year conversation. But here's the thing about what makes this year different. Each and every panelist, each and every conversation that was held yesterday pointed towards one thing that stuck with me as a rapporteur, and that is, it's time for action. But most importantly, there are practical ways in which this action has already been activated. And so this is what makes this particular convention special. There are a couple of themes that stood out as pointers for me as a rapporteur. And I feel as if, Honorable Mwale, you've pretty much done the work for me, so so I thank you for that. And there's a couple of things that we should be in agreement. For example, the first one is, it is a fact that Africa is resource rich. We don't need to even talk about this. We know this theoretically, but most importantly, practically. The minerals, our knowledge and skills, which is part of why we're here, but most importantly, just our essential capital as a continent. This is undoubtedly our power. The second and most important theme that stood out for me is our transformation as Africa remains our responsibility. And this has been echoed over and over again. In fact, today it has started again with Honorable Mwale. If we understand not just our power, but we take that power and turn it for us, then we place ourselves as a continent that is viable on the global stage. And remittances are one way in which we essentially have that in our hands. Another theme that is in agreement or came across is the power of collaboration and partnership. One of the reasons why we come together at the end of every year to talk and to come and wrap up what has been going on economically in the world is because there's this idea that if we work together, something can come out of it. But when it comes to Africa, specifically targeting remittances, the conversation has essentially stuck just at talking about numbers. For, like I said, more than 10 years, we know that the numbers have been increasing steadily. I think now we are close to 600 million, if I'm not wrong. And is it exciting to talk about numbers? Absolutely, especially if you're an investor or a business person. But I think what is more important is for us to use that power and turn it into a working capital for us. And what does that look like? Well, I will try and explain that. One of the speakers yesterday that spoke, and he's here, is Dr. Malcolm Beach. I think I saw him a few seconds ago. Oh. Hello, Dr. Malcolm. He's right here, yes. It's because I'm nervous. And yesterday, I noted when he was giving his speech, when he was giving his speech, he spoke about something, and he mentioned that the remittances are there, but what is more important is for us to apply a plan. Otherwise, then it is pointless. And how do we do that? We employ structure. And this is what this convention is going to push us towards. If we're talking about knowledge and skills, all that means nothing if it is not pointed towards a targeted goal. Are we at least in agreement on that? Yep. And so according to Dr. Malcolm Beach, the plan would introduce a structure. And the value of this is that it will direct the remittances into proper policies and projects, which obviously will work towards the economic growth of Africa, which is ultimately our goal as the diasporans. I'll give you a couple of examples. I'm not sure she's here today, but yesterday we had Ms. Matimba Changala, who works with Afrexim Bank, who I think she will be here later on if I'm not wrong. She gave a couple of examples of how we are practically moving the conversations of remittances into action. The first is they participate in diaspora relations, for example, by investing in conferences such as these, investing in promoting trade and investment conferences or exhibitions. And most importantly, and should I say notably, there was the conversation around savings, and she pointed incredible figures. For example, the fact that savings are a great opportunity beyond FDI, which currently I think stands at 85 billion. Let me say that again. Savings are a greater opportunity than FDI, foreign direct investment, which stands at 85 billion. What does that mean? It means, again, that the power lies with us. We're looking for transformation, but actionable transformation, right? The third thing that I think she mentioned, again, wants to do with Afrexim Bank, is they hold trade fairs. And again, a number that stuck out with me. These trade fairs that are held, I think, every 2 years, generate 44 billion USD. As a young person who is almost a millennial, believe it or not, but we have a lot of, should I say, there's a lot of disgruntlement amongst the youth. and because we don't have jobs, and it is not a good place to be in. But when we have this data, to know that we have companies such as Afrexim Bank who are coming here to invest with us, and they're saying, look, the projects that we're offering you generate this amount of dollars. Now, it might not look like that in our country, but it represents opportunity. And so these are the kind of practical solutions that as young people we would love to tap into, and of course with the help of the remittances through the diaspora, we can be able to strengthen our economy internally, regionally, and ultimately internationally. Just to reiterate the power of our remittances. This can be harnessed through collaboration, partnership, and enterprise. I believe this Honorable Samwale is an ultimate representation of what that would look like. Yesterday, Ambassador Kyle Carter was here, and he gave us a good understanding of the Usahihi Expressway. And I remember a little story that he gave about him wanting to simply drive to, I think, Mombasa with his granddaughter. And I was looking at the crowd, as you remember, I was looking at the crowd as he mentioned this, and I just thought, as a Kenyan, isn't that the experience that we all want to some extent? You want to be able to wake up in the morning and access point A to point B within the value of your economy, and when you get into your vehicle and you're driving, or you're able to travel to go to the village, you're not struggling with little things like traffic and all that. And these are the opportunities that are going to be discussed today, and we can only achieve that, again, through collaboration and partnership. Just to reiterate further on the power of collaboration, there were local solutions that were presented. I believe we have Mr. Tim Smith here. He's from 1 Degree South. And yesterday he mentioned a statement, and he said, as part of answering practical solutions, he said, we have to, we need to, and we will. What does that mean? Again, we're looking for what to do with these remittances, how to tap into them. And he gave another unique example. Did you know that they are working with the banks, I think through getting a financial license, in order for us to be able to get control and direct our economy? He's right there. You can be able to talk to him later on. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. There are solutions in terms of redirecting our remittances to work for the value of not just the diaspora, because again, the diaspora is now beyond the Kenyan diaspora, which we are glad that we are remitting remittances, but the unity in terms of our understanding of the diaspora is important, because we are more united than we would like to admit, right? And so what exactly can we do? Well, the solutions are simple. Collaborate, partner, and ensure that this information is able to be disseminated beyond technology. And so this is where I'm going to end my presentation, just for 2 seconds. Today, there's a unique component of our convention. Sir Errol, my colleague, mentioned it. It's called the deal room. Again, remember, this convention is practicality. And so in this deal room, we are going to meet investors, but most importantly, the conversation is going to be targeted. And so you're meeting investors and getting to see how can I be able to merge my interests and further contributing to the remittances. This is where I'll end my presentation, and as we begin day 2, I ask that we utilize this conference to the best of our ability, and I hope that this is valuable. Thank you very much. My name is Sabina Chieng, and it's a pleasure to be here. Asante.
Big round of applause for Sabina. It was brilliantly executed. She took very copious notes of yesterday's proceedings, and today you got the substance of what happened yesterday for those who missed out. So thank you, Sabina. Continue the good work. Put your head back into that computer and keep giving us your productive thoughts. Thank you. As I close off, I would like to invite Professor Lucas Jenga to come and make a few comments before we move to the health program. Thank you very much. Welcome, Professor Lucas. He's one of ours. He's a KDA proper diasporan from Scotland, and he is a Kenyan living amongst us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sir Aaron. Thank you for this very privileged opportunity once again this morning to be with you. And actually today is not making a speech, it's just making a few comments. As many of you may appreciate that yesterday I had to keep on sharing my time with others, but I'm delighted that I can just make comments at the beginning. But let me first of all observe the protocol. I know my brother Sam doesn't like to be called honorable. He keeps on reminding me, I'm not honorable, but everywhere I go, everybody calls you honorable. So do you decide whether you're honorable or people decide? Let's decide that he's honorable Samuel. Thank you very much. Sam is a senior civil servant, a great servant of this nation. Most of us find a lot of encouragement in the work that he did when he was part of the administration of His Excellency late President Mwai Kibaki. But over and above that, as we have experienced this morning, he continues to pursue great things. May I also acknowledge Dr. Malcolm Beach, a great diasporian who has also inspired us greatly, whether it's on Zoom calls and any other meetings that we have had over the years. Of course, our own chair and leader of this organization, in absentia this... Oh! My goodness! Just in time, my brother, Dr. Shem Ochodo, a great inspiration to me in person, and I know that through many hurdles and many challenges over the years, Dr. Shem has put us together as the diaspora, and we are gathered. Actually, I must say something about that. When we spoke recently, it must have been about 2 months ago, I got a conviction. I concurrently have also been running diaspora events, mainly in the UK since the year 2002, and recently maybe about 5 years in Malindi. But when we met, because he's my senior, I said we are going to collapse our 22 years of diaspora events and join the organization so that we continue working together. And that's in the spirit of our rapporteur, who just a few minutes ago said that if we were to come together and put our energy together, we could achieve great things. I'm here just to build up on our general theme of knowledge, skills for resilience and growth. And there's so much that has been said, but I felt in this last part of my presentation, I just want now to kind of fit the how-tos. How-tos. I'm a Christian leader, and we say this is that, because many times people are told about that, and then they forget what they were told. So if we talk about our friend Honorable Sam Mwale, he talked about Vision 2030. But recently, my family and I were in Lamu, and we could say this is that which Honorable Samuel spoke about. Or those of you who saw the expressway, the Nairobi expressway, and I know we saw it 15, 20 years ago, and it just looked as if this was pie in the sky. But today, 15 minutes, just now, I have an appointment later today with investors in Athi River, and I told them it will take me about 20, 25 minutes to get to Green Park, because I'll jump into the expressway here, and while I'm on that drive, I'll not be driving, I'll just be remembering this is that which Honorable Sam Mwale told us. In that idea of being able to articulate, so you dream, you visualize, you act, but all along articulate the journey. So you articulate where you want to go, then you articulate the process that you're taking to get to where you need to get, and then when you get there, you articulate. Now we call it documentation. You document the process and archive the learnings, the experiences, and the journeys, everything that you have gone through, so that gives you a kind of an institutional framework to direct other people on how to do it. And I'll just give 3 simple scenarios of how that has happened in the last, I think I'm one of the few longest Kenyan diaspora living today. Very few. I would challenge those who are here from the diaspora, anybody who's been in diaspora more than 30 years. So few. Are these many? We are very few, so I'm one of the few. I've asked this even in big rooms, and there hasn't been many. I left Kenya on the 5th of June, 1991, to go to the United Kingdom as a young man. I was only 23 years. And when I arrived at the airport, Heathrow Airport, I had $20. So the officer said, okay, so what have you come to do? I explained to them. The second question was, how much money do you have? I said $20. I didn't know the implication. I didn't know whether that meant I could have been told, go back to Kenya. We don't take people here who have no money to live. Those days, they were not very strict on what now they put in all the visas. They said no recourse to public funds. So they said, so how are you going to live? I said, I believe this country has my money. They asked me, how much do you believe this country has? I said, 1.8 billion pounds. I said, how so? Because I'm a son of the king, and this is the distribution of resources. I'd done some mathematics, and I demonstrated to them how, as a son of the king, our resources were taken from Africa during the slave trade, our human resource, our capital, and then during colonialism. And today, now that was in 1991, I went on to say to this officer that every day our resources are coming here. I'm just one of the few people who is aware that there are some resources for us to take. This guy laughed and he said, just go with your $20. But I think I had spoken to his senses, I had spoken to his emotions, and I had also spoken to his consciousness. And so I was not coming in as a beggar with $20. The $20 bill was just in case I stepped on somebody's egg. But other than that, all the resources I needed were already in the country. And that conviction has helped me, because 1991, I was able to articulate what I wanted in the United Kingdom and what I was going to keep in the United Kingdom and what I was going to bring back. And I'm a funny guy, but there's some crazy things that I do that many human beings don't do. For instance, I decided when I want to die. Anybody has decided when they want to die? So I have a date. So in 1991, before I left Kenya, I wrote what I would like to achieve before I die at the age of 125. I was only 23, so I was budgeting quite a bit of time. Believe me or not, most of the things that I wrote down have happened, including what they said yesterday, acquiring the 40,000 acre of land in Kilifi County was something written about 20-something, almost 30 years ago, of how I would like to see our nation transform by having smart cities that are influenced by the monies that we were earning in the diaspora. And I called a group of people and I showed them how we can do this. Everybody dismissed me and said, that's the crazy guy who comes with things that don't work. But every day I'm going to a community and finding a new smart city popping up. Tatu City, Konza City. We were in Kilifi, Vipingo City. And just now, there are many people talking about it. But you see, sometimes it's good to dream beyond your ability and beyond your capacity and beyond your understanding. Because those kind of dreams are the ones that have made this world. Over 60 years ago, say 50-something years ago, somebody came and thought about a geographical position and called it R-U-N-D-A, Runda. This land must be reserved for the United Nations development. Today is one of the most expensive and the most desirable living environment in the city of Nairobi and possibly in the country, because just somebody saw something big. We don't hear a lot of stories of people who see small things, because that's common. Everybody can see small. You can see going to UK and buying an apartment in Kilimani and buying a nice Toyota or VW. It's a good dream, but it's a dream for everybody. So that's why when we come here, all the speakers, starting with our brother yesterday, Dr. Malcolm Beach, our former ambassador, our PS, and today Honorable Sam Mware, and others who speak, we are not boring you with what you can do on your own. We are bringing you into a space where we can become the change makers, the destiny setters of this nation. And that's why we speak about Usahihi with passion, because nobody else has dared to do that kind of a project in the way we want to do it, because we are calling it public-private partnership. But beyond that, we have also segmented a substantial equity of that road to the diaspora people. And we did that because we believed in you. And we believed that the money you limit, if it's channeled through one angle, if there's a very specific angle, that we say to all the diaspora, this is what we'll be known for. Those of us like Dr. Shem and others who have been in the diaspora for over 30 years, and those who are joining us because you've seen me being very busy, being here and not here. We're also taking kids out of the country. Yesterday we had a very interesting conversation in the KICC, and we were saying nobody must go out of this country feeling forced. Nobody must go to do less than what they do here. Nobody must go and earn less than what they earn here. And nobody must go and diminish their skills when they live here. So that we change the narrative of the brain drain and we create a narrative of brain gain. So when you go there, you look for people in the diaspora. We are about 4 million of us. Come across them, form your circle as soon as possible, form your structures that pushes you upwards and gives you the capacity and the skill and the ability to be different. Learn from other countries like Korea, Japan, and other places where people have gone out and made substantial inroads. And then all this together comes, and whatever we bring back is super highway. So we do the Mombasa one, and then after Mombasa, we do all the 5 cities. By the way, I meant to say that yesterday, but I realized I was taking a lot of Abazenda's time. But I wanted to say one of our strategic plans for the expressway is to have smart cities. The first one already ongoing, which is the Konza Technopolis. So that would be the first kind of interchange with a smart city. We are hoping to have the second one in a place called Emari, and that will be an agricultural, or we call it agripolis. That's a new one. I'm just creating it as we talk. But it's going to be somewhere where we aggregate all our agricultural products from Loitoktok, Uganda, Makueni, Ukambani, Machakos, and that's the second one. The third one, we are hoping to have it in a place called Kibwezi, which is going to be a logistic hub. Again, not just for bringing the trucks together, but creating that logistic capacity of kind of what we call in places like Chicago, the commodities exchange. So people in the whole country can have a commodities exchange where they get revenue for what they are producing even before they produce. Then in Voi, we're looking at having a film industry kind of sitting where we'll be working with the wildlife and all that, and just people. Earlier this year, we went to visit Taylor Perry's studio in Atlanta, and he's very, very interested to get involved in Kenya. And then the last one is Mariakani, which is going to be the diaspora city with all the ideas and opportunities and skills and everything. So in short, what I'm trying to say, we are coming to this amazing convention, not just to say about the knowledge, skills, and how that can bring resilience for growth, but also saying this is that. So we're really pointing ourselves into specific solutions. And that is not enough. Then we have our friends here like Tim and others who already have the resources or how to get to these revenues or to get these investments so that your idea does not only become a big idea like Mudokoju. I've seen Mudokoju since they started. They're becoming amazing. How then that Mudokoju idea doesn't just sell paints, but it gets that company that it does all these polymers and mixes everything, and you don't just import, but you really do it and produce it here locally. So in short, I wanted to say, because I may not have another chance to come in just based on our compressed program, that we are not just offering ourselves as fathers and as leaders and as kind of vision bearers, but we are also offering ourselves to come alongside each and every member of the Kenyan diaspora and friends of the diaspora to make sure that we make significant impact by bringing projects of the scale of Usahihi and others, and then saying this can also be segmented into biteable bites. We can be able to explain, as the ambassador said, Usahihi means doing things correctly. So as a nation, we can also have another fast of the first African nation that does everything correctly and on time. God bless you and have a great conference day. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Prof again. Hey, I need proof of life, please. Indeed. Thank you for that inspiration, and this is that. Right? This is that. We believe that all that we've put in the pipeline will be realized in the near future. And Usahihi is one of them, and many seminal projects that are here as well. We need just to be inspired. We want to buckle down to the session of discussions right now. And I can see our doctors in the house are, yes, ready as well. I can see Dr. Odongo's dressed in the starch white. I can see also Dr. Elizabeth dressed in starch white as well. It's all about purity and health. All right? But I want us now to stand up just to set the tone for them as well, to make sure that also you get a bit flexible. We know we began yesterday with our finger. Could we stand up and just try and be a bit lively, alive, engaged, attuned as well, right? Okay. For the benefit of them that are joining us, you can actually try and prime them on what we were doing yesterday, just lifting up your finger, your index finger. And, you know, Dr. William Ruto has always been, our president has always been talking about housing the nation. So we house our nation, right? I will do it with Joyce here briefly. I know she's my co-MC here. So this is how we want it to go. Lift your finger there. So you house one. House this one. Yes, so sort of a zigzag. Malcolm and Mr. Mwale, yes, yeah, you got it. So everyone is housed. Is everyone housed? You feeling warm now? Today is not really numbingly cold as yesterday, huh? Okay, so I want to give you a dummy run just to wake you up, so that at least for the session you will be attuned to the discussion. We all focusing about matters of health. All right. So on my count, which is up to 3, I want you to grab that finger. And make sure your finger is not grabbed as well, right? So I want to see how nimble, how active, how attentive you're going to be for this particular session that we'll be having just momentarily. On my count, are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? Yes. How agile, how active, how attentive, how nimble, how malleable will you be? Catch that finger. Not yet. No. I said on my count. Follow instructions. On my count. Up to 3. Just up to 3, please. Okay, let's do it again. All right, follow tell your neighbor follow instructions. No, tell your neighbor follow instructions. All right, let's give it a dummy run. Then I'll give you another chance to just redeem yourself if you fail. Right? Let's try. Are you ready? Okay, on my count. 1. Da-dun. 2. Ta-dun. 3. You grab mine. I need to redeem myself. Dr. Elizabeth, you did well. Okay. Okay, you got a chance to redeem yourself now. Are you ready? Yeah. If you got caught, please, it's your chance now to actually redeem yourself. Yeah, here's a redeeming coupon for you. Okay. Are you ready now? All right. On my count. You know, you need to redeem yourself. On my count now. 1, 2. Grab it! You grab a key. I can't multitask, Dr. Elizabeth. All right, have your seats. Clap for yourselves, please. Thank you so much. We can have our seats now. And this is a session that we brought forward today. Given yesterday also, we were really pinched for time. And we want to talk about health and how digital innovation in healthcare education and skills development in support of in-country and diaspora healthcare professionals and practitioners. And of course, also, we are expecting to just have our keynote speaker, much later. This is Dr. Deborah Molonga Baraza, who's the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health, who will be joining us as well. And I want just to call upon our panelists who will take us through this particular session this morning. I'd mentioned Dr. Elizabeth, and also we have Dr. Odongo with us as well, who will be taking us through this session as we try and put our heads together to see what is the way forward and how can we tap into the potential that we are learning from this very morning. Just to give you a little bit of a snippet of who are coming up as well, just to, looking at the program, we have Dr. Elizabeth Mutisia, who is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Tala Therapeutics, a role that highlights her leadership in the pharmaceutical and health sector. Her career has included significant contributions to the medical field, particularly in advancing health solutions and policy. Dr. Mutisia's experience in medical affairs and strategic healthcare management reflects her dedication to improving patient outcomes and global health practices. And would you kindly put your hands together and make me welcome her to, of course, take her a seat here in front for the panel discussion. Put your hands together for her. And next we have Dr. Odongo Dio, who is a prominent figure involved in health-related initiatives, particularly in Sierra Leone, where he is a convener of the Diaspora Health Task Team, DHHT, and his work focuses on improving health systems and addressing challenges in the healthcare sector, especially through collaborations with various organizations. He has been actively engaged in efforts to enhance healthcare access and service delivery in undeserved regions. Also, I'd like to call upon Craig Fitzpatrick, World Continuing Education Association, also to join us on the panel as well, if you're here. Also, Mayank Mohan, Gagi Mohanty, Data Flow. Please kindly, also, you can take your place just here in front. Dr. Ahmed Ogwal, UN Foundation, VP, Health Strategies, if you're here as well.
Virtual.
It's virtual. This is joining us virtual. All right, that is virtual. Right, so I think we're full set, and if we have a moderator, Engineer Laban Onditi, former National Vice Chair, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce.
That's next.
That's next? Oh, this is for the next one. All right. So who's moderating this? Dr. Gongo is. Oh, the whites are sitting together. All right. Over to you, Dr. Odongo.
Thank you very much, MC, for a wonderful job you're doing. I think I want to observe all the protocol, but I want to appreciate Professor Njenga for the real motivation that we have had this morning. I really want to appreciate Reverend for making us know where our money is and how we can retrieve it. And do you know why we have so much money, but we are so poor? It is because of bad health. And today, we are trying to tackle a few issues on health that can make us understand that without health, all these things we are talking about may not work. Because, as we know, the meaning of health is a complete physical, social, mental well-being, and not just the absence of disease or infirmity. That means everything we do when we are still alive is health. And unless we address issues of health, then we may not go very far. Now, in this session, you see these eminent people that we have here. we are going to address 4 main areas. One is we are going to address the issue of primary health care and how it relates to KDA and how KDA can turn around this process to help the people of Africa, the people of Kenya, achieve primary health care. We have an eminent speaker, Dr. Elizabeth Mutisia. She's going to discuss issues of digital health, how AI and all these digital issues apply to health. Then we know a huge area of capacity building is so key in terms of having skilled manpower in health. And we have a partner who has worked with KDA for quite some time and has made a change in building the capacity of skilled health workers in Africa and in Kenya. That is Greg. He's going to discuss the way he has worked in Africa, the way we have promoted training, and especially for those who are already trained. Then, we know the immigration issues have been a very, very sensitive issue, and we know that our people who migrate to other areas, to Asia, to Europe, to America, don't get a fair deal. And Professor Ndega, thank you very much for telling them that we don't go there to earn less, to earn our value.
That's right.
So we want us to be very, very sure that when we migrate from here and go to work there, how do we sustain that dignity and be given our right? So Mayaka is going to talk about it and is going to tell us what they are trying to do with KDA through data flow to make this thing work. So without much ado, I'm going to call our first speaker, Dr. Elizabeth.
Co-moderator.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Elizabeth Mutisia. Since this is my first session here, I will just give you a brief background about myself. But before I do that, I do want to thank Shem, who is an incredible connector. He has brought together an incredible, very diverse group of people, all focused on the same thing, which is making sure that we invest and build Kenya to make it the best country and to achieve its full potential through our efforts. So thank you very much, and thank you to all the other speakers. So a round of applause for him. So briefly, my name is Elizabeth Mutisia. I left as more than 30 years ago. I actually left. I went to high school in the US, college. I went to Cornell University for my undergraduate degree. Then I went to Harvard for my medical school degree. I trained as a neurosurgeon under the top neurosurgeon in the world. And then I actually decided, and I will touch on this briefly during my talk, but one of the things, it's one thing to have the capacity to treat patients, but you also need the tools. And in neurosurgery, especially with certain conditions like brain tumors, medicine had not changed in over 30 years. So at the time that I was training, they were using the same drugs, and the prognosis had not changed in over 30 years. So I moved into the pharmaceutical industry, so the biotech and pharmaceutical industry. And by that, I don't mean just going to your pharmacy and getting medicine. I mean discovering and developing new drugs to treat new conditions or to treat existing conditions that are problematic for large segments of the population. So I started off at Pfizer, where I developed some blockbuster drugs. So those are drugs that generate multi-billion dollars per year for the company. I started off in the neurosciences because that's where my background was. And then as I took on increasing roles, I started to cover other therapeutic areas as well. I then moved to Johnson & Johnson, where I was responsible for their R&D portfolio. And then I went to startups. And ultimately, startups are where most innovation takes place. They're willing to take the biggest risks, make the biggest bets, and most of the innovations that you do eventually see started off at a small startup company. So I worked at two. They're both what are called unicorns, where they made more than 20x of the investment that was put into them, and were ultimately sold to other companies. In one case, Strathmore, which is an Israeli company, and in the other to AbbVie, which is one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the US. So to get back to a point that was made earlier by a few speakers, they provided access to their investors, and their investors were very happy. So where does that bring us today? And I did have a slide that I'm hoping we can get up. Yes. So where are we today? So a few facts. Africa has the youngest population in the world. The median age is 19. For the rest of the world, it ranges from 35 to 53. We're significantly younger than any other part of the world. Kenya is in line with that same median age. So the median age in Kenya is 19.8 as of the last census in 2019. So we're a relatively young population. I just wanted to highlight, I put this up to highlight a couple of things. In the next 25 years, so by 2050, more than a quarter of the population of the world will be African, will reside on the African continent. And by 2100, 1 in 2 children under the age of 5 will be African. That's a tremendous opportunity and a tremendous resource for us. And it's certainly one that we need to think longer term. As Honorable Samueli mentioned, we need to start to think longer term about where do we want to go, not just about, well, what do I want to do today, how do I want to be successful this year, but where do we want to see ourselves in 20 years, in 25 years, and how do we want to get there? So to plan a little bit longer. So my co-moderator touched on a couple of things. So healthcare is critical to any country's economic success, any country's economic development. And if that remains a question in your mind, think back to how COVID-19 and the pandemic of COVID-19 affected your economic pocketbook and the economy of the country. If you do not have health, you cannot be prosperous. So that's the first thing I want to mention. The second fact I want to mention is that within health, there are really 3 stools. I think of it as 3 legs to a stool. And the 3 legs, the first is obviously prevention and primary health care. So what can you do in terms of lifestyle, in terms of things to prevent yourself from becoming ill? But we all, regardless of how good we are at some point going to get ill. And once you get ill, you need 2 other things. The first is people to diagnose you, so capacity, a place where you can get diagnosis and understand what's going on, and then tools, which I started off by talking about. The tools to be able to treat the person once you understand what the issue is, whether that's drugs, new medicines, surgical tools, diagnostic kits, so manufacturing capacity. And for me, I really focused on that 3rd pillar. Others will talk about the other 2, so staffing and primary health care. In terms of that, I think there is a huge opportunity on the continent to do what every other country has done. 30 years ago, China did not have a pharmaceutical industry. India did not have much of one either. Today, they're exporting powerhouses for their countries. They're sources of employment for their populations. They're sources of foreign currency exchange for their countries. And they provide an avenue particularly for people coming out of their universities who have science backgrounds, engineering backgrounds. It gives them high-quality employment opportunities. And that's really an opportunity that I see available to do in Kenya as well. And that's really where teletherapeutics will fit in. So the goal for teletherapeutics is to have a pharmaceutical company that will invest in research and development, in R&D, and in the manufacture of drugs here in Kenya. And for those of you that aren't aware, other companies have come in and said they would do that and haven't. So the most recent one was Moderna, which had committed to coming into Kenya and putting in one of their manufacturing facilities, and abruptly in April of earlier this year pulled out. So that's a loss of great jobs that young people could have had. So that's really my focus, and I'll allow everyone else to speak.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elizabeth. Can you give another round of applause, please? You can see what Africa has for the world. And, oh, sorry. You know, some people are so talk, so when they talk, I miss this thing. Yeah. So, those are the talents that we have. Those are the talents we have to exploit. And when you have eminent people like Reverend and Professor Njenga, there is no way you can fail to achieve. I'm going to give you a small address. I've decided to invite myself because I thought Dr. Elizabeth was going to do so, being a moderator. But I'm going to now invite myself to talk briefly on
Oh, you demoted
Okay, so I'll talk very briefly about the issue of primary health care. You have heard from her what they are doing, what is happening in institutions of secondary and tertiary health care. But we believe that the solution to Africans' health is primary health care. And by definition, this is a whole of society approach to effectively organize and strengthen national health system to bring services for health and well-being close to the communities. That means that primary health care is the issue we need to address to ensure that we address all issues of health. That is where it starts. It involves the communities. It involves all of us. And as we have known, that health is not just the absence of disease, but mental, social, and physical. So we address primary health care, we are going to address this issue. The world missed the target from 1978 during the Alma-Ata Declaration, because the target was to have health by 2000 for all people of the world. This was Dr. Mahala's inspiration and dream, but this did not work. And you remember, the goals were set for Millennium Development Goals, and that went on for 2015, we did not achieve health for all. Now, other goals have been set during the Sustainable Development Goals, but unless we address the issue of primary health care, we may still miss the target by 2030, which is only 6 years to the target line. Now, when we talk of primary health care, we also want to talk about the investment value of primary health care. What are we talking about? For us to achieve, we need additional between 200 to 328 billion US dollars investment per year for the globe, the world, to achieve primary health care. Are we getting there? Then we must develop health systems, and especially in the low and middle income countries. And this development, we must, because we know 90% of the health needs are in the primary health care. And when we sort them out, then we will sort out the issue of primary health care and the issues of health. Now, when we do this, we will save at least 6 million lives. 60 million lives if we sort out issues of primary health care. We are going to increase life expectancy by 3.7 years by 2030. Now, what is it that KEA is planning to do to sort out this issue? And by the way, for those of us in diaspora, whatever little thing you do in your county, in your ward, will contribute to the primary health care. If you increase the earning of the people of your area by creating jobs, you will have improved primary health care. If you build an industry where people can have jobs, you will have contributed greatly to the primary health care. At KDA, our plan is to work with the Ministry of Health and we either develop or strengthen the policies and strategic plans for the implementation of the primary health care. These prototype policies and strategic plans are supposed to be adopted or adapted by the county governments. And we believe by so doing, we are going to have help at the grassroots. And this is going to help in sorting out our health situation. Currently, you know, I am working actually in a country where the maternal mortality ratio is unacceptably high. Over 600 women die 100,000 live births. That is unacceptable. That is Sierra Leone. I worked in South Sudan where the maternal mortality was 1,200 per 100,000 live births. I've worked in countries where deaths, the rate of death is unacceptable. And we must change this trajectory. And the only way to change this is to adopt primary health care. So we hope, even as we have the Ministry of Health here, as we have all these our partners here, we are going to relook and actually reorient ourselves to address the issue of primary health care. I want to end my talk by now inviting partners who are supposed to help us do this great job. But one other thing I want to say before I do that is not to stand here and just make a presentation. I want us to develop a solution from this, and from next year, when I stand here, I should give you the progress that we have made in adopting these resolutions. Thank you. So can I have the opportunity now to invite Mr. Greg, who is an eminent person, a CEO of one continued education alliance.
Thank you, Dr. Odongo. I'd first like to start by thanking the KDA for kindly inviting WCA to be present here today, and obviously Dr. Odongo has been a driving force behind our signing an MOU with KDA. So for those of you that don't know anything about WCA, essentially we're a social impact digital health technology company based out of the UK, but we have subsidiaries here in Kenya and many other African countries. So in 2019 we decided that we were going to assist lower middle income countries to build capacity around the training of healthcare workers through the provision of sustainable technology solutions and technology that could reach healthcare professionals in rural communities. So we named the project Project One World. We formed partnerships with ministries of health, regulators, professional associations in sub-Saharan Africa, and then we formed alliances with leading educational institutions around the world. So we work with a lot of the big NGOs that work in Africa, from WHO, UNICEF, UNFPA, etc., to the big colleges in America, American Academy of Pediatrics, American College of Emergency Medicine, to the NHS and the Royal Colleges in the UK. And we also, on top of that, work with locally accredited providers here in Africa, AMREF, Aga Khan, Tanzania Diabetes Association. So we aggregate all this training into a central repository, and we provide the technology for free to regulators and professional associations. So we've built over 300 partnerships in sub-Saharan Africa. In the last 5 years, we launched a program to tie in the Year of the Nurse and Midwife back in January 2020. And we've been working here in Kenya with the Nursing Council, Clinical Officers Council, Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Kenya Medical Association, etc. And we've trained over 100,000 healthcare workers here in the last 5 years. So we're an accredited CPD platform, delivers asynchronous training so people have access anytime, anywhere with offline connectivity. The training is accredited by the regulatory bodies. But we're also doing national training programs here in Kenya. We've done many programs here with the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine on maternal and newborn child health. We're doing programs with Japigo on HDS training on HIV. We're doing programs on nutrition, sickle cell disease, and we're doing similar across 32 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. So everything we do is on a partnership basis. So we formed a partnership with KDA to see how we could actually bring the skills of Diaspora into what we're doing here in Africa and leverage those skills as part of capacity building of healthcare workers. So one of the issues is for foreign trained healthcare workers is how they get a license to practice back here and come back and give back. So one example of what we've done in Ghana, basically with the Ghana Diaspora Nursing Alliance, they faced challenges with the regulatory body where they had to do up to 6 months clinical orientation and online registration exams as part of getting a practicing license. So through advocacy with WCA and GDNA, we managed to remove a lot of those barriers by removing the need for an online registration exam and bringing down the clinical orientation to 1 week. But on top of that, we've introduced data flow and their technology, which speeds up the process of the primary source verification, so authenticating the certificates of good standing, your manifests, your license with your regulatory body where you're currently training. So we've just put the first 3 advanced practice nurses actually from America through the platform, and they've gotten their verification done in less than 4 weeks, something that was taking over 2 years previously. So we're trying to do that in other countries. We met with the Nursing Council in Kenya yesterday, trying to advocate for that, bringing in the nursing diaspora in the UK and America as well into the discussions. So we've managed to train over 100,000 here, over 1.1 million throughout sub-Saharan Africa in the last 5 years. So yeah, everything we do is on a partnership basis. So we're all about trying to get reduce barriers to access in education and information, to drive skills development among healthcare professionals so they can improve patient care, so that people can live longer and healthier lives. So that's all for me, Dr. Odongo. I'm handing it back to you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Greg. I think that is good. Let's continue working together to see how we can address these issues. Can you give him another round of applause, please? I'm sorry I did not introduce one person, but I want her to be introduced properly when Maya come into the field. So let us now listen to the way we intend to work with our health workers, and especially those who are migrating to other places like Professor Njenga did. Maya.
Thank you, Dr. Dongo. He actually missed out me. My name is Gargi, and I represent Data Flow Group. I'm the head for partnerships, and I'm joined by my colleague Mayank here, who'll give you more details about what we're doing in Kenya. But let me give you a brief about what we do actually. So we've been in existence for almost 2 decades, and we're headquartered in Dubai. We have offices around 8 locations. We are around 1,000 odd employees, and we are, and like Craig mentioned, we work with on partnership basis as well. So we work with close to 160,000 issuing authorities, which can be regulators, ministries, employers, associations, syndicates, various forms of who have the authority to issue a certificate, a credential to an individual. So we've been associated with that across the globe. We have our offices around 8 locations I mentioned, so we're globally present, available for the applicants, for our regulators wherever they need us. What sets us apart is that we do work with private institutions as well, but we are the preferred private partner to the regulator in doing the primary source verification, and in the Middle East we enjoy the position of monopoly. Like we do that, we are the only preferred partner that does that. Now in the entire applicant journey, from wherever they start of aspiring to have a job to land up in a job, we do a very small bit but very important bit of doing verifications of their credentials. So that's the start point with the check gate, and anybody that crosses our verification is considered to be authentic and considered to be having credentials that make them eligible for the job that they come in, because that determines the safety of the population, the citizens of those countries, because these are healthcare workers. So not only for healthcare workers, we do that for teachers, for lawyers, for engineers. So here we are not only to cater the diaspora or anybody migrating as healthcare professionals, but anybody and everybody who's migrating. High risk jobs, obviously they need that. We also understand that primary source verification is the highest form of verification. We verify the source as well as verify from the source. So it's quite important. Craig did touch upon what we're doing with Ghana. We're doing that with multiple other African countries as well as other countries in different parts of the world. And just Mayank and I were discussing about what would be the number of people that we have verified. We've done close to 6 million verifications in our existence. And just to narrow it down to Africa, in the last year, in the last 2 years actually, from 2022 till now, if I count, we've done some 200,000 verifications per year. Out of that, the north of Africa is mainly Egypt, and North Sudan is high. But if you look at the other parts of Africa, we've done close to 20,000 verifications every year, out of which around 2,000 is from Kenya. So we do, and these are mainly for people who are moving out and moving into Middle East countries, because that's where we are mandated to. But otherwise, also we do verifications for others, moving into different parts of the world. So this is in nutshell of only one part of the job that we do. I'll leave it to Mayank to talk about what else we do apart from this, and supporting a very ethical way of migration, and supporting, of course, with the regulators as well as applicants on what we offer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gagi. So, as Dr. Odongo mentioned, migration is a very touchy topic, right? And we are, as data flow, core part of migration value chain. Of course, as we mentioned, we work with regulators, helping them verify people who are coming into their countries, especially for high-risk professions like healthcare. So here, talking about migration, I'll take a more, technologist view of migration rather than talking about its every other implication, because this is essentially a multifaceted faceted topic. So taking a more technology and a problem solving view, migration, when somebody, a professional essentially, is moving from one country to another country, what is it that they need? First of all, there has to be a mutual trust on both sides, right? That if I am moving as a nurse, as a doctor, or as a teacher, or any other professional, first is there has to be mutual trust between both parties. And trust means what? So if we further decode this, it means that I am who I say I am, which is essentially my identity trust. That's important. And the other is that I have done what I say I have done, which means my entire education credentials, which means my entire professional credentials and all that. Those are fit, proper, valid, and are verifiable. So how do you solve for these, right? So we talked about identity and we talked about your credentials or your background. How do we solve for this? Essentially, we help solve for this via verifications. So that's been the core business of data flow. We solve this trust problem by verifying individuals' identity on behalf of course, regulators, and that's what has kind of kept us in the business for almost 2 decades that we have been here. So that's our core. Now coming back more to the topic of what are we trying to do with KDA and how are we looking to expand, not just restrict ourselves to this verification, but kind of become a facilitator in this entire migration value chain. And our role as facilitator here simply means that we would be creating digital infrastructures that would help people do what they want. So we are not like setting norms or encouraging people to do X, Y, and Z, but we are more creating this infrastructure and enabling people, government, societies to do what they already would want to do. So from our side, the way we view it is, in terms of working with KDA, of course, and we are working with other governments, especially government of Philippines in this regard, to create a full-fledged migration platform for people who want to move and seek international opportunities. And I believe the same can also be leveraged for people who want to come back to their home countries, because technology is agonistic to intentions, as we always like to say. So what this platform would enable, so this would be a single platform that could actually let people create and store their credentials, because for any kind of opportunities you need to have your credentials in a state where they could be easily shared and be verifiable. So it will start with that. I am a university student, I can actually go to that platform and store my entire degrees, credentials and all, and get them verified when I want them. On that basis, I will be able to see international opportunities. So in different countries. So today I'm a nurse in Kenya. I'll want to see what's out there for me in maybe Europe, maybe in US, maybe in the Middle East. So they will be able to see all kinds of opportunities and get some more guidance. And for that, of course, we'll work with the diasporas as well. Get all the career guidance on what does it take. Because on internet, there is no dearth of information, but there is absolutely dearth of information that you can trust. And this is one problem that is going to get worse as AI-generated content invades our cyber world. So we want to position this as one source of trustworthy, verifiable information and about the opportunities that could be present. So once they get this information about the opportunities, they will of course be able to see some trusted and verified jobs internationally. And then of course they can apply to those jobs. They will be able to process their entire compliances and paperwork required via the platform. So if you're a nurse, you know, if you want to go to, say, the UK, you will need this kind of licenses, you will need this kind of verifications. Whatever the accepting country needs or destination country needs, you should be able to complete all of this via a single platform. So this is something that we are, of course, in the final stages of going live with the government of Philippines, and this is something that we are looking to work with KDA. We can even extend this platform to incorporate your specific needs. So for example, it could cover, say, all the third-party services that somebody would need in a new country. You go to a new country, first thing that you will need, say, is a place to stay. Right, so all of this, if it's available on one platform via partner services, I'm not saying Dataflow is going to do all of this. It would just provide that digital infrastructure, and then our different partners, trusted partners, would come in and start filling in this gap. So this way, our vision is to kind of engage with, say, internationally mobile professionals from the time of hiring to the time they actually want to retire, be it in any country, and that's what we are looking to work with KDA to enable. Thank you. Another round of applause for that. Now, unless we have Dr. Oguel on the line.
It's 2 a.m. in New York.
It's 2 a.m. So the guy is still sleeping. I think. Okay. They're online. Okay.
But he will guide.
Okay, fine. So I want to thank you very much. But before we leave, is there any reaction before this eminent panel leaves the stage? Any reaction, any clarification, any question? So I assume everything has been, yes. The mic. The mic was somewhere.
Why not move to the...
Okay. Yeah.
Just, you need to put it down a bit, you know.
Thank you very much. I think I was very well educated by this panel, and I had a couple of questions to ask. First of all, to Dr. Mutisia. You touched on something. I know it was a single company, but I wanted to get the sense of what that portends for what we're talking about, introducing companies. Why did Moderna leave abruptly, and what lesson can we learn from that? And then secondly, just again, in the area that you talked of, that China and India were 20, 30 years ago were not anywhere in terms of pharmaceuticals, and now they're the key states now, and the global supply chains can't work without them. So what would it take? I mean, we don't have 1 billion people, but what would it take for a country of Kenya's size to become a key player in the pharmaceutical sector?
You don't need to have $1 billion. Thank you for those two questions. I was trying to be short in my comments to make sure that everyone had a chance to speak. So first, your first question about Moderna. I do not know the specifics about Moderna, but I happen to be very good friends with Alex Gorski, who's the former chairman and CEO of Johnson & Johnson. And I'd worked there. I originally met him, and then I also held some industry leadership roles. So there are always industry groups for, there's an industry group for lawyers, there's an industry group for consumer packaged goods. There are two large industry groups for pharmaceuticals and biotechnology companies, and I was in leadership in one of those on the side doing some of my jobs. I got to know him very well there. So anyway, as I was starting to do this, I actually sat down and had lunch with him because J&J had decided about 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, to really invest very strongly in South Africa. They had worked both within high levels of government and then throughout, so starting with the president, and then throughout the healthcare infrastructure there. And it was a very frustrating experience, to say the least. I will also say that I actually, as a medical student, came over and worked at Kemri. So I spent one of my summer vacations volunteering at Kemri. And it was a great experience in that I got to see healthcare around the whole world. And someone mentioned Kibwezi at some point earlier, and that was one of the places I had a public health project. So I was like, oh, yes. I thought I'd never hear that name again. But going back to why people would pull out, he was very frank. Corruption, which unfortunately has stymied a fair amount of development and how far we can get with the dollars that we do have. The second issue is bureaucracy, and you actually touched on the fact that you need a regulatory and legal structure that works. And one of the biggest challenges in putting a pharmaceutical company or a biotech company on the continent is around the legal environment that you'll face. So if you have lawsuits, if there are any legal issues that come up, you want well-defined law around how those get resolved. So your goal is to de-risk your project or your venture as much as you can. The law is very clear. It's very well, most companies use Delaware, very clear, nice precedents. You know what you're getting into regardless of what the issue is. So you have a good sense of what the outcome is going to be if the problem's defined. That's one. The second issue is around the regulatory environment. So you are going to have to go through a regulatory authority in order to get your drug approved and on the market, in pharmacies, in patients' hands, where it's ultimately needed. If there is no clear regulatory pathway to get your drug approved and on the market, or if it's going to change midway, so in order to bring a drug to market, typically you're spending $5 billion, which is a huge investment. And you don't want to start that process and then just, oh, well, that's not the way we do things. We changed our mind this year. You need to have a very clear structure. The third thing is around tech transfer. And that is one of the major challenges that you have on the African continent. It's improving, but it remains a big issue. So say I make my drug here, I've discovered it, I've developed it here, and we have more than enough for the Kenyan market, and I would now like to export it to, I use the DRC, or Central African Republic. There is no way to do, it's easier for me to export it to a different continent than it is to export it across certain areas. And there's certain bodies that have improved that a bit. So the first of them was actually the East African Community, which was first put in place in the 60s. So the first version of it was in the 60s and 70s. Then it fell apart for a variety of reasons, and then it was reconstituted around the 2000s. So it facilitates free trade within East Africa with relatively few barriers. Same thing, and there are other trading regions on the African continent, but that's one of the biggest problems. Because your goal when you are investing that kind of money is to make sure that you maximize your benefit. And that includes being able to service other markets besides your home market. So that's a third reason. The fourth is tariffs. So the tariffs around drugs in Kenya is 40%. You pay 40% more because of the tariff that is put before it gets into your hands. So drugs are much more expensive they are for you than they are, say, in Europe for that reason. So those are 4 reasons. There's a laundry list, but I hit on the 4 big ones for that. And then you had your second question was around what was different about India and China. And I will say they use the same things that the reason why the US is the primary discoverer and developer of new innovative drugs is for the same reasons that they are starting to come on board. So there are tremendous incentives in the US and in many and small companies. And they collaborate in the process. So typically, and the government actually funds all of that basic research that then underlies the target molecules that you will then test and go on to develop. So that part that's risky, that no one wants to pay for, the government actually underwrites a big part of that. So those are a couple of things. A third is really around investment in people. So when I came to work at Kenya, it wasn't actually the Kenyan government that paid for that. It was the US government, because they invest a fair amount into developing the next generation of STEM scientists and researchers. So those are, and the same is true particularly of China. China makes the same investments in its people, and then tax incentives, manufacturing incentives, there are a whole host of other corporate incentives that you get. So
Thank you.
I hope
very
that
much.
answered your question.
Thank you very much. I think we'll end there because of the constraint of time. And we want to thank you very much for listening attentively.
I do. Sorry, I know I do want to say, this is not meant as a criticism of Kenya. Kenya has all of the building blocks to be a powerhouse. We have an educated workforce. We have students coming out of some of the best universities in the world here. We have people who are eager to work. We have scientific institutions, Kemri among them. So the issue really comes just around investment and pulling it all together. But the ingredients are there, which is what makes this such an exciting place to be, especially when you look at the demographics. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists and the able work of our moderator, Dr. Odongo Dio. Right, thank you so much. A round of applause again for them. And so we can see the flash of interest that is really generating, and I know you have more questions, but also we are pinched for time, so I wouldn't really want to take more time, because online, standing by also, we have with us Professor Washington Ocheng, who is waiting just to share his sentiment. We don't want him to drop, and he's going to talk briefly on preparing before we go to the drill room. I know we had actually queued that after this we'll have the drill room, but let's just drop in. I'm not the DJ. Be sure. All right. So prepare for the future of work with AI and tech skills, when automation will replace 85 million jobs while creating 97 million new ones by 2025. So we want to just, if he's ready, could we just cue him up so that we can continue with the conversation? Right. Yes, yeah, he's a guy who actually, the story of Professor Washington Ocheng with land and transport system and smart cities has not been told enough. He's the guy who, right, I don't know if Mwale is still here. Yes, you should enrope him when it comes to also Sahihi as well, because he's got some good knowledge on it as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Washington Ocheng, we yield the floor to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
And you can see the screen as well. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here this morning to partake with you on the homecoming. I would like to spend maybe 20, 25 minutes, if time allows, just to share some ideas on training what I call Kenya's fit-for-purpose engineers of tomorrow.
Yeah, Prof, sorry to butt in a bit. So you have around 15 minutes if you can play around with that time. If you can
I'll try.
If you can contract it to 10, the better.
Well, I'll try. So I'll kind of speed through it then. But anyway, let me say that this is probably the most important slide I'll show you this morning. And what this slide actually has is what I call the threats, where threats to human continuity emanate from. So you can see there on the left, that pentagonal diagram that has those threat vectors. So you have the natural biological vector, the cyber, physical, environmental, and social. So in the middle of that pentagonal diagram there, it's what I refer to as societal resilience. And the point about all of this is that training our engineers need to recognize the fact that we are facing potential existential threats, really. And these threats are increasingly happening in a simultaneous kind of way. So the United Nations warns us that by 2030, we will have more than one disaster a day in an increasingly interconnected world. So what I've tried actually on the right of this particular slide is to map out the threat landscape. But you can see there the connectivity and interfacing between the various types of threats. So the thesis here really is that if you find this a little bit difficult to comprehend, then you can actually figure out these threats through this United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which I also have at the top right. So the question is, when we train our engineers, do they actually have an understanding of this big picture before they go back to their specialist areas, whether that's electrical engineering, whether that's civil engineering, bioengineering, and so on? And so, as I say, this is probably the most important slide I'll show you this morning. And I'd like conference really to think about how we train our engineers to be able to assure our future, protecting us from these particular threats. So you could put sustainable cities in the middle of that pentagonal picture and ask yourself, are our engineers equipped to be able to work in that environment, at least to assure the future of Kenya and the future of the world? So just to go very quickly, with regard to sustainable smart cities, one of the things that we really want to do is to be able to measure performance. And so on the left, you have sustainability index, and on the right, you've got those particular variables that we have to look at. The reason I'm looking at this is that at Imperial College London, we are creating a digital platform, which is AI driven, to be able to plan, design, visualize, and even operate these cities to be able to achieve those measures that we are looking at here. So you have sustainability index on the left, you have key performance areas, those measures which we refer to as key performance indicators. And then, of course, if you have targets, you can apply those targets to the indicators. Basically, we don't have one agreed way of measuring performance of cities. What you can see here is everybody's doing different things. And so at Imperial, what we are coming up with is a comprehensive way of doing this. These are some of the weaknesses that we have in measuring performance. They're very arbitrary. Interdependencies are not looked after. And of course, that makes it very difficult to create anything that's parametric, something that we can model to be able to design cities properly. So we have undertaken research and we have identified a number of key performance areas. You can see them here. We call them KPAs under the 3 pillars of economic performance, environmental performance, social performance, and so on. We call this a comprehensive way of doing it, but we also have what you might refer to as simple pre-processing based ways that filter before we can actually use the comprehensive. So we all agree we want to go from the left to the right in terms of how we design our cities through shift, mix, densify, and innovate to move from the very polluted left to the almost Shangri-La right of cityscape. We also want to make sure that we not only are able to design new cities from scratch, but also retrofitting old ones, like Nairobi, for example, using this platform that enables us to have digital twinning capability. So the tool that we would like to have is obviously a very comprehensive mathematical modeling based. We want it to be flexible. We want it to be able to visualize things properly, and we want it to be super quick because it can be very time and processing consuming if we don't do it properly. We're going to need all the help we can get in the modeling space, not least artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all these types of techniques you see here in terms of modeling and more. So is there anything that does it today? Not much. As you can see in the next slide, there is no particular way of doing it today. So at Imperial College, together with our partners, we are building this digital platform that, as I say, we'll be able to use in Nairobi and cities like that. So we need to be able to have a digital twin capability. I call it a digital twin on steroids because it's much more than that, because it's not only going to be a twin of an existing, but a twin of the non-existing plus additional analytical capability on top. So we want the actual dashboard to be very simple, as you can see here, a sustainability index on the right, but also showing you, for example, on the right there, you're actually on the motorway, and it is red in the sense that you are actually breathing toxic air. So we manage demand. If you don't have to travel, please don't travel. Try to travel when it's green. So this is very effective as a dashboard interface. So this is the functional architecture of the tool we are building. There's a lot of data, as you can imagine. There's a lot of modeling, and there's a lot of good visualization in it. And that's the system architecture. So at the middle, or in the middle, it's really just balancing demand and supply. But everything on this slide has got to be modeled. So the challenge here, there's a little bit more on the presentation, but the challenge here is that if you think about what's on this particular slide and you think about our engineers, if you take, for example, the infrastructure systems and services box, that actually has all infrastructural sectors. So whether that's energy, telecom, transport, and so on, it's a good way to train our engineers from the perspective that we are all in it together. And for us to be able to come up with sustainable smart cities, everybody is required. So what I'm challenging conference today is, till now, we've been working with siloed mentality, a siloed approach to engineering. This slide is saying that doesn't work. We need to be able to train our engineers to be able to work together, but we need to provide them with the big picture, the interfaces, the connectivities, so that once the big picture is defined properly, then we can go back to our traditional areas of interest, knowing how we all connect to each other. So let me leave it there, Chair, and to say that, as I said, there are some slides on the presentation that can be distributed in the sense of how we work to train engineers, working with universities, working with professional bodies like the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, and bringing all the stakeholders together. There are also a couple of slides on the work we're doing in the Royal Academy of Engineering to work with, to develop the future Africa engineers. So please take a look at the slides, and I'm always available if conference or members of the conference would like to discuss how we do that. So let me leave it there in the interest of time, and I'm very happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Fantastic. Right. Thank you, Prof, for that rich repository of knowledge. And of course, you also consenting to share that particular presentation with us. We really do appreciate. I'm inclined to wonder if you just want have a question, one or two, that maybe you want to proffer to or express that question. Yeah, Professor Lucas, you can, please come forward here. Briefly, brevity is of essence as well.
Yes. Thank you very much, Engineer Professor, for such a short but very powerful presentation on the impact of engineering into the future. As you might have followed in this discussion, we've been sorry about that, engineer. We've been, one of the main things we've been discussing about is the diaspora involvement in the development of the first largest infrastructure project, which is the Usahihi Nairobi-Mombasa Expressway. And the name Usahihi means doing it right the first time, doing it right in terms of dealing with all the challenges that we face in doing these kind of projects in Kenya. The beautiful thing is that we're at the inception stage. We're finalizing designs and things like that. And as I said earlier this morning, at every stage, maybe we're going to have about 5 smart cities alongside the highway, but we're also going to have a special economic zone. And when you're speaking, I saw an amazing prototype that could be a gift to the rest of the continent if all your expertise and skill and research would be put into this. We'll be putting thousands of Kenyan engineers into employment, but putting them into employment in a large infrastructure project. My question, because it's not another speech, how can the Royal, did you call it the Royal Institute of Engineers? Yes. Yeah, how can the Royal Institute of Engineers engage at very early stage, at inception stage, to ensure that we not only work together to make this the kind of infrastructure project and smart city project you're discussing, but also to make sure at the end of this, Kenya has the most resilient, smart, red engineers for the next generation of our continent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Engineer. It's a wonderful question. So I keep saying plan, 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 or planning, planning, planning. I do chair, I'm privileged also to be the chair of the Royal Academy of Engineers Africa programs. So I think you're talking to exactly the right person. And I can make sure that we work with you to be able to deliver. I'm also on the council of the Kenya Advanced Institute for Science and Technology. This is the new university at Konza. And you know, Konza Technopolis is quite important in connecting, you know, not just Silicon Savannah, but connecting it to the rest of the country. And there I am insisting on exactly what you're actually articulating there, which is that we must be able not only to be durable and sustainable, but we must also have the talent, the human layer of what is needed to develop the country. So we are quite pleased, and we would be very happy as the Royal Academy of Engineering, which is the supreme engineering body in the UK. And as I say, I chair the Africa programs to engage meaningfully. I would also like to engage through the Konza Technopolis. As I say, I'm a member of council of the new university. And also this particular platform that I was talking about today is actually ready to be used in its current version to enable those sorts of very hyper-complex issues to be addressed. We cannot continue with the silo culture. And as I can tell you, this is the thing that is very responsible to some of the problems we are facing today. Because on the one hand, we are connecting the world. On the other hand, we are basically disconnecting the world when it comes to countries like ours. And so we need to spend some time. We should not be rushing to the actual meat, if you like, of the problem in actually creating infrastructure. But we need to ensure that we plan properly. We need to make sure that we have all stakeholders involved, including the public. And we need to make sure that we have sustainable solutions, including, as I say, the critical layer of the human talent, the training that is needed, as I said, for fit-for-purpose scientists, engineers, and all other professionals. So thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Prof. We really do appreciate, and for that salutary effort that you're putting in London to make sure they have the smart cities and, of course, the integrated transport system as well. And next year, we hope you will also join us here in person, so that we just don't see the soft copy, as we always say here. We'll have the hard copy here in Nairobi, Kenya. So make your plans. Right, thank you very much. A round of applause.
Have a good day.
You too, thank you. A round of applause for Prof. Distinguished Professor at the Imperial College London. And of course, they always say that we've not inherited this earth from our ancestors, but we've borrowed it from our children. And smart cities is a way to go when you're talking about environment, social, and governance as well. That's where everyone is actually pointing the true north. Every corporate, every government, hands on the deck and the table, making sure that at least we have our Mother Earth sustained. We want now to go to the action. And this is why we are here, right? Because we're here to exchange notes, ideas, and where the finances are, right? And so to just set a tone for that, I want to call Somali to just come to the podium, and she will welcome now the persons concerned, Dr. Malcolm Beach and Professor Lucas as well. And this is the Deal Room. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, and we introduce Somali to give us a sneak peek of what the Deal Room is all about.
Good. Have we crossed into afternoon, or it's still morning? All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right. Thank you so much, everybody who's made time and who's actually flown in from all corners of the world to be with us for the Diaspora Homecoming Convention. 12 months ago, we started what we wanted to call the Deal Room. And within this Deal Room, there were two things that we thought was going to be a force with the diaspora. The first thing was, being the Kenya diaspora means that we know somebody in every corner of the world. The other thing that came into be is we knew that we have 75% coming in for consumption, but only 25% into investment. What was the problem? The trust deficit. So within this trust deficit means that there were not enough curated ideas for people to be able to come in and invest in. So we have all the way from people who are coming in as startups with institutions like Strathmore University, people like Moringa and so on, who've curated their opportunities which we can be able to invest in. But there are also larger projects like the Usahihi project and, you know, the health projects and all that. So the Deal Room brings together these two elements. But we don't stop at just making a place where we can meet and greet and hold hands. We actually want to move to the next level of actually shaking hands and signing these deals. Let's move to a level where by the time the convention ends, at least we've signed an NDA or an NCA. Beyond that, then we get into the critical discussions that will actually cement the deals. Now, part two of the Deal Room, which is going to be unfolding mostly in 2025, is the trade element. So within the trade element, it then means how do we connect to diasporans all over the world to be able to transport our goods and services to these particular markets. So we are interested in people who are interested in trade, people who are actually producing something that they would want to go into the different towns in the diaspora, but we're also looking at people with curated good business ideas that we can invest in. Now we have a very interesting partner joining us this year, which is Britam, which also allows us to be able to increase our portfolio in what we invest in. So I won't say too much because they'll be able to come and say how they're doing this, but there are some of us who, because of the trust deficit, we want something fixed and sure. There are those who are high risk, who can come in and do high level risk. There are those who are moderate risk. And within this moderate risk, they want to be able to get things that will go. They are slow investors, they are long-term investors. And what I want to encourage every single diasporan who's in this room and who's listening to me from wherever, no investment is too small. No investment is too small. When I started my first investment, I invested 30 shillings. And somebody said with these 30 shillings, they can make it 40 bob and they can make it 50 bob. With time, investments grow. So the Deal Room will give you a wide array of things of how you can start investing, how the diasporans can start investing back home in different opportunities. And I want to welcome us to the deal room. It's going to be, or it is, in the Jacaranda room. There are already members there willing to and waiting to receive us. If you're a diasporan with a business opportunity, please come. If you're a Kenyan with a business opportunity, come. There are people there ready to help you, take you through your financials if that's your gap, help you to start investing if you have never invested, and just push it forward. So we really hope that by the end of this convention, we would have been able to bring each other together. We've talked about health, we've talked about business, we've talked about infrastructure, we've talked about all these things. So we want to welcome you. Now, there's one question which has been the most frequently asked So we need you to go over there. We're going to be there through the whole of, pretty much from now headed to the end of the convention, tomorrow as well. Come and tell us what you're looking for. Come and tell us what you want in your portfolio. Come and tell, if you're an investor, come and tell us who you're looking for. If you're an entrepreneur, come and tell us what you're looking for, so that we can be able to create those two links. So we're here together with different organizations. We're also members with organized people who are also partnering with us in the deal room. We're here to help.
Right. Round of applause for the soft-spoken Somali. Right? And that's the, yeah, it is called the soft power. Right? Fantastic. I think she's given us clarity on that. And to broaden our understanding as well, I want to welcome Professor Lucas as well. And he's going to also welcome. He knows the program, right? Malcolm and Lucas are going to drive this agenda. So, Prof. Lucas or Malcolm, whichever you that comes first.
Thank you very much. We are already in the protocols that were established this morning. This is an amazing opportunity, to partner with go to Ruaka, you will see the signature of the diaspora. But we also went to Kitengela. I was very involved. You go to Kitengela today, some of the streets, I named them myself. If you go to Milimani, I named Milimani myself. And what I'm trying to say is that I'm a transactional person. I don't come to meetings and conferences to reason to people. So you can see I'm building. I don't know where I've kept my pile. I do all the three. I do the AI, is taking some notes for me. I do the writing, I underline, I mark again. So when she was talking, I asked my team in the health sector, because we're in many sectors, I said, we're building a hospital, a cancer hospital for the region. Can I quickly get the business case? Because I've seen a partner in this meeting. And within 2 minutes, the case was here. I looked at the numbers, $115 million. I said, this lady is much more worth than $150 million. And that's what the deal room is about. The people with the resources have to know what is it that they are offering. But for us who have come to the deal room, whether it's a small startup or it's a big, you want to grow bigger projects, you have to have real clear insight on what is it that you want to take out of this conference. Every year in Malindi, I've been hosting what we call the tech conference. We call it the Proximity Tech Symposium. We're very selective in the people we invite, in people we involve. But yes, this week, just this past week, I remember this year in April, we invited the governor of Kilifi County. And when he sat there and listened, he called me aside. He said, I'm going to do something to get this happening, and you're going to be in the team. That was in April. In May, he said, gather the diaspora people. I want to speak to them. He gathered the people. He told us he wants to leave Kilifi with investments worth $10 billion, and we need to figure it out. This last week, he had the president of Kenya and all the major embassies. And we sat there, and the first statement was what he told me in April, being actualized with special economic zones starting with, we had the British High Commission supporting us in pineapple. I said yesterday, we're the first people who have got contracted to do pineapples for all the schools in Scotland. We've just started with Scotland, schools, colleges, and universities. And the British government have said we are behind this as a development project. And that then brings other investors. What am I talking about? A deal room is a place where you have to be articulate. What is it that I want from this conference? And don't just be articulate about what you want. You have to know from the beginning to the end. You have to know what are your challenges. You have to be smart. You have to be very specific. Your idea has to be measurable. It has to be time-bound, and I'm missing the R. It has to be what? R is what? Realistic. No, I was deliberately doing that to see whether people... So we have to be realistic. There are people who come up with the business ideas year in, year out, and then they start complaining. They say, these funders from the West, they discriminate against Africans. They just like to fund the other West companies. I was talking to one of our state departments last week, and I was saying, in the West, there are ways things are done in a certain way. And as you are becoming investor ready, you have to have a checklist and see, have I been able to fulfill all the areas? So what I'm trying to say, and this is going to be our culture, Samari said it already started 2 years ago, but we want to build into it, is to make sure that our participants don't just come to enjoy the networking, but also come to target the millions of dollars that are represented by all these companies. Whether you are targeting the $1 million in investment, or in partnership, or in skill development, or international connectivity. Don't only think about money. Think about what is it that gives us the capacity to be who we need to do. So before I invite my brother, Dr. Malcolm Beach, I also want to introduce somebody else who has joined us here, and is going to have a big impact in what we are all calling the green economy, but in a way that many of us don't think about every day. We have Frank Kato Lati, who is the founder and CEO of Otaro, a company that aims to address two critical global challenges, plastic waste and housing shortage. His innovative solution uses recycled plastic to create affordable, eco-friendly housing by repurposing plastic waste from landfills, oceans, and communities. Lattice Company produces modular building systems that can be used for homes, schools, hospitals, and emergency shelters. These buildings are not only sustainable, but also contribute to reducing plastic pollution. Otalo's technology, developed in partnership with institutions like SINTEF and the University of Tromsø, is scalable and has the potential to create thousands of homes annually from locally sourced plastic waste. Lattice work began after witnessing the widespread issue of plastic pollution and inadequate housing deficit during his travels. He realized that by combining these two problems into a single solution, he could make a significant impact, particularly in regions like Africa, where house shortages are acute. We're so delighted to have this great man in our midst, and will be participating in the room. Let's put our hands together and welcome our friend Frank to make a few remarks.
Can you put up the presentation, please? But I could start by thanking Dr. Shem and the Kenya Diaspora Alliance for allowing us to come talk about Othalo. And one other thing, throughout yesterday and today, I've changed the presentation in my head several times due to what I've been listening to here and what Dr. Malcolm have been kicking me in the chin a couple of times. But what's really important for me and has been shown and talked about and is the spirituality, so the connectiveness with the greater good of all. And that is why I wanted to start, because the name Othalo tells everything about the company. The name Othalo itself is an Old Norse, actually a letter or rune, which means the expansion of the light of individual and collective human consciousness against the forces of ignorance and darkness of the world. You can go to slide 2, please. Looking at Kenya in particular, which is having a housing deficiency of 2 million and growing, and a need to build 250,000 houses per year, and only 50,000 houses are being built every year. This is where things starts for Othalo, because we came here partnering up with UN, thinking about let Kenya be the place where we bring this to Africa. Next, okay. The problem is looking at Africa in particular. You can go to the next slide, please. The world today has a housing deficiency of 1.6 billion homes. And it's going to grow until 3 billion by 2050. In Africa, in particular, south of Sahara, it's 160 million homes needed today, which is going to be about 400 million by 2050. And then Dr. Elizabeth kind of shredded because I wanted to start with a red thread. and Dr. Elizabeth started with some numbers here. But if you look at Africa's population today, about 1.5 billion people, it is 18% of the global population. By 2050, it's going to be 2.5 billion, 26% of the global population. And it's going to have 64% of the global workforce. So this is, we have been talking about all the other resources, but this is where the main resource is. And by 2100, it's going to be 4.3 billion out of 10.2. 42% of the global population is African. And half of the global youth is African. Next slide, please. As mentioned in the introduction, our solution is we can transform plastic. We don't like the word recycling. I really hate it because it just means that you take a problem, turn it around, and still a problem. So you need to do what we call take no to low value plastic or no and low value material and turn it into a high value product. That's what we need. And that is what we have been able to do. We have been able to, next slide please. We've been able to create an affordable and can utilize the material and resources which is locally. Because if you're going to battle, here we're talking about the plastic waste. If you're going to battle the plastic waste problem of the world, you need to do it locally. You can't bring plastic waste from Dandora into Europe, transform it into building materials and then ship it down to Africa again. It's not sustainable, not at all. So what we need to do, and these are the pillars, I call them, when I founded the company Othello, I call them the 4 pillars of excellence. Nice words. It's first, if you're going to do something about the global plastic waste problem, you need to do it locally. Second of all, you need to create jobs locally by transforming these plastic waste into these new materials. And in the factory, in production, in building, in electricity, in everything that has to do with building a community. So you create jobs locally. And the third, of course, is doing something about the global housing deficiency. And the fourth, which is just as important, and it's been talked a lot around this, and it's about the giving back. We need to ensure that we can take some of the profits, bring it back to the community, to create schools, education for the next generation of youth, which we're just talking about. Because this is where, in my mind, everything changes the next 25, 30, 50 years. Because we need to ensure, with 42% of the young population of the world, we need them to be educated. We need them to prosper, to have good jobs, be involved in development of the communities, countries, businesses. That's what's so really important. So Othello is meant to be a provider, if I could use that, of these opportunities by giving back. Next slide, please. We're talking about housing. I'm just going to run through this quickly because this addresses a couple of problems we can solve with our technology due to its strength. It's last week we just blew the roof out of anything had ever been done before when it comes to fire safety. We did, and this is plastic, 1100 degrees Celsius, 3 hours in the furnace. This is at the Test Institute. So European accredited Test Institute for Fire. And then they had to turn this furnace off due to the safety of this furnace itself. And the material held 20 degrees. So, and when we looked at it, it had eaten through less than half of the fire protection panels we're using. So we could have had 6 hours of fire protection of a 15 millimeter thick paneling. Now I'm getting into detail because I'm quite proud of actually that achievement. And we talked to Lucy last week. Lucy at you're Lucy at Kenyan National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Yeah, and because you have a lot of fires in Kibera, kills a lot of people with these kind of technology that's of the past, and it's affordable. And going back to why Kenya, I formed a company when I knew the technology was strong enough, safe enough, we could mass produce this. Back in April 2019, formed a company. United Nations heard about this in October 2019. They flew up to Norway, they desiccated the technology, and that is their approach to this. There is only one technology in the world today that can actually do something about the global housing deficiency and the global plastic waste problem. And that is Othalos. Next slide. It's just a showcase. We've been, so many prizes, so many blah, blah, blah. And so yes, let's go past that one. I'm going to show you a cool picture later on. And of course, as you know, the SMGs are really important to us because it's all value-based. All we do is value-based. We want to create local partnerships so the money stays here, not being brought back to Europe, but stays here because that's part of the sustainability. Next slide, please. I'm trying to be quick here. This is also a cool story. I love telling cool stories. 20th of May last year, Vincent Keaty of UN Habitat called me. Frank, we would love for you guys to join us at the UN Habitat Assembly the 5th to the 9th of June, which was 2 weeks. Of course we will. Hey, and by the way, bring a house. I was in Norway, as far north as you can get, in the Arctic. Okay, we'll do it. So we needed to design a house. There's a reason why it's looking like that. I'm going to come into that. But you can design any house you like. But we needed to design a house that was made out of recycled plastic, could be recycled again, carbon negative, affordable, really quick to build, and in this case, a reuse solution. We showcase that we can, also incremental solution where you can build on. You can add, you can start with a 20 square meter unit, and then as the economy changes or demand changes, you can add another 20 and then another 20. So that is why it's designed like this. Go back, please. President Ruto came along insisting to inaugurate this. He apparently really loved this. Nobody could believe that this was made out of plastic waste. This is a 2-bedroom unit. We needed to make it short because you have to fly it down. So it normally would be a 3-bedroom unit. less than $10,000, 6 hours to build, 2 hours for the electricity. That's what we do. That's what we are capable of doing. And that is what we want to do here with you. Next slide, please. This is just to show that we can do anything design-wise. Next slide. I want to show you. This is what we're doing now in the midst of Dubai, together with Dubai Holding and the Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. We call it the Othello Multipurpose Hub. And it's to showcase sustainability. It's going to be built now at City Walk in the midst of Dubai. And it's all made out of recycled plastic waste, harnessed locally. Next slide, please. That was the concluding, last slide. But I want to conclude with one thing. Do you hear me when I'm without the microphone? Okay. Because this is what's really close to me. Othello is not about building houses. It's about building homes, safe, affordable homes and communities where the parents don't live hand to mouth and the children go to school in a safe environment, play with their friends in a safe environment, come home from school and do their homework in a safe environment, and they dream. And the parents not only allow them to dream, but encourages them to dream, encourages them to follow their dreams. Because we at Othello believe that it's the dreamers who's going to change the world. And that is what Othello is meant to be, a platform for the next generation to dream about their future, creating a better future for themselves and for their fellow man. That is what Othello is all about. Thank you.
A round of applause again for Frank. That is such an eye-opening, of course, project. Just using, I don't want to use the recycling, you know, he's very keen on that as well. Yeah, but repurposing and the usage of the waste that is there within 6 hours, building that house, I think that is just such a mean feat, I should say. A round of applause again for him. And in the spirit of housing care, I think it is really timely. It really comes in on time. Thank you very much. I want just to hand over quickly to Malcolm Beach to take us through now how we're going to, Ryan, seal the deals.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just to mention before we get started on the deal room is Othello's presentation is a business deal. Okay. When I say that it's a business deal, it means that all the elements of doing business are in place. You have to have investors, you have to have contractors, you have to have labor, okay? They create value. And what he's also saying is that you're going to take an economic situation in Kenya where the person living in a shelter is no value. But with his house, it retains value that increases, and the person will have a net worth. So when you get ready to go borrow some money, you can tell the bank, well, I got my house over here I can put up for collateral. I got something of value now that makes a difference. And that's what business is all about. When you go into business, you can go ask for some money in the deal room or any place else. They want to know, well, what you got? What are you bringing to the table? You know, and so Othello is the beginning of something great for a group of people that may have no other choice when it comes to building value in their life for themselves and their children. So I think that we're looking forward to working with Othello as we go forward. Now, let me talk a little bit about the deal room, again, about the issue of value. We're talking about business. You know, the great thing about business is that both parties win. You know what I mean? You get a business deal going with somebody negotiating with another person, both parties come out of that meeting as winners. All right? Now, how do you get there? You have to have a business. I know people have been saying, oh, what is that? I got to go do all that work. If you want the money, you got to put in the work. You got to describe your dream on paper, because most of the investors and funders, they don't have the same dream as you, okay? They want to invest in a project that is safe, that they're going to get their money back, and some of them are actually looking for a dividend, a rate of return. Can you imagine that? They want to make money out of their money, all right? Many of the problems that we've heard so far in the conference can be resolved, whether it's health, education, transportation, can be resolved if you've got money. You listening to me a little bit? Now, the other thing is that there's no problem with money. Money, there's so much money in the world these days, it's incredible. But if you don't know how to ask for the money, you're not going to get the money, okay? So I can stand up here and tell you that, you know, Dr. Malcolm Beach represents a company in New York City that says, Dr. Beach, I got $6 billion. Can you go find somebody that needs some money? I said, well, let me go. I'm going to Nairobi, Kenya. Let me see what I can do. See if there's anybody in Kenya that needs any money. And that's what the deal room is all about. All right? If you got a plan, if you've got an idea, if you're willing to go through the process, you can get the money. The money is not the problem. It's really you. And discrimination, yeah, we got discrimination. But the people that I'm working for, they're all black. So you got no excuse. You know, it's a fund in New York that's controlled by a black family, and they want to share, you know, that money. But it's business. They're not trying to, you know, give away the money to anybody. So that's what the deal room is about. Those of you that are prepared, we hope to see you across the hall shortly. And those of you that are not prepared, we'll see you next year. Okay? Thank you.
Now you got it. All right, I want just to invite over Concepta Yuma to just come to the podium as well to talk about how the deal also is from the Britam side, Head of Business Development Retail. So a round of applause as she comes as well.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'll observe, it's afternoon, right? Okay. Oh, past one, by 1 minute. I'll observe the protocol already established in the morning. My name is Concepta Ayuma, and I'm the GM and Head of Business Development in Britam. And you know by now, you know who Britam is, because we've had a bit of introduction about Britam, but nonetheless, I'll tell you who we are and why we are here. So, of course, I work for Britam. I've already said that. And Britam is a Pan-African company that deals with insurance and investments. So we're very keen and passionate in just impacting lives. Because I've heard from all the speakers who have been here talking about medical health, talking about just the previous speaker, immediate previous speaker. So you are keen and passionate about impact. So we're here to ensure that you build your wealth. We help you in creation, building your wealth, and even offering diversity. We appreciate, and I think I've said this more than once, that not all of us can be business people. True or false? Some of us have really burnt our fingers. Before you know it, you realize, okay, I can't be a lecturer. Okay, I want to pursue my career. Okay, I want to start an industry. Okay, I want to do ABCD. So we are here as Britam just to ensure that we bridge the gap. And we have a lot of investment solutions. We have a lot of digital platforms because, again, we are keen and listening to our current customer. our current customer is an inherent digital customer. And that is why we have a lot of solutions just to ensure we bridge the gap and the barriers. We want to ensure that everybody in the world, and that is why we are collaborating with KDA. So KDA, this is very key to us. Thank you so much. We are looking for, we want to ensure that we reach far and wide and collaborate and ensure that all the underserved communities and the individuals, you don't have to go through a third party. Your phone becomes your main media of ensuring that you invest, just to ensure that we sustain the sustainability and securing our future. So anything to do with insurance and creating solutions, wealth management, wealth creation, that's why we are here. So much has been said about the deal room, and it's so exciting because that is where money is made, deals are made, and when there's a deal, there's a transaction. So we are happy to be your trusted partner. We are in over 7 countries in the world. We have a very big footprint in Africa. And of course, through this partnership with KDA, we are hopeful that you're also going to get a lot of footprint across the world. We've been partnering so far for the last a month, but we are going to go big next year. Our contacts will be shared later, but I hope to see a lot of us in the deal room. We are here about impact and safeguarding your future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Conceptor, for giving us a concept. Right, we really do appreciate. All right, so I think this is the main thing now. We want to go to the deal room, and at the same time, I know you've been seated for quite a long time. I think it will be fair for you also. I don't know if we could do, it is between now 12 and 1 and lunch break. I don't know if we could just go and have a bit of health break, as the deal room also is running concurrently, so you can actually make a choice of where you want to be. Yeah, just a health break of 15 minutes. From there, we will go now to the exhibitions.
No, we still have a session that was delayed. So 15 minutes, then we come back.
15 minutes, then we come back. For the deal room, you think it's going to take 15 minutes as well? It's parallel. Okay. Right, so we want to take a short break, a 15-minute break. There's one session also we need to cram in a bit before we take our lunch. So I would want just to ask you you can head over to the Jacaranda room. That's where the deal room is. The Jacaranda room, I think also our ushers will guide you where the Jacaranda room is. But in the meantime, why don't we go and just take that health break, a 15-minute break, then we come back. Just to refresh yourself. Thank you very much for being amazingly patient and understanding as well. Thank you.
Cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times. Good times. I believe with every beat of my heart. Cause I'm certain brighter days are yet to come. Ain't no question that tomorrow there'll be good times. Good times. I believe with every beat of my heart. I'm on a one-way train. Tenda memba nenda zangu do my best. Saa zingine wanga ni noma. Wanga ni noma. Imani yangu inanichoma. But I know there'll be a better day. Yeah, I'm living on the edge. Sijui nitashukia kwa gani stage. Life inanisunda kwa kona. Sunda kwa kona. Emotionally niko kwa boda. I pray for better day.
Itakofea ukiparticipate vile nimejitolea ungejua unge appreciate lighting intimate 1+68 usirasha tukitoka sahi you'll still be late tusiache chance ya kufeel regret how much higher than this can you ever get in Mount Everest and by sunrise I'm gone I'm not here that long keep it short and sweet DJ play the song on repeat odi dance to the beat apolipo kama tana feels Apolipo kamatana feels short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. Odi dance to the beat. Apolipo kamatana feels. But the music we making it touch your soul. Take you to a place you never been before. Africa tunaikamia to most bana. I'm Kenyan so you know I'm a marathon runner. Unaishiaje vi basic nika kesho iko promise na kuna rasitesi napenda album ya Chronics nyuma yangu na jeshi naomba niende mbali wanakungojea udedi waende wagawe mali I'm currently not in a position to kill poverty sina kitu kwa mpesa usini hale please natafuta kitu in many different currencies blank check disease wherever kidai shopping twende overseas mekam na gari kubwa let me show my kids naziaka juu ya meza uone emblem jadinya shiski ndio stima wacha kenjen nani keep talking keep talking keep talking keep talking yeah keep talking keep talking keep talking keep talking yeah it's the way I live my life can't let nobody live my life for me can't let nobody run me can't let nobody run me no that's the basic natasiwa unalipa kuna era sitesi napenda album ya Isa kama patonge kwanza nani atatupe mkwanja tu hakuna kitu ya free ikatae kanya bulu style imeenda shule tuko high kama shule najua hapo libosha hapa tu ni fry kabla ukule kila dogiko na siku yake na paka maisha tisa ni unfair kila siku kiamka na asante fry ile uko nayo acha kujikompare ule na mingi ndo naongezewa juu yake kwa mtu alisemanga eti mini don't care keep talking keep talking yeah keep talking keep talking keep talking keep talking yeah keep talking keep talking it's the way I live my life can't let nobody live my life for me can't live my medicine so show me your ability
tushikane kisiri, wakinionesha wataniumiza roho, wakiachana watachekwa tu, cheza chini wakicheza juu juu juu. Katangaze ni sisi, ndo kusema wasijiumize ko, uko na akili ya mapesa tu, cheza chini tukicheza juu juu juu. You're my everything, everything. Your loving is my medicine, medicine. So show me your ability, 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 ability. Na min koneshe ability. Just say you love me, baby, love me like you say you do. Show me like you say you do. I say I love you, let me show you like I say I do. Don't just say you love me, baby, love me like you say you do. Show me like you say you do. I say I love you, let me show you like I say I do.
Balango
la mamie Wika song
Nikutandu na tumu mamba Kunigohanga manzaka melon
Kayembe Shentemba Polkatea
Mochama Gachama Fechama Chachama Nikutandu na tumu mamba
Micheline Mukendi Yo Pasteur Mubimba Olanda makamanzambe teka olanda kabasi ya bato Osala bandingero Pasteur Soli
Nikutandu na tumu mamba Kunigohanga manzaka melon
Mbuta di mbuta Susu nzamba Sans souci mobile ya madobo frère Bolingo riva elekinga mbangu na moto nazana
Konikongo jani Amatohanta
Nakolanda ndenge nini ye Na mama Nikolo
Kechupi Uluke babi
Nanu na telemite
Bokola tata Simonamo
Jalma matobo d'Amerika Ngai moto na banga kaliwate Mona yebi mokoleko ya ekokuta Ngana maboko na yo
Konikongo jani
Omemanga riva
Amatohanta
Olemba komemanga che Ngani koleo
Kechupi
Batela bana Lokaneo
Bokola tata Simonamo
Katina matuso Kabikalenga Nakubelela mokile ya kanga
You promised a lifetime. You promised to get away. You promised a dream. You promised to find a way. Where is it now? I gave you everything. Trying to lie. I guess you got everything. I was happy in my mama's house. I thought I wasn't, and I wonder how. I didn't wanna come out. Said you got a way out. Said you're gonna figure it out. I'm alone now. Somebody take me back to the innocence. I'm tired of this. These streets of Nairobi, streets of Nairobi. Why did nobody want me? Somebody take me back to the innocence. I'm tired of this. These streets of Nairobi, streets of Nairobi. Why did nobody want me?
The medium, governor Washington City. While you been gossiping, I've been busy. Network iko high class, sauti ya kindiki. Mashozi iko packed, twezi susu no didi. Wanasu, haina issue no biggie. Big shoes, toto kuzifeel sio easy. I made millionaires, wakakuwa greedy. Wananja excess, wameshindwa kuistiri. Kama stripper, au mafisi. Industry mzimo try kumove kama sisi. Ona tukimwoku wanaingiza baridi. Silver kwa wingi, shini wanjigi. Wamejaribu kuharibu jina imekataa. Na washinda na akili na chapa. Choka na story zao za kijinga. Kuja mali kuna brown kaka binga. Nazletanga vile unataka nizibring. Niko busy na kugudi what you want. Wako ichi wana try kuingia kwa mix. Busy na kugudi what you want. Niko busy, namba zote busy. Busy sana busy. Busy na kugudi what you want. Niko busy, siku zote busy. Busy kama busy. Busy na kugudi what you want. Touchdown na ingia na win na go missing. Top tier my dear my millions I'm eating. Na shiba mpaka mnajita ma meeting. Nikitwa biti na patanga beating. Ni slaps mi niko na drink woni glass.
Cousin said he liked to see through. Touchy, yeah, that shit true. Too many scars in my head got me standing the dead. Sometimes I come out aggressive, yeah, cause I don't know what the message is, yeah. The kind of hate that I'm feeling, I'll be on my way the first thing in the morning. You find that I left a message, yeah. Don't complicate it, I meant it. The kind of hate that I'm feeling, oh, I think I'm falling down. Going right down to the ground. I've been suffering, circling around, but I've been running around, and I'm falling down. I'm going right down to the ground. I've been riding, surfing around, but I've been running around, I'm falling down. And then he warned me about all this, that it's my fault what I'm feeling. Sometimes I don't understand how deep you got in my head. So when I think that you're about to go, you come and rerun this very show, and then you yelling and telling and begging me, lying and everything wrong. But while you think I'm falling, begging you to forfeit, I'll be on the table working hard until I own it. Find me in the morning when my show is rolling, and call it what you want, but I can't take it no more. Got me down, you'd have been more than telling me how we gon' be affected. Oh, there's something about the way you make me feel, something about the way you made me new, something about the way that we could be messing us up. Nearly got me waiting outside, you got me going. I don't even know your last name, but you got me like. See, I don't even know your last name, but you got me like. You better go sign the waiver, cause I'ma violate you and then whoa. Telling me how we gon' bang bang and get the ring on, doing less talking. So many try to get inside my feels, but nobody got it, but better sign that deal. Really got me sticking around, maybe there's something about you, about something about the way you make me feel, something about the way you made me feel, something about the way that we could be messing us up. Really got me waiting outside, you got me going. I don't even know your last name, but you got me like. I don't even know your last name, but you got me like. I don't even know your last name, but you got me like. Minute of love, minute of hate, making mistakes, shying away. I would've held you closer if I could. You're bitter than I could ever taste. Now I'm in love and I'm effing wasted. I would've held you closer if I could. And even when we try to throw this all behind, I find myself inside of your arms again. And what if I'm insane and taking me for granted? I would never come to forgive myself, cause I ain't tryna be your ex. So don't call me if you wait. I know vibe on my way, I'm on top of my game. I'm on my way, yeah. So don't call
When I see plastics, I see job opportunities. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
Welcome to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KDA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community, and we will focus a lot on these opportunities in the deal world, and it also presents opportunities for business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, AD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunities. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KDA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community, and we will focus a lot on these opportunities in the deal world, and it also presents opportunities for business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, AD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunities. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
Welcome to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KDA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community, and we will focus a lot on these opportunities in the deal world, and it also presents opportunities for business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, AD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunity. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
Welcome to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KDA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community, and we will focus a lot on these opportunities in the deal room, and it also presents opportunities for business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, AD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunity. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KBA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community, and we will focus a lot on these opportunities in the deal world, and it also presents opportunities for business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, AD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunities. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
Welcome to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KBA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community, and we will focus a lot on these opportunities in the deal world, and it also presents opportunities for business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, AD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunity. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
Welcome to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KDA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community. And we will focus a lot on these opportunities in the deal world, and it also presents opportunities for business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, KD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunity. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KBA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community, and we will focus a lot on these opportunities in the deal world, and it also presents opportunities for business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, KD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunities. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle 1,100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
Welcome to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KBA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community, and we will.
And this is where the theme of the conference is all about: knowledge and skills for resilience and growth in the fifth industrial era, and education and labor. This is where we want to center our focus on. And we had a bit of an introduction with Professor Washington Ucheng, and he gave us a very seminal, of course, presentation there, highlighting a lot of issues when it comes also to the future or fit for purpose engineers in the future. So at this particular juncture, we just want to find ourselves in a conversation regarding charting the future, equipping Africa with knowledge and skills for the fifth industrial era. And this panel will explore innovation and the critical role of academic institutions in fostering resilience and growth through transformative education and skill building. And in this discussion, it will include curriculum innovation, partnerships with industry, and leveraging technology for accessible and impactful learning. And I'm inclined to wonder if we have any representative from Daystar University, because I've not seen Professor Lebana Euro, who's the Vice Chancellor of Daystar University. So if there could be anyone from there as well, we'll want you to come forward so that you may take your place here in front for the panel discussion. And also Professor Duncan, African there, Dean Emeritus Nazarene University, that is African Nazarene University, Professor Duncan, if you're here. Robert Gashero, Vice Chancellor, Riara University as well. If Robert or any representative from Riara University is here as well, that will be good. Strathmore University, Dr. Kitawi Alfred, right? Dr. Kitawi Alfred is here. Dr. Alfred Kitawi, you'll give me company here. Yeah, he's the only one who is here. And so, anyone from a police circle as well? Please, you can come and give also your presentation, or you can just give us introductory remarks as well this morning. So we'll flow with this too, and once we get also people are still outside, once they come in, I'll make another call so that at least they be aware they should be on this particular platform. But let's just begin with you, Dr. Kitawi Alfred. So you can just come to the podium and give us introductory remarks, followed by also the Kenya Police Circle as well, right? Let's just begin with Dr. Kitawi. Just come forward. You got any presentation, by the way? Oh, it's all? Okay, all in the book. Thank you.
So good afternoon. All right, I don't know if it's good that I have more time, but I'll do the best that I can. So I'm Alfred Kitawi, as you heard, from Strathmore University. So Strathmore University is a private university. Currently in Kenya we have close to 79 universities, 72 which are chartered, 7 which are in the process. So Strathmore is one of the private universities. Just before my presentation, I think it's good to give a bit of statistics which will basically form the basis of my presentation. So as you know very well, just to look at the basic and higher education sector, we have close to 10.6 million children in primary school. We have close to 3.6 to 3.8 million students in secondary school. Then coupled with that, so it means that some way there is some gap there. So there's a bit of attrition from primary to secondary. Then also from secondary to tertiary, you have close to 560,000 students. So we are talking about a transition rate of close to 30 to 35% of students who transit from secondary to tertiary. So automatically it means that the rest of the 65%, they are somewhere. Okay, 60 to 70%, they are actually somewhere, which also needs to be addressed. So in my presentation, I wanted to just focus on now the role of a university in that ecosystem. Okay. And then Strathmore's positioning in that ecosystem. As you know very well, we are trying to link curriculum and university. Currently, we have stopped the conversation of universities existing in a triple helix model. So we have gone further. So we are now in something called a quintuple helix model, which is basically trying to connect civil society, organizations, communities, academia, industry, and government. So 5. So if you're talking about the role of universities, it's basically addressing those 5 constituents. Okay, in terms of teaching, research, and community service. So now, from my point of view, what I would say is that I was told to talk about curriculum. As you know very well, also there is this competency-based education, which is happening. Now we are in grade 8, transiting very soon to grade 9. So that implies a change. So for universities, this has meant that they need to reskill, retool, and retrain a number of lecturers. So there are a number of initiatives which are happening in that particular front in terms of aligning. Then also in terms of teaching, there is need to, I was told to combine this with AI. Allow me to bring a bit of AI, because in the first session we had AI. We know that there's a bit of disruption because of teaching, because of AI, artificial intelligence. And this disruption basically means that also the faculty need to be reskilled, retooled. Now you can more or less try to get, in quotes, truth through artificial intelligence, and the student can learn on his own. So that means that the student can basically access more information, can do more on his own or her own. So it means that there is need for the university to rethink the way it is giving the three functions, that is teaching, research, and community service. So in terms of community service, I think from the point of view of Strathmore, we know that from the statistics that I gave you, close to 42% or 42 to 47%, depends which statistics you're looking at, are poor. Okay? Which means that the role of a university in an ecosystem like that in Kenya has to address both constituents. That is, the people in the low socioeconomic status, middle, and high economic status. So in this particular case, it means that in terms of teaching, the role of community service learning becomes important. And that is the first thing which I think I need to mention, that most of the curricula in a university needs to address communities, so community service learning. So in Strathmore, we have a number of projects. One of them is what we call Macheo, which is a program for after-school students, where they basically get training on Saturdays. So the interesting part is that the transition for those students moved from 12% to 60%. Okay, so the students who are coming from the informal settlements, also called slums, now the transition is 60%. So that is one of the ways that I think universities can engage with communities, plus students doing their own community service learning. Another component which I think is important is industrial service learning, whereby students are immersed in real life situations. So there we have tried to embed this as part of the curriculum. So students need to do at least 225 hours of industrial attachment, that is work in an industry. And that basically equips them in terms of knowing what is required for the place of work. Then connected to that, I think in terms of research, we have an incubator stroke accelerator, which now connects the engagement with industry. So the incubator in this particular case is called IB. So typically if students have innovations or ideas, they basically go to the innovator. They have a clear program to basically assist students to basically churn their ideas into businesses, viable businesses. So that is one of them. Then in addition to that, we have innovation competitions. This year we've had three innovation competitions. The first one is what we call Idea Fest, which was to encourage multidisciplinarity. So to encourage engineers, humanities, arts to actually work together to solve a problem. And then the problem has to be feasible and has to be sustainable in our community. So they were incubated, and then now you get a prize award. So that is another one. So that is acceleration of ideas. There is another one which we did with Nation Media Group, which was to sort of accelerate ideas which can be beneficial for the media sector in terms of print, digital media, and other emerging technologies, including social media. And then we had another one which basically was to deal with now institutions, universities. So I think, on the third front of research, I think there's need to connect this to communities and also industry. Then in terms of AI, allow me to just jump a bit in terms of AI, because that is now the critical point. What is happening, we know that in Kenya, we don't have a clear AI law. What we have is an AI strategy which is being developed. So there's a lacuna, there's a gap, okay? Because universities basically find themselves that they need to address this issue of AI. How do you use AI for teaching? How do you use AI for research? How do you use AI for community service? So what is being done is that there's an initiative which has been promoted by deans in schools of engineering, which basically they are trying to develop a sort of like a standard way to basically approach AI in terms of teaching. How do you reference AI? How do you use it in terms of research? What is allowed? What is not allowed? What are the levels of safety, okay, that you can allow for use of AI? Then in addition to that, there is the issue of cybersecurity. Through the incubator that I mentioned, we have a number of programs which assist students on cybersecurity and cyber threats. So there's a clear program there. Then we also have philosophy and ethics, which is a bit unique because we believe that for you to develop a good AI system, you need to know the AI standards. So there's need for you to have a clear backing in terms of critical thinking and ethics. Then in addition to that, we have, allow me to just wind up. In addition to that, we have, we are currently in the university, we have adopted a guideline for AI, which basically we use it to guide teaching and learning. Okay, so both for lecturers and students, and this is a way that we think can be innovative in terms of embedding it within the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause again for Daktari. And we want to hear from Kenya National Police DT Sacco as well. What are some of the innovative ideas also they've come up with as well in terms of investing with them, in terms of educating as well. So a round of applause for Kenya National Police DT Sacco. A round of applause, please. In asset, yeah. She'll tell us more. Why are you revealing our thunder? This is our thunder.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Anjuguna, Head of Marketing at Kenya National Police DT Sacco. As you've heard, yes, we are the biggest in asset base. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So yeah, our asset base is currently at 54 billion. And, and we have a loan portfolio of 46 billion and total deposits from our members are 32 billion. So we have a total membership of 74,000 and growing. And in that membership, we have diaspora members. That's why we're here. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So I'll probably give a brief history of Kenya National Police DT Sacco. We are 52 years old. We began in 1972. From our name, you can tell we began as a Sacco for the police. That is why we are Kenya National Police DT Sacco. So our membership when we began was drawn from the National Police Service. However, with time, with changing times, we've expanded the common bond. We've opened it all up. So now we are open to everyone. Currently, we have members from the business community, from the diaspora community, from other employers, the government, and also private sector. All are open. So for today, I know the topic was something about education, and probably you're asking how the Sacco fits into the education sector. So we are also one of the principles of cooperatives is education and training. It's one of our principles. So as a SACCO, we are not just a savings and credit institution. We're not just about financial services, but we are very member-centric. So it's all about the concern for the community, educating our members, and that's how we are able to maybe differentiate ourselves from the other financial institutions, yeah. So how we can partner with the diaspora community. First of all, our core business, yes, it's savings and credit. So we have savings products that are tailor-made for the diaspora community. We have credit products as well. So, and we've made the remittance to be easy because we have digital platforms. Actually, the biggest branch we have is the digital branch. Yeah, our head office is in Nairobi. We have other branches across the town in Kisumu, Nakuru, Mombasa, Eldoret, Nyeri, Meru. That is to serve the local community. But our digital branch is the biggest branch. That's where most of our members transact. You're able to access your money through your phone. Even for our diaspora members, we have the app, the mobile app, the Mtawi app. That's where they do their savings. That's where they do any transfers that they'd like to do, all on the phone, yeah. So, and also we in the process of now taking it further and having more facilities in our internet banking, whereby now they can also do more transactions, especially for the business community who do not have access to the mobile app, because the mobile is more of the individual members. So we are really opening up to this community. That's for the savings products, even the loan products. Our diaspora members are able to access the loan facilities. Also, these are available on the mobile app. So you can apply for a loan and you get it instantly. Yeah. Other than that, we also have our investment cooperatives. I know most of the diaspora send money home. We send you nice pictures of the developments that have been done. Then when you come, there's no such development. So we formed an investment cooperative to assist our diaspora members in investing locally. So we have land for sale, whereby we can give you flexible repayment periods, or we can also give you a facility from the SACCO where you have a credit facility, you purchase your property, and then you can do your development. We'll also connect you with development partners where you can be able to monitor your development. Okay, yeah, on the time, okay. So also what we do, as I said, we are also concerned with the community. We are also big in doing different CSR initiatives. We focus on health, we focus on education, sports, and environmental sustainability. So I know we have diaspora communities that are like-minded as us. So this is also another area in which we can partner. Currently, we are educating members of our, the children of our deceased members. So that is a program to further education, to reach the community. So if they are like-minded diaspora who are also in these focus areas for developing the community, it's a way in which we can partner, we can match your donation, and we can be able to impact our community. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. A round of applause for her again, and for those beautiful presentations that we've had as well from Dr. Kitawi Alfred. Even as you take your seat, thank you so much. I really appreciate. And also standing by is Dr. Nelson Kiama, who is joining us online to talk about Halflower. We missed that bit before we took the health break. So we just want to yield the floor to him just for 5-6 minutes to make a presentation, then followed by Moringa, then we take our lunch break. Arnold, if you're ready. And
yes, there is. Thank you so much, everyone. Let me observe all the protocol. Don't know why people say that, but I'll say it. Anyway, my name is Nelson Kiama Mwaniki. I'm a public health specialist residing in Botswana for the last 24 years. It's a long time. I have an interest in medicinal plants. My grandfather was the village traditional healer. We are talking about those years of the 50s and 60s. And so I picked that interest in medicinal plants on him. And What I am doing here is running a project called Safflower Africa Project. It is one plant which has been used for thousands of years by the Chinese. It was there used by the pharaohs in Egypt for making dyes for the linen. And now it is a plant that has a solution to all the problems, health problems that are facing us in Africa. Why I say all? Because it's a plant that has got medical molecules that enable the body to do exactly what it is supposed to do. It's a plant which is useful for high blood pressure, blood sugar control, cholesterol control, fertility issues, including men's health. That's a big topic today. And it is a plant that has got such a huge potential that the intention is to get it grown in the whole of Africa, where we have the objective of reducing the burden of disease by 50% by 2050. This safflower plant, if you go to YouTube and Google Nelson Mwaniki, you'll see what we are doing there. It is such a wonderful crop that it is being sought after by the Chinese and the Americans. As we speak today, there are American buyers who are buying a kilogram of the seed of safflower for $350, that's $35 per kilo. It is that important. It's a life-saving, it produces life-saving medicine, it produces food. So I have come up with this concept of agro-medicine where you can grow your food and when you eat it, you are eating medicine at the same time. This is the plant whose flowers saved so many lives during the COVID season. It's a plant which, when I was told my father is admitted in level 5, Othaya Hospital, Kenyatta National Hospital, Othaya branch with COVID, I traveled to that place, made some concoction, some maize flour mixed with the leaves of this plant and the petals, and within 3 days, he was up on his feet. So as we are speaking, we have a project going on, a group of interested people, including our chairman, Shem Ochodo, people from Ghana, Nigeria, Tanzania, Uganda, Botswana, even Kenya, and Namibia. We have an objective to push this plant to the whole of Africa. The buyers are there. This is a plant that can employ all the unemployed people in Africa. And the people with the money in the global north, they'll buy everything we can produce. I think my 3 minutes are over now.
Hey, Dr. You are spot on. Did you see me standing up? Huh? Yeah, thank you for that presentation. Safflower, and maybe for the clarity of our delegates, it's diametrically different from sunflower. So you can head over to Dr. Nelson's website he had given you so that you can get much more rich seam of information of what it's all about. Thank you. A round of applause for Dr. again. All right, I want to also...
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. And Arnold, if you remember also to mute him so that we don't hear him maybe, taking back his... the slaps and smacks of his lunch, maybe. All right, thank you so much. We want just to give a handy opportunity to Moringa School to also come on the podium and just give us also their concept as well. Moringa, anyone? Yes, tafadhali. A round of applause for Moringa School. A round of applause for her. She comes, please. All right, 5 minutes is enough?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hi everyone. Hi. I'm Nikki Germany. I'm the CEO at Moringa School. And what we do is we create the tech talent that the world needs. We do that by providing tertiary, practical, skills-based training in software development, data science, cybersecurity, product design, and more. And we do that for entry-level talent who are looking to get into their first careers. We do that for working professionals who are looking to upskill. And we do that for also corporations who are looking to close the skills gap that they're seeing with their workforces. And this upskilling and reskilling is becoming more and more critical as we think about the dizzying pace of change that we're seeing with technology these days. And of course, the buzzword on everybody's mouths is artificial intelligence and what's happening with that. And what is that going to mean for the jobs of the future? So in terms of tech roles, we've been following that very carefully. And of course, with everything that's happening in technology right now, we feel confident, and everything points to that tech roles are really actually going to become even more and more important in the future. But what they look like is going to change as artificial intelligence comes in and changes the shape of what we do. But some of the areas where we're going to see huge explosion in need is in the areas of data. And when you think about how much data is being created every day compared to a couple of years back, it's absolutely mind-boggling. And so what I encourage all organizations to do and all people to do is to start thinking about what you know about data and how can you be using that data, because artificial intelligence is built on data. And so in the future, software development, coding is going to continue to be super important because that's where, the foundations of technology is coming from. But as we layer on things like AI, data is going to become even more important. So if there's an area you're looking to upskill in or to, make sure your organizations are on top of, I really encourage you to think about data. And then the other big area that we're seeing a lot of increase for is cybersecurity. And obviously we hear all the news about all the different threats and things that are coming in, but it's becoming an area where there's really specialized skills required, and there's not enough people to fill those gaps. So that's some of what we're seeing. That's some of what we're seeing with regards to the future and where we see the tech jobs of the future going. The other big trend that we're focusing on right now, and something that's very relevant for this group, is not just what's happening here in Kenya, but what's happening globally. And more, we are interacting with international organizations who are coming to Kenya to look for the tech talent. And we have organizations actually coming to us directly and saying, we can't find the talent in our countries, and we know that you have amazing tech talent here. How can we partner to start importing for them, some of your tech talent from Kenya? And so that's a really exciting development, and also something that I encourage all of you to think about with your connections to the international markets is how are we able to partner on ensuring that the amazing talent that we have here can help fill these gaps that are happening in other countries as a result of the demographic change that's happening there. Parts of the US is being progressive. Germany is being very progressive with this and very, very active. And a number of other countries as well, some from Europe, some from Australia as well. So if anybody has any connections where people may be looking for tech talent, please, we'd love to hear from you. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for her again. Thank you so much. We want now to hear from Credit Bank before we take a short break. But in the meantime, also, I want to acknowledge the presence of a chair of Kenya Development Corporation. Right, Bunyasi Sako is here with us. Thank you. A round of applause for him. Thank you for joining us. All right, Credit Bank. Anyone from, yes. 5 minutes, Credit Bank, because now you stand between, all right, your presentation, or your talk with lunch. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her.
The pressure. I won't take so long. So I'll be observing all the protocols established in the morning. Good afternoon. My name is Jean Karienye. I look after the digital portfolio for Credit Bank. I'm excited to be here, and I'll just tell you a little bit about our offering on digitization and the affordable remittance that we have. But first, who are we? So Credit Bank is a licensed commercial bank with a network of about 17 branches in urban towns mostly, across Kenya and the diaspora. And to foster financial inclusion and extend our outreach beyond our physical presence, the bank has heavily invested on technology. With this investment and complemented by a well-trained, highly specialized staff, we support our customers and partners to carry out seamless transactions 24/7 across the borders. As a bank, we focus on enhancing financial inclusion for excluded and underbanked SMEs and individuals. As Credit Bank, we are cognizant of the fact that the cost of remittance remains a major point among the diaspora community. We also note that efficiency, convenience, security are of paramount importance to the diasporans. Credit Bank has leveraged on partnerships to meet the growing needs of Kenyans abroad to ensure that they send money back home conveniently, securely, efficiently, and affordably. One such partnership has been the implementation of a project co-funded by IFAD over the last 24 months. The project was aimed at facilitating access to affordable remittances and ensuring financial inclusion for rural remittable families in Kenya, with the key beneficiaries being Kenyans abroad sending remittances to their families and the recipients in Kenya, including those receiving these flows through SACCOs in the rural areas. The project so far has achieved the below. So we have a plug-and-play, straight-to-account solution for SACCOs and MFIs, as opposed to the normal remittance that usually goes to either your mobile wallet if you're back home or to your bank account. So we are able to remit directly to your SACCO account if you're a member of a SACCO in the rural area. We have a competitive diaspora proposition, which is known as our Nyumbani Diaspora account. We have a fully digital account onboarding process, and we have managed to reduce the average cost of sending remittance by 50%. The Nyumbani package aims to strengthen migrant access to financial services with comprehensive solutions including remittances, savings, and financial investments. Improved access to affordable remittances is expected to encourage larger transfer volumes, increase household incomes in recipient communities, and provide opportunities to save and reinvest in productive activities, which ultimately will improve their livelihoods. Our partners in these projects include Ria Money, whose presence is across 182 countries. We have SACCOs, we have Kepic Commercials in Germany, and also the project leverages on long-term partnerships and networks such as KDA and IFAD, as mentioned earlier. So to the diasporans listening to us or here, we are asking you to let us bank you across the waters. Open your Nyumbani Diaspora account digitally via our Credit Bank website, where you'll get 24 access to your account through our secure and reliable digital platforms. We give you access to investment, savings, and insurance solutions that are safe and risk-free. We give you access to financial and investment information through our Diaspora Hub. And then we also operate in 4 major currencies, that is your Kenya shilling, dollar, euro, and GBP. And then we give you affordable, secure, efficient, and convenient remittance, as well as give you an unmatched, personalized service excellence. Feel free to visit us at our booth outside, where we'll give you more information on the offerings that we have, as well as anything else that can be tailor-made to your needs today. Thank you.
No pressure, no pressure. All right, thank you so very much. A round of applause for her again. Good. We want just to take a lunch break right now. And I think Sairo wants to notify me on something.
There's one person on this panel who is based from Strathmore. She just wants to have a word. She was part of this panel, but she was not included. That's the name
well, we did call out for Strathmore, and Strathmore did speak. We had Daktari here. Yeah, the two of them. Could we just go for lunch? Then we can see how we can accommodate that in the afternoon, please, because we are notified that, if you don't mind, kindly. So because it's lined up for, we break for 1:45, then we have at least 30 minutes. Then we can do it in the afternoon. Otherwise, I think we had a presentation from Dr. Alfred. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can do it. I'm saying we can do it in the afternoon with your indulgence, please, so that if we keep on piling, it will go to 2 o'clock. Kindly, if you may accommodate us. Could we just take that lunch break, please? So we should be here in the afternoon. At around, this is 1:45. If we, by 2:20, that would be nice. Kindly, if you may strive to be here by 2:20. All right, 2:15. I'm being directed 2:15 then, kindly. 2:15.
For business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, AD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunities. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle 1,100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
To Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diasporans during the month of December have found it very convenient to travel home, and KDA during that time has always hosted diasporans. East Africa, more specifically Kenya, presents a range of opportunities for investment by the diaspora community. And we will focus a lot on these opportunities in the deal room, and it also presents opportunities for business, career development, and also for cultural absorption. In the event that diasporas are not able to attend the homecoming session, AD has also provided for virtual YouTube viewing of the activities, of plenary activities taking place. So once again, I'd like to welcome you all to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024.
When I see plastics, I see job opportunities. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I deal with every type of solid waste. I'm managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributive to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here,
welcome to Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention 2024. The convention has a history of nearly a decade, whereby diaspora communities in the for business,
may commence with the program and catch up on time. And at this particular time, I just want to extend a hearty welcome to all of you. I hope you had a sumptuous, nice lunch and you're well fed for the afternoon. So I expect you not to sleep. That is bound to happen, but I'll try and keep you awake for the rest of the session this afternoon. At this point, I want to welcome Zindi and Rose Delilah Gesicho. Yeah, she'll just come to tell us more about Zindi. A round of applause for her.
Hi everyone. My name is Rose Delilah Gesicho. I'm a data scientist and community manager at Zindi. So Zindi is a professional network of data scientists. So this is just in the realm of artificial intelligence, but it's a professional network for data scientists across Africa, where we work towards solving regions' most pressing problems using data and the AI tools that we are talking about. I know it's a hot topic, and I wanted to just share about how we are representing Africa and also everyone within our ecosystem. We currently have 70,000 data scientists in Africa, so we have a pool of talent already existing. For those who are looking for data talent, that's where you can find it. And I know also the CEO of Moringa mentioned about data, which is an important component as we are diving into AI. And we host African data sets, which is quite rare, or they are not in a lot of surplus out there. So we, on our platform at zindi.africa, you can find African data sets from agriculture to climate to just different data sets that you can be able to find solutions of AI solutions in them. So yeah, we crowdsource solutions, and the Kenyan market is actually really large, and we have people from different parts of the world who are Kenyans also contributing in our platform. And I'm just diving down on the knowledge, equipment, and job opportunities. As mentioned, we have a lot of talent, but we have also challenges. We are currently trying to work on those challenges by collaborating with different organizations. We have been working with big tech like Microsoft, Google, currently even in Kenya, spreading the knowledge and skills, currently working with IBM. And we are also looking to expand to just ensure that we get these data scientists placed in job opportunities. AI is growing in your different companies. Definitely you need someone to help you internalize and understand more about data. So that's what we are specialized in. And we also support institutions in developing curriculums, because we are more practical, or we are very practical in terms of how we solve our solutions. We don't dwell mostly on theoretical, but we usually put in the practicality in implementing AI solutions, and also contributing in AI hubs and hosting hackathons and competitions, where we can be able to see our data scientists build these AI solutions that are deployed in different sectors. So we have worked on mapping floods in South Africa, crop disease detection, turtle conservation challenges. This is all in Kenya, mental health, soil moisture prediction. So we have worked on very many challenges, most especially in the context of Africa. And if this is something that you're interested in, you can find us on zindi.africa, or you can take my email, delilah@zindi.africa, and we can talk more about collaborating and finding job opportunities and opportunities for Africans within our AI ecosystem. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. A round of applause for Rose there. Right, I just want to also extend hearty welcome to BNB, if we have any representative from there as well, so that you can just come forward. We'll give you a few minutes to just also inform us if you're here. Right? Any representative from Airbnb? NBA? All right. Fantastic. If Taiwo is here as well, so that we can that will act as a segue to our next conversation, where we want to focus on unlocking sports. This is sports, unlocking Kenya's potential in global sports through innovation, investment, and talent development. And we will, of course, get to have that particular discussion. But if Taiwo as well, Taiwo from Typhoon, you can come and just give us an introductory remark on that before we buckle down to it. A round of applause for you, Taiwo, as it comes.
Hello,
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. No one's here. Tim's here. My name's Taiwo Atino. I'm a former professional footballer in England, and I also played for Kenya's national team. The reason why I got involved with the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, having been born in London to an English mother and a Kenyan father who came from Siaya, I went on a football journey, which started in a very challenging backdrop of a transitional Britain, going from a very white secular country to a multicultural, diverse and mixed kind of heritage. When I was growing up in England, I obviously had a white mother who was from a very different world, very different background, and I was having to transition into a country which didn't understand me. Who's this black boy? Who's this mixed race black boy who has a white mother? And a lot of people would come up to my mum and say, where did you adopt those black babies from? So if you can imagine, a lot of people think in Kenya that I had some amazing, privileged, happy, experience in England. It was a bit like hell. Very complicated, very complex. And I think that's what led me onto, I guess, my skill set of solving problems. So I had to solve my problems, which were very complex. I came to Kenya when I was 10 years old for a visit and fell in love with the place and thought, wow, I need to come back here one day. So my journey shortly after coming to Kenya included me going to a special needs school, which had kids there who had autism, Down syndrome, speech impediments, and some of them had dyslexia. So I went to that school because I wasn't academically good at state school. I had a lot of energy and I wanted to play professional football, and I would tell all my teachers, I'm studying football and practicing football, hence why I can't do my schoolwork. So they weren't very impressed with that response and basically didn't want me to come back. So when I went to the special needs school, I spent the next 4 years studying, practicing football. And by the time I left that school, I'd signed a professional football contract with a championship team, 1 league below the Premier League. I then became the first Kenyan to become a professional footballer in the English Professional Football League. It was a very difficult journey, and I will never pretend it was easy. There was 3 million boys trying to play for 92 professional football clubs, and only 250 got signed, which is approximately 0.008%. So I had to work extra hard, sacrifice a lot of my life for the game. Shortly after signing, my mum passed away from cancer, and then I was an orphan. So I went from a journey of which was, empowering because I did it with my mum. And I always tell people, football isn't just about professionalism. It's also about children with their mothers, sometimes with their fathers, who are coming from very difficult backgrounds, and then get into a place where they can succeed in that journey together. Now here in Kenya, we've got approximately 3.6 million orphans. We've got a large number of single parents. Sorry. And these groups in society, these vulnerable groups, for me are sometimes forgotten and neglected and cast away or not really given the opportunities that they deserve. But for me, like any house, if your foundation isn't strong enough, if you're not looking after your most vulnerable and your most weak, then your economy and your sustainability is always going to be in question. So with Kickstart Kenya Football is a campaign/project that we set up to get the Kenyan diaspora involved in grassroots football development here in Kenya, which I always tell people, football is not just a sport, it's actually a business, and it's also a way of life. You have to develop the mindset, you have to develop the heart, and you have to develop the spirit to actually be creating a good, healthy, sustainable economy underpinned by grassroots football. In England, when they started doing football 100-something years ago, there was no business, there was no internet, there was no marketing, there was no shirt sales. It was through the pure love of the game, and also to give people hope and faith in overcoming their challenges, bringing people together, unifying communities. These are all the kind of attributes which currently right now we don't necessarily have in Kenya, but what we should aim to be building to unify our country and boost our economy. Grassroots football in England generates approximately £12 billion per year, which is a significant amount of revenue. And if we were to implement the same types of grassroots football initiatives, Kenya could equal 2% of its GDP just from grassroots football. Equally, it could do the same for professional football. So Kickstart Kenya football is about bridging that gap, getting the expertise from our diaspora, connecting with our football enthusiasts and football technical staff here in Kenya to implement these initiatives. It's not something that government should be relied upon to do. It's also in England, government does not really get involved in football. It is a private sector, it is a community-based enterprise. And it's better to be developed that way because it's commercial, and it's also people-oriented. You're dealing with a lot of young people, you're dealing with a lot of vulnerable groups. These have to be, in my view, taken care of by directors, chairmen, coaches, who are in that community and understand the people they're dealing with, and providing mentorship in that regard as well. So my journey as a footballer encompasses a lot of aspects which are evident in Kenyan society. What I'm trying to do now that I've finished playing football is encourage the private sector, encourage the diaspora, and the government to some extent to get involved in these initiatives. Because if we can give the orphans, the single parents, the survivors of domestic violence and abuse, if we can give them a refuge, and give them an opportunity to network and to do entrepreneurship and mentorship, then we'll be boosting Kenya's economy significantly and generating a lot of value addition here in Kenya, in which will attract further foreign investment, further foreign tourism. People in the West want to come to Kenya right now and just see lions, tigers and bears. But I believe if we invest in football, grassroots football, real estate in football, health clinics in football, people from the West will come here and they'll want to visit and they'll come and see our football tourism. And I think that will also bring a boost to the economy and provide more job opportunities and network opportunities for young people. As a young person, when I was growing up, I didn't want to sit in school. I didn't want to sit in offices. And I believe we have a large number of young people in Kenya with an average age of 21 who also want to be out participating in high energy, high interactive environments. And it's all good to be academic. I studied, law, accounting, finance a lot later in life. So I always try and encourage parents, don't always drive your kid into academia if they're not that passionate about it. Sometimes give them the freedom to choose and to be at least passionate about what it is they're doing. Because, learning is a lifelong thing. It's not just to get a job. Sometimes it's to make a mistake, learn from it, try again. Entrepreneurs need to fail in order to succeed. There's no such thing as perfection. The idea of perfection is a fallacy. I always tell people in football, some of the best players, some of the best coaches, and some of the best entrepreneurs failed miserably. And that's where they built their resilience. And as a Christian myself, my faith gives me the resilience, but only when I try. If I don't try, I'm never going to know. Thank you. So what we want to do with Kickstart Kenya Football and the Kenya Diaspora is give people hope and give young people an opportunity to express themselves in the creative industries, but also make it a business. Football real estate, for example, is encompassing of residential, retail, commercial units, which, you know, in the West they call them sports villages. We want to create sports villages where people are inspired by where they're living, where they're working, and where they're networking and doing business. Right now we have a lot of high-rises here in Nairobi, which, yeah, it's great that people have roofs over their heads, but we're not inspiring anybody with that. You know, I'm a big believer that if I was living in a high-rise here that was built by developers who are just trying to maximize their profits, I'd probably jump off one of those buildings if I was a young person, because I'm like, well, where am I going to go from here? We need to give people hope. We need to give people an environment that's green, that's healthy, that's inspirational, that matches their aspirations, and also gives them some internal value to think, well, if I'm living here, I can be whatever I want. That's the creative industries. Sometimes people call musicians, sports athletes, and actors dreamers. But they're not dreamers. They're very hard workers, and every single day they dedicate their time to a habit, whether that's eating, drinking, thinking, performing, a certain thing that makes them great. But they have to go through a lot of disappointment, a lot of rejection, a lot of setbacks and a lot of failures, which gives them the resilience to keep going. So here in Kenya, we also have to recognize that if we really want to be a model of progress here in Africa, we have to be taking calculated risk, bringing our diaspora back, getting them involved in the football, in the entertainment, in the arts and culture, and creating value addition from those brands, those stories, and marketing them. And that's what will inspire the diaspora to invest more. Seeing a documentary series on this young boy, this project, this outcome, this failure, and this rebound. That's what gives people, I think, the inspiration to invest. And also, investment isn't always underpinned by everybody having trust and confidence in each other. I've worked in private equity now for about 10 years. Very, very difficult. Most of the trust is underpinned by accountants, lawyers, and financial advisors. Why? Because they have indemnity insurance. So when they give you advice, and if they get it wrong, you can sue their insurer and get your money back. What we have to do is organize ourselves with accountants, with lawyers, with financial advisors, whose indemnity can cover us in our risk assessed business enterprises. Business is risky and it can fail. Most startups fail, but it's about having systems and controls in place that allow people to bounce back. Yeah. So no one should be like, is this a guaranteed win? No, of course it's going to be an exciting project and journey, but there's going to be challenges. There's no such thing as reward without risk. So I encourage people that when they look at football, when they look at entertainment, creative industries here in Africa, don't look at it so risk adverse. Look at what it's going to bring in terms of the value addition, in terms of the story. A lot of people are talking about African stories. We are not telling them because we are not creating them. We're not investing in them, we're not branding them, we're not marketing them. And in order to do that, we have to take the risk in the marginalized, in the vulnerable, and in the disadvantaged. And that requires a little bit more expertise. So I'm here today to obviously join my friends at the Kenya Diaspora, share my story, and hopefully inspire people who want to be a part of the journey to come on board and start getting football going in Kenya. And from that, we can also look at other business aspects that are just as beneficial. So thank you for listening to me. Hope I didn't talk too much.
Kindly give him a good hand clap. Thank you, Taiwo, Leo, Ateno. Of course, you've done this country proud, and thank you for your very moving speech, inspiring many people, of course, even for the youthful ones here, that it doesn't have to be starting the academic way. You can always pick up along the way once you follow your dream. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I want just to extend and yield now the mic to the chair of Kenya Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Shem Ochodo, to come to the podium and also acknowledge some of the delegates that have joined us this afternoon, and we take it from there. Thank you. A round of applause for him.
Thank you very much, Debal. Thank you, Taiwo, coming from the sports sector. Time and again, I'm reminded that the one profession where people make... Sorry, please take... Right, thank you. I do know there are some of our speakers who are following virtually, but I was reminded where people make many zeros of dollars, including millions, in an hour or so. 90 minutes in football and somebody's got cool. So please, I appreciate that this is one sector, the sports sector, that can build Africa, empower young people, and so on and so forth. So we don't take it for granted. The tech will let us know. We have some of the speakers who are online, so you will alert us so that we know, we recognize them. But I want to acknowledge our keynote speaker this afternoon, a special lady, a lady that when we had trouble with an eminent African, Dr. Julius Garvey. Many don't know the story of Marcus Garvey, but there is no better known Pan-Africanist than... How many have heard about Marcus Garvey? Show of hands. Right, thank you. So, I understand for those, the younger generation, when I tell them, you know the guy who mentored Kwame Nkrumah, then they start saying, okay, Tom Mboya, okay, and the others, Jomo Kenyatta, Nasser, Samora Machel, those names, he mentored them. Martin Luther King Jr., he mentored them. Give Marcus Garvey a round of applause. And in the house, we have somebody who talks like the Garveys. And this Dr. Reverend Dennis Dillon. I think you heard him yesterday. Dr. Dillon, just stand up. Give him another round of applause. Everybody who spoke after Dr. Dillon said, no, how do you put me to talk about this orator? With the charisma and all that goes with it. We don't take it for granted, having come from New York, from the Apple City. Allow me also to acknowledge a special lady. She's my big sister. Before I introduce the keynote, Sister Matinda Afri-Exim Bank. Just stand up, give her another round of applause. You know, somebody was sitting next to said, you know, I was expecting a lady that's so huge because Afri-Exim Bank is huge. If you haven't known how big and huge they are, take advantage of this opportunity. I may not recognize all our guests in the house, but our keynote speaker, the country representative of UNHCR, is in the house, Madam Caroline van Buren. I may not pronounce it so well. Give a round of applause. I think let's stand up as we give a round of applause. Let's all stand up to acknowledge and recognize Madam Caroline. A round of applause. Yes. Yeah, please have a seat. She comes in handy in many ways. When we said, my big sister, we have a bit of little trouble here, I said, no, we have to get to hear from the Garveys, so we don't take it for granted. And we're assisted by one of her colleagues, advisor, Suhail Awan, strategic partnership advisor. So he'll just stand up, give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Kept bothering him 2 a.m., 3 a.m. And was introduced to us by a mutual friend, Najib Abida. He's following online in Tunisia. Najib was the father of internet in Tunisia. Some of you know me as father of internet in Kenya, but I did the smaller part. So Najib and I were among the 10 Africans who got internet into Africa exactly 30 years ago. But we're now obsolete because the rest of the world is now gone AI and disruptive technologies, exponential technologies, and quantum computing. So forget AI, that's already obsolete. Quantum computing is the place to be, I can tell you. So people have gone ahead of us. As we are obsolete, we are handing over the baton. But again, in all this, we take cognizance that what is it that the diasporas can give back to society. In this afternoon session on philanthropy, and I apologize to one of our speakers, who probably will join us virtually. He went to the other venue where we were to be. It wasn't easy to communicate to everyone that we have all of a sudden changed venue. So the National Director of SOS Village, Dr. Walter, I think will be joining us online, will be alerted. Levi Nabaro, Australia in Perth. I think they're 5 hours ahead of us, so it should be now, you can add 5 hours to where we are, about 8 p.m., so it should be still a good time. So you'll alert us when there's quite a bit of Australia. Maybe at this point, I can also recognize the other Australians in the house. Tim Smith, just stand up, give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. I think there is Vista. Is Vista in the house? Maybe stepped aside. So there's a bit of Australia in the house. Last but not least, before I invite our keynote speaker, I want to recognize Africa Diaspora Network from Arizona. If she's in the house, she's over there. Give her a round of applause, please. One of the networks that's doing fantastic work to rally the African diasporas, both what we call contemporary diasporas, those who or whose parents went out of Africa the past 200 years, but also the historical, those who were involuntarily taken away from us 400 years ago across transatlantic, and those who were taken to the Gulf 600 years ago involuntarily, and even those who were taken to Asia 10,000 years ago, the Siddhis in India, and we're in touch with them. Give those historical diasporas a round of applause. And allow me to ask those of the historical diasporas in the house just to stand up, beginning with Royal Highness Chief Meredith. The historical diaspora, so to speak, African Americans, Caribbeans. Where is Sir Errol? He disappeared. Okay, fine. Oh, he's over there. Give him a round of applause. Sir Errol, who is more Kenyan, knows Kenya better than I do, has lived in Kenya from the Caribbean, Antigua, 40 years ago. So we're glad you could be in the house. Welcome back home. So without much ado, my sister, I gather that she looks like me. I didn't know. Can we open our hands? And here she'll be talking about philanthropy, social welfare, inclusion of refugees and underserved communities, role of diaspora philanthropy. A round of applause to Madam Caroline. Thank you. Please, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Right, you want the video to be played just before?
Yes, please.
So media team, we have the presentation ready? The video? Is it ready? Arnold. All right, Arnold, are we good? A minute. I need seconds. You said 30 seconds. All right.
So maybe I can start, and then
Sure.
when they're
ready, you can continue.
yes. So good afternoon again, Dr. Shem. Ochuwudo, Global Chair of Kenya Diaspora Alliance and Co-President of Africa Diaspora Alliance, Mr. Alex Mwaura, Country Director, Food for the Hungry, Dr. Walter Odiambo, National Director, SOS Children's Villages, Kenya, Mr. Solomon A. Atsiaya, CEO, Kenya National Police, DT SACO, Dr. Lifi Nyabaru, Entrepreneur and Clinical Nurse, Australia, NISD, the Kenya Diaspora Community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor this afternoon to address you during this 11th annual Homecoming Convention of the Kenyan Diaspora. This gathering is a clear testament to the enduring bonds that connect you all to your beautiful homeland, no matter where you are in the world. Today I want to speak to you on a topic that's very dear to me and that our contemporary society faces today: inclusion of refugees and underserved communities in national systems and the pivotal role that the diaspora can play in addressing humanitarian and development challenges in their home countries. From the outset, allow me to give you a brief insight of the refugee situation in Kenya. Kenya began experiencing a significant influx of refugees in the early 1990s, primarily due to the civil war in Somalia, as well as in South Sudan. These wars forced many to flee their homes in search of safety and stability. Today, Kenya is home to over 800,000 refugees and asylum seekers from over 24 countries, mainly from the Horn of Africa and the Great Lakes region. Of the total population, 57% of the refugees are from Somalia, while 24% originate from South Sudan. The rest of the refugees are from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Burundi, Sudan, Uganda, Eritrea, Rwanda, and a host of other countries. The vast majority of the refugees reside in the Dadaab and Kakuma municipalities, and about 14% reside in urban areas, mainly in Nairobi, Nakuru, Mombasa, and Eldoret. Women and children make up 77% of the refugees living in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to applaud the people and the government of Kenya who have shown immense generosity and hospitality to the refugees and asylum seekers for several decades, and continue to open their borders to persons fleeing their countries in search of safety. The government of Kenya, in collaboration with partners and donors, has taken concrete steps to improve conditions supporting the socio-economic inclusion of refugees and host communities in line with the Global Compact for Refugees and the Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework. Some of the key milestones that stand out include the enactment of the Refugees Act of 2021 and the necessary refugee regulations for the operation I can't speak of the law. The conferment of 2 special municipalities, that of Dadaab and Kakuma Kalobei, where the refugees reside, and lastly, the shift by the government from encampment policy to that of an integrated settlement to the development of the Sharika plan, which is currently in progress. These concrete steps buttress the government's commitment to the inclusion agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reiterate that the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, partners and collaborates with the government in delivering essential services to refugees, asylum seekers, and the communities hosting them. Such services include healthcare, education, water and sanitation, livelihoods, technical and vocational training, initiatives to preserve and conserve the environment, including the promotion of green energy solutions. On the other hand, UNHCR's work is supported by the generous contributions from donors, national and international private sector players, and the development organizations such as the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation. While the efforts to provide essential services are encouraging, refugees continue to face considerable challenges, such as limited access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. Similarly, refugees are distinctively affected by high poverty rates. To put this in perspective, the poverty rate for refugees in Dadaab is at 75%, while that of Kalobe and Kakuma is at 83% and 82% respectively. Kenyans living in Dadaab and Kakuma, the host communities, are equally disadvantaged. The poverty rate for Kenyan nationals in Dadaab is 73%, while that in Turkana County is at 86%. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the socio-economic inclusion faced by refugees and the communities in refugee hosting areas requires a whole of society and whole of development partners approach with the government in the lead. Inclusion of refugees and underserved communities is not just a moral imperative, it's a catalyst for sustainable development. When we include refugees and underserved communities in our development agendas, we unlock their potential to contribute meaningfully to society. Refugees in particular bring with them a wealth of skills, resilience, and diverse perspectives that can enrich our communities. However, their potential often remains untapped due to barriers such as inadequate access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. In this regard, the diaspora communities have a unique position to assist in addressing the challenges faced by refugees and underserved communities. Your experiences abroad have equipped you with resources, knowledge, and networks that can be leveraged to support humanitarian and development efforts back home. The impact stories of the Kenyan diaspora contributions are impressive. Allow me to mention just a few to illustrate this point. I was excited to learn of a group of Kenyan doctors in the United States of America who provide free healthcare services in rural Kenya. The doctors organize annual trips, bring medical supplies, and offer surgeries, consultations, and health education. Their efforts have significantly improved healthcare access in underserved areas, reducing mortality rates and enhancing the quality of life for many. I was also impressed by Kenyan educators in the United Kingdom who have formed an organization to support education in Kenya. They have built libraries, donated books, and provided scholarship to underprivileged students. Their initiatives have empowered many young Kenyans, giving them the opportunity to pursue higher education and break the cycle of poverty. Similarly, I was delighted by the efforts of Kenyan engineers in Canada who have developed an innovative water filtration system to address the critical issue of clean water access in rural Kenya. This system has significantly reduced the prevalence of waterborne diseases, and the pilot projects have already shown promising results. In conclusion, I want to thank you for your commitment to Kenya and for the remarkable contributions you have continued to make to your beautiful motherland. In the same breath, allow me to implore upon you to consider participating in the noble cause of giving hope and inspiration to those fleeing their countries in search of safety and stability and seeking to rebuild their lives again. Refugees and asylum seekers here in Kenya. Allow me to reiterate that diaspora philanthropy can take many forms, from financial contributions to volunteering time and expertise to advocating for policies that promote inclusion and equity. To the conveners of this very important gathering, I thank you for according me this opportunity to address you, and I wish all of you a very fruitful convention, and karibu nyumbani, welcome home. Asante sana. Thank you.
Okay, is the video ready now? Ready? Yeah, please.
See job opportunity. I'm happy to see the community engaged. When I started, I was only focusing on plastic. But the need came that there is much solid waste that needs to be managed. Now, I reduce every type of solid waste. I managed to recycle more than 100 tons. This project is contributing to sustainable environment here. And when I do this here, I feel contributing to global environmental sustainability. When the community are happy, I also feel happy. When the communities are clean, I also feel happy.
Can we give another round of applause befitting to excellency? Thank you so much. I want to invite a few remarks. And again, just checking online. I don't know if Levi isn't online. I want to acknowledge and invite two colleagues to give some brief remarks. I'll acknowledge Dr. Bunyasi Sakwa. Dr. Bunyasi, just raise your hands and we give him a round of applause. Just raise your hands. A round of applause. Kenya Development Corporation is the government agency, excellency, that's in charge of really matters development in Kenya, in the sense that I think it was a model. I was privileged to work for President Kagame as senior advisor. And a model we learned from Singapore and Malaysia was the development cooperation. You bring major institutions dealing with tourism, in this case, ICDC, and Industrial Development Bank to promote manufacturing together. We'll give you a few moments just to share, because we are talking development, but inclusive development. I also acknowledge Francis Opondo. Francis is former Secretary of Kenyans in Nigeria. Just wave, Francis, so that we acknowledge you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We may not acknowledge everybody in the room, but we are also alive, Excellency. We have two programs running in parallel. We have a deal room that's running in another room where deals are being made with small businesses, but also big ticket businesses. Those businesses that are looking to as small or as big as $500,000 to $25-30 million. Give the businesses ongoing in the deal room a round of applause. And owners of capital that are saying, look, I have money, tons of money, give us good projects. It's in that regard I want also to recognize the Noj in the house, the Norwegian. I think when we were taking break, I reminded him about a city I'm very fond of called Trondheim. Trondheim is in North Norway, and I remember when I was there, the one thing I can remember, there was no night. You know, if you are Christian, there's talk of where there will be no night. You only get darkness for about 15-30 minutes maximum. It's like daytime. Frank of Otalo, just wave. Give him another round of applause. Just wave. I know he lives close to the, is it Arctic?
Yeah, where I live is
right
above, it's about 800 kilometers above
There you go. Another round of applause for him.
As Dr. Sam said, so he was in Trondheim, where I'm living is so far north that we have during summer, the sun doesn't set for 3 months.
Oh my God.
And now we have what's called eternal light, where we don't see the sun for 3 months. It doesn't move on the horizon, so we're right in the middle of it right now.
Another round of applause. And of course, tomorrow we'll be still talking more about green energy, climate action and all that, plastic management. We did a bit of it, mining tomorrow, mineral sector and all. Without much ado at this point, I'm assuming that our colleagues are not online. I must apologize for Dr. Walter Odhiambo. We did communicate change of venue, but he went the other side. If he's not online, I want to call Dr. Bunyasi Sakwa. Just share it with us in brief, maybe 5 minutes, about Kenya Development Corporation and how do you want to leverage diaspora for inclusive development. A round of applause to Dr. Bunyasi. I know he came from the village and straight into this. Another round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to see you all today. I'll say a few words about the Kenya Development Corporation. It's a young corporation in its rebirth. It inherited 3 institutions. One of the oldest institutions, about pre-independence, pre-Kenya's independence, and at independence time it took off, called the Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation. And it's really the backbone of Kenya's Kenyanization of industry and services. Early on, after independence, since we got to independence through a war, as part of the building of bridges, the transition had been negotiated, and in that transition, we needed institutions to assist the Kenyanization of services, of industry, creating local job growth. At that time, the issue of homegrown jobs was very, very crucial. So ICDC was created. It did many things. Finally, about 20 years ago, focus of the Kenyan Development Corporation is in areas of new industry and old industry that is growing or expanding. But we also are looking very closely at green finance. There is a very active proposal that should soon be taking off of creating a green finance institution that is going to promote the government's policy of greening the economy. In Kenya, we are fairly green in energy. Now a majority of our energy sources are green sources. They are, although we do have some fossil fuel supplementation, but it's not as big in terms of driving industry. And we now are trying to create green finance. We have talked to a number of countries to set up a fund, and as I speak, the process is underway to recruit a fund manager who will carry the process forward by talking to potential investors about what exactly he or she would do. And by the way, when I say he, it also includes she. There's no summary way of putting it, because I don't know if our fund manager will be a man or woman, but there's an active search. Recently, in the last 3 months, we have had 2 missions to the Middle East, who are, although they are in the fossil fuel economy, but they have surplus capital. It is one part of the world which has got huge reserves of surplus capital, and they are looking for viable ways in which they can use that, and we are hoping that Kenya can interest them enough for them to come and invest in Kenya. How can we relate with the diaspora? One of the responsibilities that Kenya Development Corporation has got is that it should anchor, it's growing to anchor the government's foreign direct investment resources, not as a monopoly, but as one of the institutions, certainly the one in the public sector. And we are now actively looking into the kinds of products that could bind us, that could build this relationship with the diaspora. I know that Kenya, among the African economies, is one of those very diversified ones in terms of facilities in which the diaspora can plug in, but Kenya Development Corporation is also working on developing some new products that we can interest the diaspora to do that. And the diaspora, I know you have been extremely important, particularly in two areas. I don't know if it's always recognized, but one, in the real estate sector, the investments of the diaspora have been really, really crucial. I think they have buoyed many of our communities and cities and so on. And now, of course, we have much more newer magnets that are sort of cutting edge, like Tattoo City and Konza and a few others of remittances that the diaspora brings. There are areas in which many times when the Kenyan economy doesn't feel the pain of the drop in private sector resource inflows, because the remittances do not move with the same way as the mood of the private sector does, where you can get highs and lows. We get a fairly steady stream, and that has really been very useful in buttressing our foreign exchange reserves that in many ways then underpins the rest of the economy. And I know that in the discussions we have in this country, frequently, and definitely Honorable Shem Ochodo, who was in Parliament long before I went there, and we have talked about how to recognize the significance of the diaspora by creating institutional recognition at close to cabinet level as possible. And now I think we have a department, cabinet level department of diaspora affairs embedded in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We're getting there. But looking back, anchoring that backward, it's a way of we thinking about struggling with the issue of what sort of instruments do we develop. And that is not going to be in the domain of the government or public sector alone. I know the private sector is, in fact, in many ways perhaps ahead in defining the kinds of things which can create confidence and enable the diaspora to be able to invest the resources. I won't take too much time, so I will, by 5 minutes, I'm probably kind of gone. But thank you very much, and the name is Sakwa Bunyasi. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa Sansana. All right, I think we should stand up a little bit. Okay? Yeah, let's each and every one of us, you did the True North already. Okay, okay. You know, that's a specialty for our MC, Debala Inea. Please sit down, get seated. He'll be taking a few more exercises with you. But I just to be sure that this is truly Pan-African and Caribbean, so to speak, I want to recognize also Dr. Odongo, ordinarily a Kenyan working in Tanzania, TZ, but now in Sierra Leone. Just to have Dr. Odongo, a round of applause to him. Thank you very much. Virtually online, I'm told we have our sister, Madam Elizabeth Abala. Abala is Ghanaian name, but also Kenyan name. Give a round of applause. I know she was to have addressed us earlier on during the Safflower project. She is the one leading it. I'm also alive to the fact that we had our sister, also following online now. Dr. Sifa is the regional director of ICA. ICA is International Cooperatives Alliance, ICA Africa. She's from the Congo originally. Give a round of applause. Thank you very much, Sister Dr. Sifa. For those who may not know, the UN Excellency Country Representative has declared the year 2025 the year of cooperatives, the cooperative movement, for the first time. Give the cooperative sector another round of applause. therein is your opportunity as cooperators. Without much ado, at this point, I want to invite my brother, on behalf of the faiths, Dr. Reverend Dillon. Also, before that, I want to hear from the special advisor on strategic partnership. You know, often the protocol is that one doesn't talk after the boss, but there's special permission in this regard. My brother Suhil Awan, a round of applause. And as I said, when we were making the arrangements, even last minute, he is the one that I don't know when he sleeps, Excellency. Another round to Awan. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shem, the dignitaries, the Diaspora Alliance, representative, UNHCR, my boss, Caroline. Caroline spoke everything. I would like to speak few things, what practical actions Diaspora can do. I mean, many times we think of this kind of a humanitarian and development work only with this can be done with donations. In Kenya, the UNHCR Kenya's approach is we are working very closely with the private sector, and our approach is how sustainably we can address the humanitarian and development challenges through businesses. For example, health is the major issue. One of the hospital we built, level 3 hospital, which serves over 40,000 patients every month. But the biggest challenge over is of a human resource, the doctors, the paramedics and all. The private sector, the technology can come in and disrupt that challenge through telemedicine. These are the solutions. Same is the solution for the education. UNHCR is funding and running 65 schools in Dadaab and Kakuma. Necessarily, there are a lot of entrepreneurial solutions to reach the last mile students who are out of the school. In Dadaab, only 17% school-age going girls are in school. Rest of 83% are out of school. So these are and then energy challenge. That is where, we face, these are acyl region, and we need to come up with the sustainable solutions for energy so that there is a less pressure on vegetation cover and there is a less deforestation. Again, a private sector solution. So on and so forth. And the video you have seen, again, it's an entrepreneurial spirit that how businesses can come forward and look into it. So this is what briefly I wanted to touch. If you are interested, we would like to facilitate that exposure. What kind of a business is? In 2016, IFC did a study and which said that the Kakuma marketplace, the volume of the market in Kakuma is $56 million. So these are untapped markets. The county governments are also pushing for public-private partnerships. So this is how you can sustainably contribute apart from the tax-exempt givings through your own donations, which can help. Last but most important thing, every year we give scholarships to more than 300 refugee children. And yesterday, in an event, a girl from Shuna community, those who had no citizenship, and they were granted the citizenship in 2019 by the Kenyan government, and she graduated and we met her. So every year UNHCR gives scholarships to the students for higher education in Kenyan universities and in the universities abroad. So that is another form of contribution if you want to come forward and join us. Thank you very much.
Well, another round of applause to him. Thank you very much. You know, I was almost tempted to say, Shukran Kitir. That's thank you very much. If you are Rwandese, it would be a makuru yawe nyimeza. Okay? So it could be any of the other languages, the African languages. Without much ado, before I call Reverend Dillon, as we approach wrapping up, and we may take one or two comments on the philanthropy sector, if there are any. But allow me to acknowledge, they're probably in the booths, but if there is anyone from Daikyo, is there someone from Daikyo in the house? A round of applause to him. Thank you very much. I'm acknowledging because without some of these partners, we wouldn't be here. Is there somebody from Fusion in the house or they're in the booth? Just stand up, wave, stand up, give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Excellency, these are the companies that enabled us to be here. Is there somebody from Guri Gold in the house? Or Guri Gold, yes, over there, a round of applause. Thank you very much. Last but not least for now, we'll be recognizing you and acknowledging you as we go by. Housing finance. HF, if somebody is in their house, if not, maybe they have stepped outside. But I must recognize then, in this case, the other big sister, Afri-Exim Bank. Sister Matinda, we have to keep you getting up many times because now I wear my Africa Diaspora Alliance hat, not Kenyan. A round of applause to Afri-Exim Bank. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Again, we do this because we acknowledge without the partners, the exhibitors, you know, we wouldn't be able to be here. But earlier on, I said I have a soft spot for Australia. Visa. Just wave. We recover a round of applause as he steps aside to take a call. Thank you. And my brother, the brother from the other mother from the US, just stand up and wave. Give a round of applause. Thank you very much, Highness. Last but not least, representing the Kiambu Governor. Excellency, even as we work with the national government, and I'm informed our CS for ICT is on the way. Okay, so that's our next session. But I must recognize from Kiambu Governor, in his own right, as chair of the Christian CEOs Forum, Brother Rogers. Just stand up, a round of applause to him, so that maybe having been a CEO myself, I know how lonely it can be at the very top. So another round of applause. He's not only a CEO, but he's a CEO of CEOs, so that makes it very difficult. Brother Dillon, a round of applause as you come over to share brief remarks on behalf of the faiths. It's only God. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank you. Please.
Somebody shout hallelujah. Good. It sounds like Dr. Shem is ready to have church. But it is, I'm just so refreshed and inspired by all that we're talking about. The energy, the excitement, the conviction, the will, the way forward. That is really what this conversation is all about. So to all of your excellencies and dignitaries and all the men and the women who are gathered, my salute to you. I want to just tell a quick story. My first visit to the country of South Korea was probably 20-something years ago. And we landed on Korean Airlines in the nighttime. And as the aircraft descended to the airport, I looked out across the skyline and I noticed that there were these lit crosses all across the Seoul skyline. And I said, wow, this country has a lot of churches. I journeyed a couple days later, we're walking downtown Seoul, and I start to look for all of these churches. I mean, there were so many crosses, all lit in the night sky. And I couldn't find the churches. And I said, wait a minute. I know I saw all these lit crosses until I begin to discover that on top of the furniture store, there was a cross. On top of the travel agency, there was a cross. On top of the printing company, there was a cross. And I recognize that what the Korean people have done, by the way, if you don't know, one of the most Christian country in Asia happens to be South Korea, and it has one of the strongest economies as well. And then I grow to understand that they have actually inculcated their God consciousness in the fabric of their economics. And it helps me to understand as we're talking philanthropy and as we're talking about the way forward. In fact, on my way back to New York, I was in the midst of writing my second book, which was in New York Times almost bestseller, called Bitter Truth is Better Than Sweet Falsehood. And in that book, I concluded with this very important statement. Where there is no spiritual foundation, there can be no economic power. Where there is no economic power, there can be no legitimate political control. And where there is no legitimate political control, there will always be a sick sociology. So the only way we can solve the sociological issues and challenges that we face in all of our communities and in our nations is if we have strong political power and political control. And because politics is but, everybody got to get this one, the protection of economics. It must be understood that a people who do not have economics will always be powerless despite their politics. And if we do not have legitimate political control, there will always be a sick sociology. So we can never ever solve the sociological challenges that we face without understanding that there has to be an inculcation of a God consciousness. So God must journey to the foundation. It is not my responsibility, nor is it any of us responsibility to define that God consciousness for us. But one of the best examples that I want to present to us today and in this conference is to look at what Seoul and South Korea did. They put God, by the way, if you don't know, I mean, outside of now the continent of Africa in recent years, the largest church in the world is in South Korea. The largest Presbyterian church is in South Korea. The largest Baptist church is in South Korea. And the largest Methodist church is in South Korea. They put God at the very foundation, and upon that, they begin to build the economy. So as we look at just the diverse layers, as we talk philanthropy, there are 8 primary areas that I think are key for us to understand in this process. Number 1, employment and jobs. Number 2 is housing. Number 3 would be food and food security. Number 4 is education. By the way, not necessarily in this order. Number 5 is healthcare. Number 6 is family and youth and family wellness. And then there are all the other social services that we incorporate to facilitate this. But we cannot, particularly as Africans, ever think that we're going to solve any of these social programs, these social issues through social agendas. We solve them through economic transformation, through economic power. So we have to learn how to monetize all of our social programs. We've watched and we've seen the other groups, other nations, they've done that. In America, as an example, healthcare is the biggest money-making business in America. We have socialized these to the degree that we have not monetized them, and that's why most times we struggle so much on the continent, that we are literally going to Miami and going to Europe for healthcare because we have not effectively monetized healthcare effectively in places like Africa. So we have to learn how to monetize all of these. So the balance has to be, how do we take philanthropy and how do we take the social agendas and the commitments that we have to ensuring that we're creating the balances that are necessary on all of these social scales, the 8 that I mentioned and the others, and monetize them so effectively that we are effectively delivering social services in all these categories, and we're doing so from an economic perspective that the economy can thrive on these agendas. If not, then the economy begin to struggle and we begin to lose the strength of the economy because the social programs are distracting and essentially they are minimizing the power of or the economic strength of a particular economy because we are so focused on socializing these issues that we are not monetizing them effectively. I'm not sure if you all are understanding the point I'm trying to make, but I believe if we really begin to look at this more effectively and find the effective ways to do them, we will kind of get to that level. And once again, Cain stressed more, because the responsibility of the faith community is to ensure that especially the social agenda are heavily driven by faith. But let's begin to utilize the Nehemiah strategy, because when Nehemiah, the foreigner, came in, or when he came back home after being removed for generations from home, he came back, he rebuilt the walls, represents the economic restructuring, repair the gates, represents the political power, and then after that, he put the roof up, which represents the social security that stabilizes the entire nation. Those are my charge and challenge too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round to Reverend Dillon. Thank you. Excellency, one of the things that we do recognize in Kenya is multi-faith. We actually have diaspora forums for the Hinduism, diaspora. So for those who want to be part of the Hindu professionals, we have the diaspora Muslim professionals. We started with Kenyan. Ultimately, because we know birds of the same feather flock together at times. But we are keen to reach out to all humanity. They recognize the power of Almighty. Without much ado, colleagues, Simon Kirui, it's an ambush. And sometimes I have privilege to intrude. I wanted to take 1 or 2 questions, if Excellency permits. If there is a question or a comment on philanthropy, before I invite Excellency to make our final remarks, as we also usher in our next keynote, who is joining us shortly, the ICTCS. But in the meantime, anybody with a comment or question in philanthropy? As you ponder your questions and comments, Simon Kirui, I wanted you here for a few, if you can. Did I see a hand? Yes, from Strathmore. if we, Ambassador Beja, please, if you can pass on the mic, if you don't mind. If the mic, there was a mic, roving mic around. Gentlemen at the ladies, gentlemen at the back, we had a mic over here. Anyway, as it's being found, allow me just to mention, in terms of philanthropy, the way of giving back to the society. For those who have been outside, okay, it's over here, it's found, lost and found. So over there, over there. We thought, what is the way in which diasporas can give back to society? Ask your question before I proceed. Introduce yourself.
All right, good afternoon.
Hi.
Good afternoon again.
Hi.
My name is Dr. William Marithi. I am at Strathmore at the moment, where I teach strategy and management and entrepreneurship. The reason why I'm standing and I'm excited about that concept of philanthropy is that we've recently been approved to set up a non-profit social enterprise and philanthropy. We are calling it Strathmore University Non-Profit Enterprise, Social Enterprise and Philanthropy Hub, which we are converting into a center. Why am I saying that? Is because I lived in the UK for about 10 years, and once I came back, one of the questions that has been on my mind is how do we promote this sector? How do we encourage philanthropists and also social entrepreneurs, as well as a lot of work that is being done with nonprofits? So I don't know whether there's anyone who can point me in the right directions or good directions, but the research has shown that there's no particular documentation in terms of the work that philanthropies or philanthropic work is being done. And there's a lot that is happening, I know, but we have not documented this. So one of the key things we want to do is building capacity. I know the likes of Chandaria, they've gotten into a position where they want to transfer that knowledge they've gained through the years of a philanthropy, done a lot of work, building capacity as well as providing some of the data research on that aspect. So my question is to throw up to the diaspora. I know there's a lot of here who can help. And if you want to go somewhere home to work, I think this is the first ever center. Not in Africa, there are a couple in South Africa, but here in Kenya that we're trying to build work around that. Thank you.
Round of applause to Strathmore and Dr. A round of applause to him. Thank you very much. Simon Kirui, on behalf of the diaspora leaders coming from Germany, self-introduce, make some brief remarks. You can share that with him. Simon Kirui.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Simon Kirui. I'm a Kenyan, so don't sell me outside, doctor. I come from Narok, and currently I live in Germany. I'm one of the diaspora leaders, but I also run two organizations, one for profit and one for non-profit. And I see a lot of synergies in also philanthropic and social enterprises on how we can develop. One of the things that Africa is well known sometimes is donation. And I think the right way to go is to do business, not necessarily for purely profit, but something that you can give back to the society. What we are trying to do is to leverage on what has been established here by the Kenyan government on through the EPA, Economic Partnership Agreement with Kenya and Germany, or Kenya and Europe, actually opening us to $14 trillion market, and quota-free, tax-free. So I think we have a lot of work here for those entrepreneurs who are here to build products that are fit to those markets. We are on the ground, and I heard some of the speakers earlier on saying that we need to have entrepreneurial and build value addition around here and maybe even send back home. But we need also investors back there. I think the reference said something like this. The diasporans who could also guide other diaspora entrepreneurs outside other markets. The other thing that we are also trying to do is to support those skilled laborers who want to maybe get to Germany, because we have also comprehensive labor mobility to Germany. So we are trying to get those ones who would like to work abroad to increase the number of diasporans as well and remittance back home. But through that non-profit organization, we are building a social network so that those ones who will get there and maybe they will get some difficulties, they are able to be sort of, instead of dropping off the net, they are able to be guided, and so that they can integrate and they're able to also give back to the society. So with those few remarks, thank you.
A round of applause to Brother Simon.
Thank you
so much. I know he didn't pass it to my colleague. I know it's 4 p.m. on the dot, so I'm stretching this deliberately too. But I know he's been working on a program we're running in collaboration with GIZ and German government, Excellency, called WeDo.Africa. Over here, just next to Sir Errol, there is a, yes, please. Just introduce yourself, because we haven't heard your voice today.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. Ambassador Dr. Lord Ajamir from the United States. I'm an ambassador of the African Union 2063. I'm quite sure you're familiar with that. The Africa that we want. We want to build the one Africa, one nation, everyone working together. I'm here from the U.S. for a few days working with Histrotech, preserving history through art, science, and technology. So it's a pleasure being here. This is my first time in Kenya on this side, so it's a pleasure, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We often say Kenya is home to all humanity, whether Indian or African or European. This is the cradle of mankind. True or false? Give Kenya a round of applause, please, and Africa for that matter. Thank you. So please welcome back home. I was just mentioning about the GIZ project that we have been supporting, working with, supported by the German government, that gives business grants to enterprises in 6 African countries, if I can recall, started in Cameroon, Ghana, Kenya, Togo, Ethiopia, and Tunisia, and with diasporas matching business funds from 9 EU countries, ranging from Austria to Switzerland. In between, there is Belgium, Denmark, Germany, France, and so on, 9 of them. And it's amazing. You can check WeDo.Africa, a project that for Kenya alone has created about 2,000 jobs in the past 2 years. And of course, about 9,000 jobs in the 6 African countries. For Kenya alone, it's mobilized about 3.6 million euros in just the past 2 years, half of it from the German government, the other half from diasporas. But what's amazing about this project, we have seen, Excellency, return of up to 200% within just 24 months. The best was 400%. Give those small enterprises within Kenya a round of applause. I would want to encourage you, when you have opportunity, we'll be more than happy to link you up with the WeDo team. You visit them. Actually, our members in the US, in South Africa, and other parts have said, why only EU? So we've started, WeDo apparently is a bird that migrates between Europe and Africa every so often. But now we have what we call second generation WeDo, called Thai WeDo. Thai, for those who know Swahili, is ego. That's right. The ego, the bird, you know that bird that flies very high. You fly above the noise. So Thai WeDo is the second generation. We're working on it. Yesterday we heard about diaspora investment funds being generated so that more money goes into investments than remittances. As I hand over to Debal to take us through the next session, and I want to encourage the tech people, just let us know, or let Debal know, if any of the virtual speakers are online so that we don't miss them. If there are questions, you can also forward them. But in the meantime, enlightenment about our diaspora strategy, philanthropy strategy that's under development. I must admit, credit goes to ActionAid. Many of you know about ActionAid. they did reach out to us about 2 years ago, said, look, this problem when there is famine in Kenya, there is hunger, there's this problem or the other, then Kenyans come together to address Kenyans' problems. Can we we have to wait for Red Cross, and we give them credit for a fantastic job they do. Can we have diaspora? Some want to give in, but they don't know how, so that they also benefit from their tax holidays. So it's in that regard, we are still in the discussion stages, and we are hoping with our collaboration with UNHCR, this can be done even better in a structured manner. We don't want to accept diaspora's money before and until there is a structured framework that restores trust in the diaspora, that not a single penny of their money is going to be lost. Often I meet diasporas, they tell me, Shem, let's talk about anything except investment, because they think their money is just going to be lost. Part of our goal as KDA in the next 3 years, what do we do to restore trust in diaspora, that every single penny, and that's why we work with selected partners. So we appreciate you for your integrity, and that must continue to be the case, so that every dollar and every shilling counts. So the Diaspora Philanthropy, other partners are Kiwimbi International, based in Michigan, National Drought Management Authority that we also work with, SciTech. I don't know if SciTech, somebody's in their house. I know tomorrow somebody from SciTech. A round of applause to SciTech over there. I know when we talk green energy tomorrow, we'll be hearing more from SciTech. But in this journey also of the philanthropy, we are addressing 4 priority areas for a start. The first one is the health sector. We heard about that in the morning. Education sector. Kiwimbi in Busia country. Mheshimiwa Honorable, this was part of your county. They have supported 4,000 young girls, and they have built a resource center in, I forget where former Governor Ojamong comes from, but that is, what's the constituency? Teso. So they have built a resource center there, and they're keen to expand. I think they're now doing with the First Lady of Kisumu program. So education is the other area, food security, and today we had a bit of food security. And last but not least, climate action. And this is where resilience and green energy comes. Without much ado, I now want to hand over to, before Excellency, if there's a final remark she may wanted to make, our keynote to wrap up this session. She may have had, in case any of the comments or any thought, that final word, we can give the microphone for a final word, Excellency. Give a round of applause as she makes her final remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just to say a big thank you to the organizers. As UNHCR, we look forward to working with all of you to help refugees, asylum seekers, and the communities that are hosting them in Kenya. And then maybe finally, a big thank you again to Kenya for allowing refugees and asylum seekers to come to Kenya and to be safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A round of applause for Her Excellency as she lives as well. Thank you for gracing the occasion this afternoon. A good one, proof of life. I know it's in the afternoon and sometimes things tend to go down and down and down in the afternoon because of course also your stomach is a bit heavy if you've just taken lunch. But we're looking forward to also a very interesting conversation this afternoon. And also our chief guest, she's just about to be here so that we can set the particular tone of discussion to just understand, because the president has also been very keen and particularly intent on the digital highway. And he's been imploring the young and the old, the young at heart as well, that is another avenue of plugging in when you're talking about the demographic dividend, a youthful one for that matter, who do not really have employment as it stands, and there's a labor export that we're talking about. The digital space is another avenue where you can actually plug in and get at least your revenue. So we know that information and communication technology and financial technology, which is fintech, play a pivotal role in driving digital transformation and financial innovation worldwide. The integration is reshaping industries, economies, and societies by leveraging technology to improve access, efficiency, and inclusivity in both communication and financial services. And we've been talking about smart cities here. All that is pegged on, you know, on the digital highway. If we don't have a robust one as well, if we were talking about the smart roads as well, I was just seeing recently that Elon Musk has also just pioneered and released that particular fast driverless car, right? And that is all bound also to have a communication between the car and also the smart roads, and all that is on the digital highway. You're talking about e-commerce. The government also has been particularly intent on making sure that all these services, they're pegged on the digital platform. So we know of how we normally also pay for our services when it comes to the e-citizen as well. So fintech also, as we know it, we have a digital payment. Many companies also adopting this through apps as well. They'll tell you to download their apps so that you can have also some of the operations that or access to the services from the apps. We have insurance tech as well who are using the same. So we have the synergy between RCT and fintech, which is accelerating digital transformation by enabling financial inclusion, promoting entrepreneurship, and streamlining global financial systems. For instance, ICT infrastructure support, the scalability and security of fintech innovations, and all that jazz. But before we head there, just to giving you an appetite and of course an entree to where we shall be heading, I would love to welcome on board as well Cynthia from Rebuild to just also tell us about what they're doing, what some of the products they do have as well, and also how you can plug in. They want also of our supporters around, and also we want to appreciate them. All right, round of applause for Cynthia from Rebuild. Hey, Jamani, seriously. Your hands are becoming very heavy, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Cynthia Wamboi, as you heard. I'm from Rebuild, and Rebuild is a company that is proud to support Kenyans in the diaspora in building their dreams back home. We understand that many of you, building a home in Kenya is not just a financial investment, but also an emotional one. It is a connection to your roots, your family, and also your future. That's why we at Rebuild, we are committed to making this process as smooth, transparent, and trustworthy as possible. As a company, we do believe in trust. We know that many of you may be 1,000 miles away, and the thought of managing a construction project from abroad can be daunting. But with us at Rebuild, you can be rest assured that your investment is in safe hands. We value honesty, integrity, and reliability. And we are here to deliver results that you as an investor can be proud of. One of the key features that set us apart is our visibility platform. And on this platform, it allows you to track the progress of your building project in real time. You can see updates, photos, and also detailed stage reports, which means you're never in the dark about your investment. We believe in keeping you informed every step of the way because you deserve to see the fruits of your hard work and dedication in abroad. At Rebuild, we are not just building homes, we are building trust, relationships for you and your loved ones. Our commitment to transparency means that you will always know where your money is going and what is being done on your property. So whether you're building a family home, an investment property, or a retirement haven, you can count on us at Rebuild to be there for you. We make every process easy and transparent. This is where trust meets innovation and your dream home is built with integrity. Our offices, we are based in Westlands, Woodville Place, second floor. You can meet us there, and you can also see the projects we have done over the years for our clients in diaspora. Once again, my name is Cynthia Wamboi from Rebuild. Looking forward to meeting you in our booth outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. So make sure at least also you visit the exhibition stalls. We'll get a lot of information, not only just from Rebuild. We have also different companies, and I'm sure you've spread yourself around to get acquainted with what they have to offer, and some of its products and services as well. All right, let's stand up a bit and we stretch so that at least we can shake a bit and prepare our minds for the next session. All right, as I mentioned, the ICT conversation that we're looking forward to, and our chief guest, I'm given to understand she's just right about the corner, where we shall be focusing on ICT, the digital highway, when we talk about ICT and the fintech and the digital transformation and financial inclusion as well. Where is your finger? So I want you to just spread yourself around. Before we do the finger thing, just spread yourself around and shake your neighbors and tell them, wake up, wake up, wake up. Just go around. In fact, I want us also to take before we raise our fingers up, so if you have your smartphone, right? If you have your smartphone, I want us just to walk around and take selfies, right? Take selfies, post them on your social media, tell them this is where it is happening, the second day of Kenya Diaspora Homecoming Convention, all right? Just go and take a selfie with your neighbor, right? Daktari, take a selfie with your neighbor. Rev, move about, take a selfie with your neighbor. Yeah, make sure you post them on social media. And the hashtag is KDHC24. Hashtag KDHC24. You can actually just post your photos there. Once more. Hashtag KDHC24. Smile. I can see. Yeah, make sure you look good. Yeah. Good one. DJ, you can be giving us a little bit of music before we head there. Yeah, as we're taking our selfies. Make sure you post it. Hashtag KDHC24. KDHC24. Let me also go around and take a bit of selfies.
Everyone considered him the coward of the county. Never stood one single time to prove the county wrong. His mama called him Tommy, but folks just called him Yellow. Something always told me they were reading Tommy wrong. Now he was only 10 years old when his daddy died in prison. And I took care of Tommy, 'cause he was my brother's son. I still recall the final words my brother said to Tommy. Son, my life is over, but yours has just begun. Promise me, son, not to do the things I've done. Walk away from trouble if you can. Now it don't mean you're weak if you turn the other cheek. I hope you're old enough to understand. Son, you don't have to fight to be a man.
Lord, I hope this day is good. I'm feeling empty and misunderstood. I should be thankful, Lord, I know I should. But Lord, I hope this day is good. Lord, have you forgotten?
All right. Okay, we can go back to our seats. Thank you. You can post that particular picture where the hashtag is KDHC24. That is a hashtag. Let's go to our social handles and post them. I can see, just to immortalize this moment as well. Thank you very much for indulging. Okay, I want us to do the exercise so that we can prime up, of course, for our keynote speaker. She's around, and of course, she's gone to the exhibitions. She'll be here momentarily. Could we kindly stand up and raise up Our index finger, just to wake us up, right? The president always talk about housing one another. You can actually, just come to your neighbor, to your closest neighbor, tell them to raise their index finger or house the index finger like this. Now you can house it, so one of you raises and then the other one, so that we have a sort of a zigzag, Fantastic. Tim is busy keying, some information on his laptop, so are you ready? I can't hear you, Make sure you have a neighbor who is housed. In this country, we want to house everyone. And Othello has been doing that. We heard from them as well. We've heard from Taiwo as well, trying to penetrate into the socio-economic of, strata of a society. Housing is a pivotal one alongside health as well. Okay, are we ready? You cannot house yourself. Don't be selfish. The cameraman is there. He can actually just lock his camera. Someone is stopping you as well. So are we ready? Hey, I can't hear you. Are you ready? All right, for the benefit of those who are not here in the morning, we want to do this so that on my count, this is a brief, make sure you grab that index finger, right? And you make sure your index finger, Dr. Bonyasi Sako, is not grabbed. So we want to see how nimble, how active, how attentive you're going to be this afternoon. So I'm going to count up to 3, right? Mentioning 3, of course you know what to do. All right, so are you ready? Let's do a dummy run. Are you ready? No, I can't hear you. Are you ready? Okay, on my count. 1, 2. Somebody's shaking. 3, grab it. That was so easy for Rev Dowlon there. Rev Dowlon, that was so easy. Okay, now that you got a gist of it, let's do it now. Are you ready? Okay, now that you got a gist of it, let's do it. How nimble, how active, how attentive are you going to be this afternoon? I know we're just about to wind up with the last session, but I want to see if you'll be alert. Tell your neighbor, will you be alert? Ask him or her, will you be alert? Let's see. Are you ready? On my count. 1. Da-dun, da-dun. 2. Da-dun, da-dun. Redeem yourself! Clap yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Right? Clap for yourselves. Thank you so much. And at least now you've woken up a bit. In the afternoon, I know trying to keep alert can be a challenge. So as we mentioned, we want just to continue a pace with the conversation. And right now we'll be looking at the ICT sector and how we're faring, just to give you a segue of what we'll be having in a moment. So as we wait for our next speaker, we shall be looking at, I want just to make sure that we're supposed to have a panel discussion around that as well. Where's that music coming from? Oh, someone's phone, right? If we have Elud Gilisha, CTO and co-founder, Novo Games International. Elud, if he's around, or anyone from Novo Games as well, we'll be happy to have you as part of this conversation. Barak Obatsa, the CEO and Principal Officer, that is from Britam Assets Manager. He will also tell us more about that and what the products they do have, especially when it comes to ICT and FinTech. The apps as well, they're getting to be big. We had one from CMA with also a Dosika app. Yeah, we were told yesterday. So if you want to also plug into the stock market and to see how is that faring, you might head over to your Apple Store or the Google Play, right, for you to download that particular app. That is the Dosika app. Also, I'm looking forward to hearing from Clayton. You're supposed to also be part of this, Clayton Beale, of this particular conversation. That is His Royal Majesty Meredith Clayton Beale as well. And Jean Karienye from Credit Bank. Jean Karienye from Credit Bank as well. If you are around, it will be nice to also have you on this particular forum. Now, this session will delve into the pivotal role of ICT and FinTech in accelerating Africa's digital transformation, And the panelists that I've just mentioned will explore how innovations in mobile banking, also blockchain, AI-driven financial tools, and e-governance are revolutionizing economies, increasing financial inclusion, and empowering underserved populations. And this discussion will also address the challenge of cybersecurity, the integration of Internet of Things in financial services, and the role of public-private partnerships in fostering a resilient, tech-driven financial ecosystem across the continent. And we're looking forward to also momentarily be hearing from Honorable Margaret Nyambura Ndungu. Dr. Margaret Nyambura Ndungu is the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information Communications and the Digital Economy. And this is a very interesting conversation that we, on the keynote address, that we want to hear what the government has rolled out in terms of streamlining the digital economy and the digital highway. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure as well. Why can't we stand in ceremony and welcome the Cabinet Secretary, all of us. Let's be upstanding. This is the Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Margaret Nyambura Ndungu, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy. Right, thank you very much. You may have your seats, and we extend a hearty welcome to you, Daktari, for joining us this afternoon amidst a busy schedule. Thank you for graciously consenting to be with us this afternoon, so we thank you very much. And so I will just give a brief introduction, and I will want to, just as a matter of observing protocol, that I hand this mic also to the chair of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance to just do the honors of welcoming the CS to move quickly into also inviting her to give us the keynote address this afternoon. And Dr. Margaret Nyambura, we've been eagerly looking forward to having you. As I mentioned, thank you for graciously consenting to be with us this afternoon. We look forward to hearing from you. And so I want to extend and yield the floor to Dr. Shep Muchodo to invite the CS and, of course, move on with the protocol.
Okay. A round of applause first to Debal. Thank you, Debal Ine. Debal was reminding me, Honorable CS, that even they in the media, they belong to your territory. A round of applause to our chief guest this afternoon. Thank you. Colleagues, as we welcome Honorable CS, we come a long way. We have a history. She is a diasporian by definition, having returned. There are many UK diasporians in the house, so you're very much at home. We've had colleagues, historical diasporas and contemporary diasporas. The contemporary ones being the Kenyans. Actually, we've just released a colleague. She had to leave, but she really wanted to meet you. Maybe you have already met the UNHCR country representative, who happens to have come, a lady, talking of inclusion and gender, and coming from Suriname, the Caribbean, says this is home, and we are telling them Kenya is the home to all mankind. A round of applause to Kenya, because we are the cradle of mankind. So we've had our brothers and sisters from other parts of Africa, Kenyans in other parts of the world, private sector, ranging from Association of Manufacturers, CAM, KEPSA, Chamber of Commerce, and of course some of the private sector that you can see. I can just mention a few: Britam, Housing Finance, Fusion, and some that we, Excellency, you've took off time to visit, at least a few of them. We don't take it for granted because it's so hard. Reverend Dillon, I'm going to request this time, I'll probably demand you come over close here, because Reverend Dillon is special. We do appreciate Kenya Kwanza's commitment to raise remittances to $1 trillion. Please have a seat. I'll introduce you formally. To raise the remittances to 1 trillion shillings. But these brothers, particularly African Americans, Caribbeans are saying, guys, why are we just talking about $1 trillion shillings? We are a $1.8 trillion spending capacity. Hallelujah. 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 Thank you. And we want some of this money to get into Africa _ through Kenya. A round of applause to brothers and sisters from the historical diasporas. Without much ado, unless Honorable wanted to get a little breather, she will guide me on when to invite her to deliver her remarks, but we could give her 5 minutes just to cool down. We've received a guest. I know I hijacked him just as he entered, Professor Raul. A round of applause to Professor Raul. Contigo, please come over. Just 2-3 minutes to tell us about Contigo a little bit as we wait to invite our keynote speaker and chief guest for this afternoon. A round of applause to Professor Raul. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just got off an airplane from Los Angeles through Dubai. And I had to be here, of course. This is a very, very important global impact event. All right, and I'm a professor at the University of California, Los Angeles, but I'm actually an entrepreneur from Silicon Valley for 30 years, focused on the issue of how do we radically reduce prices and radically expand inclusion for technology to move remittances for the diaspora to invest and sustainably invest, particularly here. So we're here tomorrow, I believe. We'll be announcing a new project with Equity Bank, which is a fantastic bank around the world, recognized, and right here in Kenya. And also joining me will be one of the leaders from the Maasai peoples who we're working with. How do we connect? The dream is, how do we connect the people in the diaspora directly to the villages in terms of their capacity to not only send resources, remittances to all over the world, but also how do we launch bonds, what we're calling diaspora bonds for sustainability. How do we actually save money and make sure that that money is generating returns to the diaspora, as well as creating sustainability projects. So we just launched with Mexico, the new president, who's also a woman, a PhD, Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico. And because where I am, I'm Mexican, by the way. Even I know I look like I'm from Kenya, but I just, all my clothes are from Kenya. But it's I think these two countries are critically important to take the world into a new direction. So it's a great honor to be here with you, and I do think that and all of you, I'm looking forward to seeing how we can work together and expand the types of investment possibilities, because it's not about remittances. Remittances is just a teeny small part of it. The real issue is the billions, trillions of dollars of savings of the diasporas around the world who are eager to move them into these areas of the world. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raul. Please welcome, just in time, the tech people so say. Permission of our keynote speaker, she has allowed me to invite 2-3 colleagues, strictly 2-3 minutes, just to give her feel of what has been transpiring. Taiwo, come and share a bit on sports. Frank, be on the standby. Taiwo, please come over. Just 2-3 minutes. And Tim Smith. So just those three, max 2-3 minutes. What you're doing and how does technology type into this, please. A round of applause to Taiwo, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again. Obviously, technology in sports is a crucial component to connecting fans with the brands and the teams, and also the players who are, connecting with their followers and their supporters. When I played for Warsaw Football Club as a 16-year-old, it was obviously an amazing milestone, but I was new to the football professional world, and the fans are what make me as a player feel more inspired and more encouraged to, perform my best and train throughout the week to give my best for the fans on the weekend. One of the things that we're doing with the Kenya Premier League, and also what we want to try and achieve with Kickstart Kenya football, is connecting those who have the passion, those who have the enthusiasm, with those who also are mentors, coaches and players here on the ground. We've got, in Kenya, we've actually got one of the first women who have coached a male Premier League team here in Kenya. Nowhere else in the world has a woman coached a male's professional football team.
That's great.
So we're leading the way here in Kenya when it comes to diversity and inclusion. And I think she had an interview with BBC Africa, which was broadcasted all around the world. So what we want to try and do is create more of those stories, more of that content, inspire more young people, inspire more fans, corporates and government, and people alike to take an interest in grassroots football, because it really does bring out all the interesting stories, all the coming from the bottom to the top, and giving people who may not have been known or may not have been given the best start in life an opportunity to tell their story, inspire national pride and unity, and make people wake up in the morning and be like, yes, if they can do it, I can do it as well.
Right. Round of applause. Thank you. Well done. That's for the sports sector. Honorable Tim Smith, just brief fintech stuff and tell us about the new bank that you are in the work, because I'm sure Honorable Minister wants to hear, how do we get inflows into Kenya and create wealth? Please, 2-3 minutes. We know we have heard from you. We'll still hear from you. Just brief. We call it in Swahili kionjo, teaser.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've got that. Just to remind everybody that Africa has no infrastructure except this.
Right, yes.
Yeah? It is the only pan-African infrastructure. It's the only global infrastructure that's common to everybody around the world. Okay? We have the ability for the diaspora community that we're working with on a day-to-day basis to unite, because they're carrying around the power that we have every day. And that's what we're really looking for. That's the reason that we're making this bank acquisition, so that we can actually harness some of the inflows of capital into the market to move beyond the remittances and into the investment space, not just with somebody sitting on a desk in another bank, but a bank that is fundamentally focused at a strategic level of mobilizing capital internationally and having that two-way trade development. We've developed the bank partnership in the US. We'll now have our own bank here at the end of Q1 of next year, and everybody will be connected like this. We can provide transparency and we can empower via everything what we carry around every day.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Honorable. Before last but not least, I invite Frank Muthukinju on behalf of our partners. If there is someone, just 2-3 minutes, so that you know. Is there somebody from Muthukinju? A round of applause for her as she comes over. Honorable, without these partners, we wouldn't be here. So just 2-3 minutes on behalf of the other partners.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Susan Mudhoni, founder and marketing director of Mudhokijo Paints and Cement. Mudhokijo is a brand name in Kenya. We deal with the cement, paint, and waterproofing, and we have 37 branches in Kenya. We are aiming to go each county to reach people. 10 remaining to go to the other counties. Already we have done that 7. And Mudhokijo, they were certified with the CISO certificate 2 years ago. Mudhokijo is a family business. Myself, my son, and my husband.
Right.
We are very great, and we thank Shem. Shem was my first customer 22 years ago. He gave me a very big business with with Bishop Oginde, Dr. Oginde. I do appreciate.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. We are urging to you to come and promote us and do business with us. Mudokijo, they don't know how to do physical things. They do street all things are computerized, and I know we are going to do business with you guys. God bless you all.
Thank
Love
you.
all.
A round of applause to co-partner. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Frank, all the way from the Arctic. Excellency, affordable housing is a major issue in the country, as we know. These guys have a solution using a problem of plastic waste. Just 2-3 minutes, please.
Yeah, you're already getting to know me. Me, 2 and 3 minutes, never gonna happen.
I know.
Hi, I'm Frank, and I'm the founder of the company named Othalo. And what we do, as Shem said, we have a technology that allows us to mass produce affordable building materials, safe building materials. We can utilize, we're focusing on plastic waste, so we can utilize today 75% of all plastic waste into our building material. With our next 2 coming patents, we can utilize up towards 100% of all plastic waste, even the ocean plastic waste, which is degraded. With this, we can mass produce our, as I mentioned, affordable building material into building elements, safe. There, we just did, and I'm going to repeat myself, did a test last week where we passed all the fire testing. We succumbed them. We did 1100 degrees for 3 hours, and then we had to turn the furnace down not to ruin the furnace. And the building material held 20 degrees. We can, I didn't mention this early on, but if one full factory can mass produce up to 9,030 a day of 60 square meter housing. It takes, the one we put up here now, we're relocating it, took us 6 hours to build. 2-bedroom unit, 6 hours to build, and then 2 hours for the electricity. It's ready, so it's easy to just pull it out the walls. So that's what we're doing. Using no to low value plastic into high value products, creating jobs while doing it, because it's all been done locally, and battling the global, the African, and the Kenyan housing deficiency. That is what we're doing. And now Shen is going to throw me out again. But this conference, the reason why we came here when we were invited is to meet all of you to see if we can partner up to make this actually happen in Kenya. And I've already met a lot of people here who share my values, share the values of the company, and can actually help us make this happen, not only in Kenya, throughout Africa, but also over in the US and the Pacifics. So we have gotten everything we were looking for and way beyond. Now we are only looking for the guys with the money to make this happen.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to him. Honorable keynote and our chief guest this afternoon, we have a parallel room with Deal Room. This was inaugurated first by Principal Secretary, Diaspora Affairs, who was our chief guest for this event yesterday. Started last year, had together with the outgoing immediate past ambassador of the US and our PS of investment development, who will be here again tomorrow to push the Deal Room. The Deal Room is connecting Kenyan businesses looking for money. We have our brothers here to make his final remarks. Just to let you know, there are people with money in the world saying, look, we want to do business with Africa through Kenya. A round of applause to those people. And as I invite Reverend Dillon, many of us may have heard, and I want to make a special request, Honorable. I know Ghana is really trying, but we have the sprinters. Only Jamaicans compete with us. And he happens to be originally Jamaican in sprint, our Manyalas. I think attracting black Americans, we can do it. This gentleman was part of a group that took about 200 or 300 black American business people and political leaders to Ghana and South Africa. We're looking into maybe doing 1,000, if government permits, we can work together, of those business people in a few years' time. A round of applause to Dr. Dillon Dennis. Thank you.
Certainly look forward to the trip to Kenya next. So we're really excited about that. Yes, Jamaicans are the fastest people in the world, but more importantly, Kenyans are the longest running people in the world. So what a matchup between the fastest and the longest and strongest. Listen, very briefly, I just want to remind us that the diaspora is not just what we call in the US the continental Africans, those who migrated in this generation, but certainly those who have made the journey 400, 600 years ago, not by any will or desire of their own, through enslavement and the rest of it. But just to give us a quick update, blacks in America now, we would be, if we were a nation, we would have been the 8th largest nation in the world economically, with a per capita GDP of almost $40,000. When we look at the buying power of blacks in America, that's $1.8 trillion, and I mean trillion with a T. You could take the entire GDP of Kenya and multiply that about maybe 5-6 times just to get the power of blacks alone in America. I'm from New York. In New York, let me just give you an idea. There are 2 pension funds in New York State. One operated by the state controller, the other operated by the city controller. I just had a group of African leaders and political leaders to meet with the controller for the city fund 1.5 weeks ago before I came here. And that fund is almost $300 billion that they are mandated to invest. Sadly, few of those dollars are invested in Africa, but guess what's the reality? 80% of that labor force that have created those funds are African diasporians. So I didn't even get to the state fund yet. That one was just the city fund. So we're really talking about how do we make these connections now, how do we strengthen the alliance now, and how do we look at where do we need to go next as we move to empower our people, not just in the US, but certainly in Kenya and on the continent of Africa, and that can only be done effectively as we do it together. So I'm looking forward to a long, enduring partnership and collaboration as we work together to move the needle forward economically for our people.
Thank you. A round of applause. Without much ado, Honorable Dr. Margaret Nyambura Ndungu, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy. Open your hands as our keynote comes over. A round of applause for her. Madam CS, we are humbled. Karibu.
The Global Chairperson of the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, Dr. Shem J. Chwodo. All protocols observed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's a real honor to be here and probably just to let you know that my first interaction with internet actually was with the ARCC, which is Africa Regional Center of Computing, that Dr. Shem Oshodo is the founder. That was in 1994. And I'm actually delighted to see two of my colleagues, or two of my classmates, who will ask to stand before I continue. Grace, please just stand. I've seen I've seen someone there who I've not met since we completed campus. So it is quite an honor, because that was the first time I interacted with the internet in 1994. Wow. And the next time I met you, Dr. Shem Ochodo, was in 1998 when you were working on the Kika legislation. And that time I had just started working, and it is through that work that led to the Telcom, Safaricom, the National Communications Secretariat. So basically, again, that was a transformative time. And after that is 2002, if you remember, when you were doing delegation of the country top level domain, which again, I was actively working on that through ICANN. And finally, here again we meet. So it is such an honor to see the person who introduced me to the internet being now here with me. Thank you. So it is an immense privilege to address you today at this significant gathering, the Kenya Diaspora Alliance, that has consistently demonstrated the vital role our diaspora community plays in shaping our nation's trajectory. As first-hand witness of global trends and innovation, your insights are instrumental in influencing our strategic priorities. The theme of the Diaspora Convention, Skills for the Future, encapsulates the essence of the government of Kenya's mission. Kenya's digital economy is experiencing rapid growth, fueled by technological advancements, a young and tech-savvy population, and its strategic role as a regional technology hub in Africa. For us to fully harness the potential of the digital economy, we must build a robust ecosystem that unlocks the power of digital jobs to reduce youth unemployment and create sustainable economic opportunities. Digital transformation has emerged as a key driver of innovation, economic growth, and society advancement in modern economies. By integrating advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things, nations are reshaping their economic and employment landscapes. We seek to create digital jobs by capitalizing on the increasing internet penetration, growing youth demographic, and emerging global trends in business process outsourcing, freelancing, e-commerce, digital marketing, and software development. Distinguished delegates, Kenya has made significant strides in embracing the digital revolution, establishing itself as a leader in innovation within the African continent. With a growing youth population, increasing internet penetration, and a thriving mobile ecosystem, the country is uniquely positioned to leverage digital technologies for economic transformation. The digital economy has the potential to unlock new opportunities, empower young people, and innovate across various sectors, including agriculture, manufacturing, e-commerce, and e-services. By aligning this initiative with the national development priorities such as Vision 2030, the Digital Master Plan, and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the government seeks to create a robust digital ecosystem that provides sustainable employment, reduces poverty, and enhances Kenya's competitive advantage in the global economy. Allow me to highlight the government's digital transformation blueprint. We have the digital superhighway that serves the backbone of our vision for a connected and thriving nation. And at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, significant investments are being made to expand our digital infrastructure to provide high-speed broadband access to every corner of the country. This will bridge the digital inclusion and foster economic growth up to the most remote parts of the country. We do want to create a digitally inclusive environment. We are also talking of digital skilling. Our greatest asset is our people, and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda emphasizes the importance of equipping them with digital competencies. We recognize that jobs of tomorrow demand a workforce well-versed in technology. To this end, the government is committed to providing accessible and high-quality digital education programs through partnership with the private sector, civil society, and development partners to ensure that every citizen has the opportunity to succeed in the digital economy. With ensuring that we are taking connectivity up to the village level, then we are building capacity. We are ensuring that our people can navigate through the digital space. And we are also putting digital services. At the moment, we have almost 20,000 digital services that are online. And what we are saying, we want our people to be able to go to the internet and be able to get the services they need. We note that innovation is a driving force behind progress, and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda prioritizes the establishment of innovation hubs across the country. Initiatives like Ajira, Jitume, and various youth empowerment centers will serve as incubators for new ideas and solutions to national challenges. These hubs will not only support startups, but also foster research and development, ensuring that Kenya remains a hub for technological advancement. Furthermore, the government is implementing policies to promote innovation and create an investor-friendly environment. For example, the recent amendment to the Data Protection Act ensures business comply with international standards, enhancing Kenya's competitiveness. So we are open to work with different countries, Mexico, every other country. You are welcome to invest here, to partner with us so that we can grow our economy as well as grow your economies. On expanding the creative economy, we recognize that the creative economy is a vital aspect for our national identity and holds immense potential for growth. From film and music to digital art and gaming, the government is dedicated to supporting and expanding creative industries. By leveraging digital platforms, we aim to provide our creative talent with global opportunities, enabling them to showcase their work on the global space. Distinguished delegates, the diaspora plays a vital role in the creation of digital jobs, acting as a bridge between global opportunities and local economies. Here are several key ways in which the diaspora contributes to the development of digital jobs. We have the knowledge transfer and skill development. The diaspora's communities often have access to advanced skills, training, and exposure to global best practices and technology. By sharing this knowledge and expertise with us, you contribute to the upskilling and elevation of the local talent to meet global standards. This is crucial for preparing individuals for digital jobs, opportunities in fields such as software development, data analysis, and digital marketing. Many diaspora members also act as mentors or trainers, running workshops and programs that teach the next generation of digital professionals. I know the meeting of 2018, I was actively involved reviewing of the papers and actually facilitating some of the sessions. So basically, I know this is a reality, and this is an area we can collaborate very well to ensure that we are bringing the skills. We are ensuring that our young people that we want to export their skills to outside countries, they understand the ethics, the culture of the places we are taking these skills to. The second one is investment in tech startups and innovation. Members of the diaspora, especially those working in the tech industry, are in a position to invest in digital startups and innovation hubs in our country. You can also facilitate connections that provide targeted support for startups, including access to venture capital, mentorship programs, and accelerators. This collaboration can create tech ecosystem that in turn leads to the creation of more jobs in the digital sector, such as artificial intelligence, fintech, and e-commerce. We also see facilitating remote work opportunities. The diaspora helps connect local talent with global players by facilitating remote work opportunities. As I said, we are connecting up to the remote parts of the country. We want these young people to work from their homes. We don't want them to come to Nairobi or to Kisumu or to Mombasa. Let them work from their ecosystem so that they can solve and contextualize the solutions. We need to use our young people, look at their areas where they live and be innovative, come up with solutions that we can use not just as a country, but we can export elsewhere. You often act as intermediaries between local job seekers and international companies that require digital services, such as software development, virtual assistance, or content creation. This helps local workers access higher paying jobs and gain exposure to international markets, further boosting the local economy. You also have advocacy and policy influence that you can play a key role. The diaspora can play an important role in advocating for policies that promote digital job creation. With your international experience and connections, you can help influence government policies aimed at fostering a more conducive environment for digital businesses. You can also help to mobilize funds for infrastructure development, like the broadband internet, or for the creation of innovation hubs and digital training programs, all of which contribute to job creation. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to go to Kakamega, and we launched 2 innovation hubs. I could see the excitement. I could see the usage that they were being put into. And you can tell our young people will benefit from these digital spaces. Again, we have networking and partnership, that you have extensive networks of professionals, entrepreneurs, and business across the globe. These networks can be leveraged to create partnerships between local and international companies, facilitating knowledge exchange, business opportunities, and job creation in the digital economy. By bringing together local talent with global partners, you help local companies expand and grow, creating additional digital job opportunities. Always remember, our population, 70% are below the age of 35. Those are people we must ensure they are well employed, they are meaningfully employed, and they are doing, we are using their talents because for sure they have talents. Leveraging your networks can open doors for Kenyan business and startups in international markets. Again, we have remittance and financial support, which has been emphasized before, that financial support from the diaspora in the form of remittances plays a key role in financing digital education, infrastructure, and startup initiatives. This financial inflow can fund tech hubs, digital skills training programs, or seed funding for startups, which in turn generates more digital jobs opportunities. In conclusion, distinguished delegates, as we stand on the brink of digital revolution, it is clear that the future belongs to those who possess the skills and knowledge to navigate the digital landscape. The digital economy is no longer a distant concept. You have heard what I said in 1994. I was able to see the first internet, and it looked like we were talking about information society, knowledge society. I think now we are in that particular age. The digital economy is no longer a distant concept. It is a tangible reality, reshaping industries, creating new opportunities, and driving growth. We are working towards making Kenya a reference point for digital transformation in Africa and globally. Ultimately, we need an inclusive, safe, and secure digital space that will create sustainable opportunities for our youth who are resilient, tech-savvy, and talented to realize our digital superhighway agenda. With that few remarks, I thank you all for your kind attention. Asanteni sana.
Let's stand up and give a proper round of applause to Honorable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please be seated with the permission of the Honorable. You know, in the earlier years, we used to talk of gender tech. It cannot be. I think, Honorable, you probably are our first woman CS for communication and digital economy. That's true or not? A round of applause to her. Thank you very much. We honored, leaving nobody behind. The ladies, the youth, the old, and the young. Without much ado, we had Professor Kefa Otiso, HSC. I think I only know of 2 diasporians who have got state awards. The other, Professor Washington Ochieng, was with us earlier in the day, I think EBS, if I'm not mistaken. Probably Professor Otiso is not online, but we'll get his reaction. If Honorable permits, I wanted to just take a few photos here with the speakers, because we know it's been a long day. We will be taking a break, the tea break, and then break off for the day. But Honorable, you permit we can take photos with the speakers? Thank you. A round of applause to Honorable. Please come over. All the speakers who have spoken here and will speak tomorrow, please come over here. Quickly, just take group photos. All our speakers, come over. Those who have spoken and those who will be speaking. Please come over. Dr. Dongo, we're waiting. Yes. Debal, you want to guide? Please, Prof, come over, Chairman.
All right, so we could have that projector away so that we can make room. At least also assist with the chairs here so that we can actually just put them over. And the
next one will be taken with our partners.
Yes.
Exhibitors and partners.
All right, so this first one with the speakers and then the partners. So photographers will guide us on this as well. Tim, you're the tallest.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll just your head will pop up anywhere. You can choose. Why? Where is Frank? Otalo?
See, someone considers me tall.
All right. So are we good? So in the meantime, of course, our partners also be standing by after this quickly, because also BCSG is in a tearing rush, and then we'll have also the committee as a last photo moment. In the meantime, music please from DJ Chini ya Maji. Hold your smiles, hold your smiles. Flash white. Yeah, hold your smiles, please. I know sometimes the smile muscles can get tired. BPS, so I know you're used to these things. When you go to these forums, you have to hold your smiles as well. Thank you. All the partners please. Partners. You can join the partners. You can. Oh, alumni. Okay. After the partners, alumni as well. Alumni will come. Partners. Yeah. All the partners. Yeah. They should be here, Prof. Partners. Partners. And then alumni after this, they go way back with the Shemo Chodo, setting the way for the internet here in the country. At least we can make proof that Shemo Chodo was at the university. You know, it has been also contentious in this country. Where are your peers? Can you post so that we can see your peers? So today is a testament as well that Shem went to the university and there's no struggle to, hand over his certificate. Are we good with the partners? All right, photographers, kindly let me know. All right. All right. Thank you so much. Proof of learning. We want to see if you was really given the powers to read. Yeah, where is the proof of learning? The alumni that went with the Shem to the university are here. Shem, where are you going? This is proof of learning. You're supposed you are the one. This where is Shem going? This is of course, yeah. All right, proof of learning. They went to school together. Yeah, this is a good road down the lane of history. Yes, thank you so much. And lastly, we want also the committee and the board of KDA, please, the organizing committee.
If any of them are outside.
Yeah, the committee. I know Cesarina she's outside. So yeah, there she is. Please. So they've been working tirelessly to make sure at least the convention, the 11th one, happens. And so we want to thank you with profound humility on how you've put and dedicated your energy to this. We thank you so much for the invitation. To all the delegates as well, we appreciate the work that you continue to do every year. Yes. Oh, Malcolm, you missed in everything, surely. But at least, yes, you can, yeah. Otalo also, we're looking for Frank. Yeah. They missed out Ken as well. All right, hold your smiles as well, photographers. Be serious. I know your smile muscles are getting tired, but you still have one more. We are with everyone that will be outside now from the plenary, so that we can have also a group photo outside. Everyone wants to immortalize this moment. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A round of applause to all of you. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. Hasn't it been a good day? It has been a good day. And so let's do this. Let's just get our final photo outside even as we wrap up. Is that the lawn? Where? You'll be guided at the lawn entrance, right? Just as at the gate there's a beautiful lawn. We can actually have a group photo. And we want to also make sure that you go to where you're having your tea served, so that you can be served your tea as well. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. In the meantime, Sir Errol also just reminding you of the economic report, State of a Black World. This is a very key, rich repository of knowledge that you can actually glean from it on how the current state of play is as far as black wealth and the wealth gap is concerned. Also, largest black-owned business in Africa, largest in America as well. Africa's export imports and the deficits and surplus. 25 richest blacks in the world. Black mayors lead also America's big city. You want to get to grab a copy only for 3,000 shillings, so that you can actually get all this information as well. So, Aaron, you wanted to say something? Fantastic. So let's just take that also health break before we head home. Thank you so much for being there and for being amazingly patient as well. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
I've come to need together. We should be walking side by side. We should be together, keeping each other satisfied. We should be together. We should be walking side by side. We should be together, keeping each other satisfied.
On a train bound for nowhere, I met up with a gambler. We were both too tired to sleep, so we took turns staring out the window at the darkness. The boredom overtook us, and he began to speak. He said, "Son, I made my life out of reading people's faces and knowing what the cards were by the way they held their eyes. So if you don't mind me saying, I can see you're out of aces. For a taste of your whiskey, I'll give you some advice." So I handed him my bottle, and he drank down my last swallow. Then he bummed a cigarette and asked me for a light. And the night got deathly quiet, and his face lost all expression. Said, "If you're gonna play the game, boy, you gotta learn to play it right. You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done." Now every gambler knows the secret to surviving. There's knowing what to throw away, knowing what to keep. 'Cause every hand's a winner and every hand's a loser, and the best you can hope for is to die in your sleep. So when he'd finished speaking, he turned back toward the window, crushed out his cigarette, and faded off to sleep. Then somewhere in the darkness, the gambler, he broke even. But in his final words I found an ace that I could keep. You got to know when to hold up, know when to fold up, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting. When the dealing's done, you got to know when to hold, know when to fold up, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting. When the dealing's done, you got to know when to hold up, know when to fold up, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting. When the deal's done. Taller I become, the farther you take my rights away, the faster I will run. You can deny me, you can decide to turn your face away. No matter, 'cause there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. Thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, there's something inside so strong. Oh, oh, something inside so strong. You refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. You hide behind walls of Jericho, your lies will come tumbling. Deny my place in time, you squander wealth that's mine. My light will shine so brightly it will blind you, because there's something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, though you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone. Oh no, there's something inside so strong. Oh, 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 something inside so strong.
I was sitting here thinking about some old times, some old times, some old friends, and suddenly it came across my mind, I would like to see you again. Remember how we used to walk and talk, holding hands. We'd said we loved each other, I recall. We made a lot of future plans, but the years have come and gone, and a whole lot has happened since then. But tonight your memory's awful strong on my mind, and I would like to see you again. It's funny how a feeling will come back. It'll come on back, make you blue. 'Cause I just saw a picture in my mind about a time of me and you. But the years have come and gone, and a whole lot has happened since then. And tonight your memory's awful strong on my mind, and I would like to see you again. Yes, the years have come and gone, and a whole lot has happened since then. But tonight your memory's awful strong on my mind, and I would like to see you again.
I'm tempted, my darling, to steal you away. Don't let me cross over, stay out of my way. 'Cause you know that I love you, and I'm not the stealing kind. But I'm faced with heartache here at love's cheating line. Don't let me cross over love's cheating line. You belong to another and can never be mine. I know one step closer would be heaven divine. Don't let me cross over love's cheating line. I've tried to forget you, but what else can I do when your eyes keep saying that you want me to? And I know if I lose you, not a dream will I have left. I don't want to cheat you, but I can't help myself. Don't let me cross over love's cheating line. You belong to another and can never be mine.
I was so sure this would be the night. You closed the door and wanted to stay with me, and it'd be so easy to tell you I'd stay. Like I did, like I did, like I did, like I did, like I did.
You can write your own ticket now. I'll get by without you somehow. Don't you worry about what I'll do. I'll get find without you. You say you think a change would do you good. If you feel that way, well, I guess it would. I can live my life without you. I've got places to go and things to do, but I'll never be in love again. My poor old heart will never mend. Oh, I'll find someone to hold now and then, but I'll never be in love again. Something went wrong along the way, and there's nothing I can do to make you stay. Well, I never tried to put holes on you. That's the last thing I'd ever want to do. So you go your way, I'll go mine. And if our paths should cross somewhere down the line, I'll just say hello and shake your hand. But if tears come to my eyes, please understand, I'll never be in love again. My poor old heart will never mend. Oh, I'll find someone to hold now and then, but I'll never be in. Silver coins that jingle jangle, fancy shoes that dance in time. Oh, the secrets of her dark eyes, they did sing a gypsy rhyme. Yellow clover, entangled blossoms in a meadow silky green, where she held me to her bosom, just a boy of 17. I recall a gypsy woman, silver spangles in her eyes, ivory skin against the moonlight, and the taste of life's sweet wine. Soft breezes blow from fragrant meadows, stir the darkness in my mind. Oh, gentle woman, you sleep beside me, and little know who haunts my mind. Gypsy lady, I hear your laughter, and it dances in my head, while my tender wife and babies slumber softly in their beds. I recall a gypsy woman, silver spangles in her eyes, ivory skin against the moonlight, and the taste of life's sweet wine.
This wave of pure devotion has swept me off my feet. And tonight when we kissed, you still took my breath away. It goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. The vows go unbroken, and you still know I do. Love, keep, and honor, always true to you. Though I have been tempted, oh, I have never strayed. I'd die before I damage this union we have made. The vows go unbroken, and you still know I do. Love, keep, and honor, always true to you. I knew from the first that for better or worse, I'd stand by you all my life. And the vows go unbroken, and you still know I do. Love, keep, and honor, always true to you. Love, I met you, there was peace unknown. I set out to get you with a fine-tooth comb. I was soft inside. There was something going on. You do something to me that I can't explain. Hold me closer and I feel no pain. Every beat of my heart, we got something going on. Tender love is blind, it requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. We're riding together, making love with each other. Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one